Alright, hello everyone, welcome. We're doing another Victoria 3 gameplay coverage stream today. And I have my co-host Pie Chucker, hello.
Hello, g'day everyone.
This is such an awkward time for me to stream. This is the earliest stream I've ever possibly done. Before even 1 PM. Jesus, it's so weird.
This is the best stream I've ever done with you.
And unfortunately, yeah, multiple people in the chat have said, oh, I've got work now, oh, I've got bed now. It's such a weird time. No one's used to this. But this is what Paradox is giving us. And in order to get the real Victoria 3 coverage, the real banter, and the real takes, and the voice of the Victoria 2 community that badly needs to be heard, that they're ignoring, we have to do it at an awkward time. And that's fine. Here we are. And of course, my own personal chat window has already glitched out and is no longer working. So I'm going to try and sort that out while Pie Chucker holds the stream for me.
Any Australians or New Zealanders who are very happy for this wonderful stream time? We've got a Daniel. He's loving it. How are we doing, everyone? Plenty of people in. Not too bad.
This is what I missed at the beginning of my last stream of this, because I had to do it without my co-host immediately, someone to hold the stream while I did the technical stuff. I remember talking about this.
Yeah, someone with incredible charisma like me.
Real people skills.
George. Yeah, my incredible people skills. Just a quick diplomatic play at the start.
Oh, the technical
Seems
stuff.
like we've got a Victoria 3 belongs in the trash, so let's sort of know where that bloke's going with his opinion. I'm sure not everyone feels like that.
I wonder where he stands. I wonder where that guy stands.
I wonder where he stands on the side of the debate. Anyway, is anyone genuinely, unironically excited for Victoria 3? And talk to us about it.
If you are, that's fine. You can have that opinion, and you're welcome to share it and argue your point in the chat if you want to.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
This music's too loud. What? Can I turn this down one more notch? There we go.
Mods, take them out. All right, perfect.
Mods ban.
Yeah, mods ban them.
I can see my chat now, but like I said before, the chat is on the opposite side of my monitor from where my head is. Kind of awkward to read it, but it's the only way I can have it. That's fine. I'll be able to read the chat now.
My microphone's really quiet unless I talk right into it, and so I have to like look through my microphone, and so I've got an awkward position as well.
Well, and we've got the Paradox. Paradox are currently offline. I've got them there ready to go. When we start hearing them, we'll get on, and we're going to do. I need to introduce the stream properly now. So today we are doing much like the previous stream that I edited into a classic video on Sunday. We are covering Victoria 3's gameplay here. Paradox devs. I don't know exactly who's going to be on this stream. At the first one we did, it was 3 of them, Martin, Anward, and I apologise for forgetting the names and roles of the other 2, but they were there, 3 of them. But I briefly looked at the stream that we didn't cover, where they played Japan, and it was Martin plus another person. So they're mixing up, they're not doing the same people, and it'll be interesting to see who they bring. And so yeah, their gameplay actually starts in 20 minutes. We've got a long intro time here to build up the viewers, get everyone ready, and talk about what we're expecting and what we're going to be looking out for. And hopefully time for some of my special guests to show up, because like I've said in my Discord at stream, announcement, it's an awkward time. People are going to work and studying and going to school and all that, so I don't know what special guests we'll get. But even if it's just me and Pie Chucker, we will have a great stream no matter what, that's for sure. Won't we?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a reverse. I'm as fresh as you guys have ever seen me, because normally I'm jumping on these streams at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's only 12:30, so I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls. You're not even gonna be able to shut me up, Spud.
We've got Prime Pie Chucker here today.
Primed up, ready to go.
So what we do here on this stream is I have the Paradox stream open, and we give our live reactions, live thoughts, and live banter. More importantly. Because, what we can do during the stream is quite limited. It's after the stream, actually, on the last one, that we really got torn into some real analysis. But we do provide good opinions and everything during it. But I think the overall reason for even doing this, frankly, is just having fun, to be honest, because it was
just
really
have
fun.
a good time. Yeah, 100%. Because you know, like it's just a good time. You know, they're not, the people at Paradox are wonderful people, of course, but you know, they're a little bit awkward on stream. They're a little bit Swedish, and it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch
yeah.
the pizza incidents. It's fun to watch that sort of thing. Vegetarian boss being fed meat lovers pizza.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
That was fantastic.
And it was, you know, and another thing, there's a few things I want to say about it, which is, of course, when we do this, we're not insulting the devs by any means. We absolutely do not want to do that. We're not. And anyone actually insulting the devs on the stream in the chat will be, you know, gone. You're not allowed to do that. That's wrong. You don't insult their appearance or anything about them. We're just here to talk about the game. You can insult the game. You can insult the content of the game because, you know, that's the topic of discussion and everything. But we're here to, you know, poke fun at them, obviously. We poke fun at them and what they're doing, but insulting them is crossing a line. They're doing their stream. And another thing about, you mentioned their awkwardness and everything, they are the devs. They don't do streaming or presenting or anything for a living. So maybe that explains why they're awkward, because it's not what they do.
Yeah, not like us, but professionals.
We're professionals here.
We just go back and forth, you know, it's natural, time flies. But yeah, I think, I agree with that. Like, it's all banter and all having a bit of fun, but, you know, it's pretty clear, you know, you guys, you know, we're the liners and just being sensible. Because, you know, they're all good blokes.
Yeah, they're good people. I mean, nobody called us out on it or anything. No one claimed we were insulting them. I had 0 comments like that. But I just want to say it anyway, to just drill it in anyway, I suppose.
Yeah.
I was going to say something else, wasn't I? No, just say something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if I've said it, but they are playing Egypt. So
yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen, because Egypt and a lot of the Victoria 2 mods, you know, there's that big war with the Ottomans quite early, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah,
the Oriental Crisis, I believe that's what it's called. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what happens.
One of the main things we do is obviously compare to Victoria 2, because we are coming into this with our extensive knowledge and our position from being from Victoria 2, and my channel is about Victoria 2, and we come from a Victoria 2 multiplayer community where we tear the game inside out, mod it, exploit it, and everything. So we're coming in with, you know, a lot of knowledge of Victoria 2. And one of the things about going into this Egypt game, in Victoria 2 base game, that is unmodded, but with the DLCs and all that, Egypt is terrible. It always dies, the Ottomans kills it, it gets feared or something, European countries eat it. When you play it, you probably also die. You can make a good run of Egypt, actually, in single player normally, but it's not really a country that, you know, deserves a lot more, frankly. But it was given a lot more in loads of Victoria 2 mods, such as HFM or HPM and all those things, where it gets a lot of flavour, right?
Yeah. And that's a lot of fun. Like, I think some of those mods really, you know, flesh it out and make it, you know, like you say, in the base game, it's not really a playable country, but some of those mods really do make it a fun experience. Because there's interesting history around there, especially at that time.
Yeah. Well, it is playable. It's a really challenging one, though. And it's got no flavour. The HPM and all those mods give it the flavour, and yeah, they flesh it out. And what I'm looking for on this stream is, in Victoria 3, they know well that loads of Victoria 2 mods have come out and made Egypt playable and interesting. Will they have any actual flavour for Egypt in Victoria 3 base game? I'm guessing, hell no, probably not. But we have to look out for it.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that they would choose it, as you know, because you said that they've streamed Japan and then obviously the Netherlands, and this is the 3rd country that they're choosing. So you'd expect
they had a poll.
Oh, they had a poll. But yeah, surely the options of the poll would be their most fleshed out nations to play. You'd hope, because they'd be wanting to show us the best of the best, you know, what they have. I don't know. I'd expect that there's probably something there.
I suppose they're not actually doing that. They put a poll out. They wanted to play an African country, and I think the Japan game they did was a poll for the Asian countries. The first one was an interesting poll. It was like narrowed down to Netherlands and Krakow for some reason. It's weird.
That is weird. I feel like they shouldn't have had a poll. Just play Germany, you know?
Yeah.
And let's have a real good look at what's going on. Or, you know, the UK or something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now they've got Egypt.
Hmm.
Someone mentioned the Suez Canal in the chat. Yeah, I want to see what they do for that. I wonder how they tackle the Suez Canal and have a foreign country build it. They have to put it in their market, aka sphere. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether it's just a modifier or something, or whether the country will own it directly. You know,
I
'cause
wonder.
obviously
Yeah,
not,
that's weird
yeah.
because one of the things, one of the big topics that came out of the previous stream and video was the difference between province-based and state-based stuff. The majority of Victoria 3 is completely state-based after they added a huge amount of provinces to the game, using them for almost nothing. And I mean really almost nothing. Very, very, very few things are used in individual provinces in Victoria 3.
Is the population calculated at the province level or the state level?
State level.
Okay. Well, I think that's a shame, because you've got some states, I'm sure, that are, you know, very multicultural, and it's not telling the full story of, you know, something really interesting there.
Yeah. So yeah, state pops are the entire basis for the game in Vic 2 and Vic 3, and in Victoria 2 they were province based, completely tied to one single province. Each pop lived in a province, and in Victoria 3 they're completely state based. So I think that is a huge downgrade, and it's really bad.
I agree. It's really abstracting stuff, because you've got, you know, obviously cities, you know, Vienna, Constantinople, London, which are hugely multicultural and really interesting. I mean, I started playing Victoria 2, you know, when pretty close to when it came out, and I didn't know that much about history at the time, and so
Yeah.
I just look at these various things, you know, and think, oh, there's Irish people in Liverpool. You know, you'd look it up and see what that's about, and abstracting in that way really does remove a lot of detail.
It's detail, yeah, that's really an interesting point. I mentioned on my video how I looked at the names of provinces all over the world, which was interesting, but also, yeah, looking at cultures within them. And Victoria 2 did a reasonably accurate job at that. I mean, sure, there were probably lots of mistakes with provinces and cultures that were in them, but I think they did a very good job, and it requires some historical research. But in Victoria 3, again, it's just, I don't know, that's state-based, and you look at that culture map mode that I showed in the video, and it's actually pathetic.
Yeah, Ridge makes a good point. It's cool to see towns and dynamic border changes. Also, you get some special war goals to separate states and a tiny bit chucked off a bigger state. Yeah, I think the in the mods for Victoria 2, we've got splitting states through getting caused by, you know, decisions. I think that plays more into the detail of, you know, the cultures not being, you know, it's not perfect. You know, not every state is going to have the one culture. It's going to be, you know, abstracting in that way. I agree. I just think it's a big downgrade.
This is an interesting point. One of the ways that provinces are used in Victoria 3 is you can take provinces in peace deals and such. You can also take them in colonization. So you can split up states and take provinces and add them to a new state. They have that there in the game for a limited usage. So what they do is, this was actually talked about in very early dev diaries. You can, when you're taking an individual province out of a state, for example, for a treaty port, it doesn't, since the pops are not tied to that state, they have to use some sort of calculation and algorithm to guess how many pops would be in that province. So they're not actually in the province. When you take the province, it calculates part of the state out into that province, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's something
interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that is going to be a problem. Treaty ports is probably the best example of that.
I think it's the only example.
I think it's the only example. I was trying to think of another one.
And I think Rig also mentioned how in Victoria 2 you cannot take individual provinces. That's true. You can, in war goals, they're always state-based, but in Victoria 2, you had the pops and the cores tied to a single province. I think it would have been actually possible to flesh that out. The basis for it is there in Victoria 2. The basis for more individual province war goals and stuff is there, and in some mods it's fleshed out. But in Victoria 3, the basis isn't there. So, for example, one of the ways it's fleshed out in Victoria 2 is through... Oh, I just realised I've still got my Turkish super chat alert as we get one in here. But, so that's going to show up as I'm speaking. In HPM, FM and all that, when you have a core on individual provinces within a state, you use the acquire core war goal. When you take so when you have even just a core in one state in Vanilla Victoria 2, you will take the whole state, just one province. I have to let the super chat go through though.
E quem virtually guarantee there will be a console port, just like with most recent PDX failures.
Thank you, George. I think just referring to what we're talking about here and then a little critique of Victor. Thank you for the £5. I appreciate that. Wait, the stream is about to start, just as I was talking about. So anyway, in HPM, after you take a whole state, you get a decision going, shall we keep everything we've taken and or not? And then you can give back all the non-core provinces within the state to the person you just took it from. And that splits up states. So there's ways to do it. Modded in there. And there's a perfectly good basis for it in provinces that could be modded and expanded on.
Could have been fleshed out in a really interesting way instead of being abstracted away from.
Yeah, it's there. So I think the stream is about to get going here. And what have we got? Oh. I have to... Let me go into the window. There we go. Okay, so they've got their starting soon. Do they have music? No. Yeah. I'm going to let their music play. So there we go. It's starting. Everything working all right here? Yeah. What's this? Some random... Yeah, everything's good. They've got... I've almost got more viewers than them already, but I'm sure they'll get more viewers than me. That's normal. I'm not expecting to get more viewers than them. It's not happening. That's fine. Also, one of the things at the start of the video on Sunday, I made in the intro that I added to the content, the footage and everything, was I talked about the haters. So there was a big topic about the haters. So the haters are kind of sporadic. I mean, on the actual video itself, here's that classic song, there weren't actually any real haters in the comments of the video where I mentioned it. But there were loads of haters in the stream archive on the Spudgun archives. And then some haters turned out. And then they turned out for my channel, the community post this morning that I put out for the stream. So they're all over the place. They don't. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. It's interesting.
It is interesting. It's strange because our criticisms aren't. I feel like we've been quite measured. Like we haven't been personal or anything. We're just critiquing the game mechanics, obviously. And some people are very, very emotional about it, and I can't really understand why that would be such a big deal for someone to get on, get their backs up so much about it.
It's interesting, and I want to distinguish between what I mean by the haters. I don't mean anyone who disagrees with my view on Victory, or anyone who just says, even just shitposts like, oh, something measured response to what I say, but just the people who come in with lies and they exaggerate, and there's a specific type of comment that I always get, which is just some kind of big exaggeration about how I hate Paradox, and like I'm always, like you said, I'm measured. I always give Victoria 3 credit where it has things that I agree with. For example, the more I hear about the political system, the more I think that that's good. Although, you know, it's not gonna. I don't think it'll carry the whole game. It may or may not. I don't know, but there's always good points. And also, people say I just blindly hate Paradox stuff. There's loads of Paradox games that I talk about liking. For example, CK3 is pretty good. I liked Stellaris. It's good. CK2 obviously better, and I can appreciate why people like Hoi 4 a lot, for example. So I always give credit where it's due, and people spread lies like I always just hate Paradox. And also, they're very negative and hateful towards the Victoria 2 community and the people generally as a whole expressing our view. They just see us as an annoying little nuisance that they need to get rid of to get with the times and get with the future of Victoria 3, get rid of us, you know. We're just complaining because we want something exactly like Victoria 2. There's always that sort of exaggeration and that lie. And so, I don't,
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I think it's, there's definitely some emotional people out there on both sides.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you know, nobody's been able to point to anything specific that we've said that has caused, you know, some sort of offense, you know, because they do make, you know, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen those comments, people making, you know, wildly inaccurate statements about things that we've said.
And also, these people kind of, they shit on Victoria 2 as well, and especially on like the Reddit and all that. The thing is, right, these people the shit on Victoria 2 and they're looking forward to Victoria 3. They don't actually know Victoria 2 very well at all. For example, I posted that meme about fucking adds unprecedented numbers of provinces to the game, does nothing with them on a Paradox meme Reddit.
That was good.
And one of the two top comments and against it, pro Victoria 3, just stated things that were wrong about Victoria 2. For example, one of them said, I hate all the micro clicking in Victoria 2. Building railroads gives me carpal tunnel or something. And then someone, like 3 comments pointed out that you can shift click to build railroads, and then yeah, he didn't realize that. So for example, so people are just wrong about Victoria 2 all the time. Oh, and the comment where he complained about that had over 100 upvotes, so people are clearly agreeing with it. So they're just ignorant.
Yeah, there's definitely a fanboy sort of element, which is interesting because, you know, what's interesting about that, I'm interested to see what the chat thinks. When you look at, you know, recent releases, and there have been great releases, Stellaris, for example, their recent DLC is, you know, that's a really awesome game. I've played a couple of multiplayers of that, and that's been a ton of fun. And Crusader Kings 3, you know, needs some more content, but that's a great game. But a lot of their recent releases have been met with, you know, largely negative responses. But in terms of this Victoria 3, you know, the lead up to the release, it's hugely positive, despite the, you know, the recent products that they've put out and how the consumer has reacted to that. So there's a strange sort of cognitive dissonance there, where it's like positive, but as soon as it comes out, it'll be interesting to see as soon as it comes out what people say.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I have to say again, I'm perfectly willing to see or accept that the response to Victoria 3 when it comes out will be good. I never said it. I never guarantee it's going to be bad. I'm not predicting it's going to be bad and hated. It might be well received. It's fine. I'm not predicting anything. I might put out memes that suggest that, but they're just memes and shitposts most of the time. My actual views are what I'm telling you now. Also, regarding that railroad thing, you can also just let capitalists build them after a certain point in the game. But one of the other main comments against what I posted in that Reddit out of ignorance, and by the way, when I'm talking about these are, I'm not hating on these Redditors right now or anything, or using it as examples of hate. These are just like innocently ignorant people regarding Victoria 2 who don't know the game that well. Just examples of that. One of them questioned, what is state-based in Victoria 2 though, or province-based? Questioning whether even Victoria 2 had stuff that was province-based. And well, most of the game, you know, cores, militancy, pops, which is the basis for the entire game, very important. You know, loads of things, forts, infrastructure.
Yeah.
Of course, lots of the interaction, like national focuses, is state-based, but the entire basis for the game is the provinces. So there's not even a debate there.
I'd say it's overwhelmingly more province-based than state-based, because I think national focuses is one of the few things I can think of that is solely state-related.
Oh, there's loads of stuff. I mean, lots. The game itself, I would describe it as the game, as in the pops being province-based, but ways of interacting with them are often state-based, such as national focuses, war goals, crises even, I don't know, lots of stuff. But, oh yeah, we haven't even mentioned army or warfare yet, which is like the elephant in the room. But yeah, we can get onto that another time, later in the stream maybe. But
there's a question here from Lord of Kings. Spudgun and Piechucker, do you guys think it'll be possible to mod units into Victoria 3 in some way? What do you think of this one?
That's a good question, but we're not really able to answer it, because I've never been a Victoria 2 modder, but there's loads of people who mod in Victoria 2 and even have modded the leak of Victoria 3, for better or worse. I'm not judging that. You know, you could argue that, you know, the leak was terrible and you shouldn't mod it. But the fact is, they're starting to get their experience in of modding Victoria 3. And basically, we'd have to ask those people. And that's why, is there anyone who's in the waiting room right now, Patcha? Because I want those experts to come in and talk about that.
Let me have a look. We've got a gentleman called Inquisitor.
Yeah, so it's just still him. Yeah, he's not a particular expert on anything other than communism. So
yeah.
Just a wee joke. But yeah.
I think to answer that question, in my opinion, I mean, you look at some of the mods, the overhaul mods that they've made for Europa or Crusader Kings, some of those modders can do incredible things within the engine, like make things very different.
Insane.
So, Yeah, like I say, I don't have any particular experience modding, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some really, tremendous mods bringing back a lot of what we're asking for. That's been abstracted away.
Obviously, with whether or not they can mod in the army stuff. So let's say they can even mod in proper armies in Victoria 3, which is like an insane undertaking anyway. But let's say they can. I mean, even then, it's kind of, I mean, God, it's not in the game and they had to mod it in. It's still terrible on the face of it that had to happen. Also, in general, modders absolutely carry Paradox. It's unbelievable. Modders just carry that company in their games. Utterly.
That's incredibly true. I mean, if you think about, the first thing that came to my mind was Road to 56, the mod for Hearts of Iron 4. That adds like a national focus tree for every single country in the game, and it's fleshed out and interesting. And some of those mods out there really add so much. They're almost like
okay.
Hello,
Who have we got here? No Martin.
For another
no Martin
stream or bi-weekly stream. My name is Mikkel. I'm a lead game designer.
I'm Paul. I am former QA manager and now game designer on Vicky 3.
That's right. And today we're going to be playing as Egypt, as you guys
Someone said in the chat Martin was fired.
Right. And let's see if we have... Do you have any plans, Paul, for us?
I do.
He's been edited out of the stream like a Stalin photograph.
Yeah, like a
Martin
Stalin
yesterday uttered the words, "How about another
He's gone.
market rework?" And sadly has taken ill today, of no relation.
Wait.
oh, he's
Oh,
crook.
did he just take ill? I shouldn't talk over them that much, but someone took ill.
Okay, we're gonna play as Egypt.
There's Martin.
Because you guys all want to see me lose to Martin's
Let's just
revamped AI.
Oh, yeah, they did talk
We have
about
one
Martin.
main
Right, let's
goal.
just be
We are
quiet and
not
listen to them
lose
for a little
any
bit.
territory to the Ottoman Empire.
Now, why would we lose any territory to the Ottomans, Paul?
I don't know. There's this thing called history, and we recently had a war with them. They tend to be upset. They've got a bunch of cores and claims on this thing called the Levant, which is very valuable.
I see.
They want it, and we don't want to give it to them.
That's obnoxious.
Yeah,
Alright.
well.
But that's not happening now, right?
No,
That's
so
gonna
we're
happen.
going to sit with that in the back of our head. That basically we're going to want to keep our military funded throughout most of the start of the game.
Oh, whoa.
And with whatever spare funds we do have, we're going to start working on
They're going in guns blazing.
industrializing.
Yeah.
So, first things first, we're playing as Egypt. If we look at our market, we have a fair shortage of fabric and a small surplus of wood. We're going to want to build construction centers, probably in Middle Egypt and Lower Egypt, because they're our main population centers.
Yep.
So they're going to consume fabric and wood. So we should start with that.
Now, we also have the Nile, right?
Yes, we do.
Which gives us some bonuses.
Where does
if
it
I'm
give
not
them bonuses for the
mistaken.
Nile?
I'm going
What
to
is that?
set a few
Modifiers?
things up and then
Yep.
unpause so nobody gets mad at us. And then after that, we can start showing some things.
They're just getting straight into this.
And just gonna go crazy.
All of them are predicted to lose money.
So, tech. I'm gonna do something I never
Don't
do,
trust those
which is
experts.
try and go military tech first,
Yeah.
because we're gonna need every
Military
advantage
tech
we can
first.
get.
So yeah, right. So they obviously are. They're addressing the elephant in the room, which is the Ottomans wanting to conquest their
See
land, and they're
this?
preparing for
Never
it.
do
So
it.
that'll
Not
be
gonna
interesting
do
to
it,
see how
but
that works
it's so
out
much money,
for them.
though.
Look at how much
This
more
guy,
money we got just by
This guy
tech.
seems effective.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
just
he
pushing
seems
lots of
like-
that
buttons.
is true. And I
Like
mean,
people
we can
commented on their
tax
first stream how they
people
sort of
with
meandered around,
this
made loads of mistakes, didn't know what they were doing. This guy means business. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Pretty much.
He knows how this
we are
And
works.
he's
going
not.
to
He's
try
not.
and
He's
keep-
not suffering fools. He's not spending 3 minutes on
keep,
something.
our
And
He's clicking around. I don't even quite
Yeah.
know what he's doing.
He's like me
and keep
playing
a high
Vic 2.
flow. What
Like,
we're
Jesus,
trying to do
what is he doing?
pass as many laws to help us.
But yeah, he did say he was at least previously a
We are going to
QA,
probably
so
go
that
into a
might
prolonged
give some
war.
insight
I
into
like to
why
get
his
national
main job is
Before
to
they got
actually
rid of that
play
team.
it.
helps give us a little bit
Yeah.
more conscription, creates revolution, or gets rid of revolution.
Actually
progress.
playing the game, says Farrington. Yeah, he is.
Start with
He's competent at Victoria 3. There you go.
Muhammad Ali. I'm not going to pronounce that because I'm going to screw it up.
Get is Spambot here?
So
Get
basically,
Spambot to
a
pronounce it.
statue of our ruler.
Yeah,
Get
we should have
prestige.
that. Right?
So one
really
thing I
don't
said we'd
want-
look out for is flavour. This isn't flavour, I don't think. This is just a
Yeah.
generic, you get a
Makes
statue
sense.
of your ruler event that probably every country gets. So I'm looking out for
Yeah.
Egyptian
But,
flavour.
Yes, you were talking about the Nile.
The Nile,
yeah.
yes.
So
Flavour.
Nile gives us some wonderful state modifiers of infrastructure, which allows us to push our starting economy without trains pretty far.
Yep.
And also makes all the agriculture
Okay,
much more
so they've got a
efficient.
Nile
As soon as I
modifier.
can
That's
touch the
pretty
Sahara,
good.
which
And
does the
flavour for
opposite.
Egypt, I guess.
Exactly. But that more efficient agriculture, when you looked at the market a moment ago,
Mhm.
I think I saw some shortage of grain, which seems wrong.
I mean,
I mean, in the sense of
yes.
we should really be exporting grain. We should be a grain exporter, don't you think?
You want to export more
Someone
grain?
says I'm
I
in
mean,
denial
not
about these
right now, 'cause
modifiers.
we don't have enough.
I
But I
mean,
mean,
He
don't you think
disagrees.
we
He doesn't
should
think that
build
they
it
should be
yourself?
exporting grain.
I would.
There's a silence there.
Eventually, the first thing I want to. Whoop, we got some Ethiopian disputes going on.
Oh, there's already
I
diplomatic
would like to
plays?
focus on construction industry
On March
first,
4th?
so then we can use that wood and the fabric to
Yes.
steam power into an agricultural-based industry and basically feed the world.
Mhm.
This guy knows his shit.
Look at what's going on down here.
I mean, he's just... Oh my god. This is a
Ethiopia.
diplomatic play in Ethiopia. What?
Shua is
Oh my
basically
God.
starting to
What's happening?
consolidate.
It's, God, they're making... We have to work to keep up with this shit.
I will only pay attention to
This is
whoever
intense. This
wins.
is so much different from the last one. Damn.
Yeah, we don't want to be
Let's take a
focusing any attention.
I think he's advanced 3 months in game without me even
Yes, we have a very
noticing.
belligerent
I didn't even
He's
know they
pushed
are
about
bombs.
80 buttons as
Everybody
well.
who's willing to
I-
help us. The Russians might.
Yeah, but
But
we have
this-
bad relations with them. That
Yes,
doesn't
but
seem
this
good.
acquire colonies makes me feel like we're going to be a target.
Well, I mean, they're not going to be acquiring colonies from us, right?
something warm water port. They did it last time I was.
I see. I see.
The
Interesting.
Austrians are not going to come to our defense. The French like us, and they want to maintain the balance of power.
So they're trying to get allies against the impending
So,
Ottoman diplomatic
begin
play.
the entreaties to 3 great powers and hoping that in a future tuffle.
Look, they're going to be using diplomatic capacity up there at the top left.
I
Keep
mean,
an eye
or
on that.
at least
to get
don't attack us.
people helping them.
That is as
Yeah.
good as, just as good.
Yeah.
Uh,
What are we doing here?
I am switching up some of the military setup because I'd like to get the modifier, which there is a retooling modifier which decreases its productivity by 75%, and I want to get that over and done with.
Right.
uh,
It's applied when you change,
Yeah.
and then it goes away over time. Yeah.
So I don't intend, or I hopefully will not conscript any of our pops, and I will
Right.
use only the professional military.
That
That's
didn't
my
go well
goal.
for Russia.
And I
Yeah,
will
you'd
give
hope
them
so. You'd hope it work out
heavy
like
artillery
that.
support because I want better defense.
Yes. No, that makes sense. I mean, we can only erase 24 battalions from our
Oh,
population.
they're gone.
anyway. Professional army.
They're gone.
Our strongest.
And also that those 24 battalions come.
Are they gonna come back on their webcam? And it's like 2
so,
new
yeah,
people.
I think
Sorry,
that
those
is
2 have been
one of our
fired. They played the game
companies.
too well. Exploited
The
it.
guy,
Shit.
yeah, the guy who's in charge is like dripping with sweat, pushing so many buttons.
It's maybe Martin will come back.
Well,
yeah.
let's go
Yeah.
all in and start looking at
They're looking at generals and stuff. Whoa, they're
our
back.
generals and see if any of them are.
There you go. There's your
That seems
defensive
good.
guy.
Defensive is
Yeah.
good. I do not really care.
One thing I'd like to know is if those generals are generated or they're starting default generals like they are in Vic 2.
because now's the
I
time.
want to know that.
Flat
And I don't know if we
terrain
can get
should
an
be
answer
around.
unless it's in a dev
Well, that
diary.
would be-
Maybe someone in the
Oh,
chat
that,
would know.
that guy. He has an impressive beard.
Also, chat, how's the audio? When I speak,
I
can you
wasn't
hear me
thinking-
loud
Oh,
and
no,
clear
bad,
over the
bad,
devs?
bad.
And when I'm not speaking, can you hear the devs all right, basically?
That guy. No, not that guy.
No, the one we
that
kept.
guy. Ooh. Right?
Oh yes, because it's the French advisor to the Egyptian military.
That's right, that's
Yeah,
right.
he's the
Oh
scripted
my
individual.
god.
Yes.
Scripted. They've got a scripted French advisor.
Go through.
Oh, there you go. First bit of flavour.
Ourselves a new
Okay, everyone is saying the audio's good. That's great.
traditionalist is not what I want, but it's what I will accept.
This gameplay has taken me by surprise. They're going so fast and they're going well into it, but I'm ready. It's not like I'm flabbergasted.
Supply here is
Yeah, shock and awe.
great.
They're going for a different sort of strategy here.
Nice.
Get ourselves some.
If you spend 2 seconds on every screen, maybe people won't notice anything.
Or we're gonna probably end up fighting. Let's check. Let's see. We have
Definitely not smooth
15
mouse
years
movements.
already,
Quite
and still
quite rapid.
can leave those defensively.
Like
Why
like I
did
said
you
though, this
choose
guy,
to,
his job has
retire
been to
those
play the
guys in
game. He plays the
particular
game.
and replace
He's
them?
one of us.
Why did I choose to do that? Because
I mean,
I'm
I wonder what he thinks of
I've
Victoria too.
practiced that.
Not that they ever mentioned that
And
game.
I don't think it's very
openly.
feasible for us to go on the offensive against the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah. Oh, so you got rid of guys with offensive.
He seems
traits,
almost mildly annoyed by the bloke
not
asking what he's up
because they offended
to. Has to
you.
explain himself, slows him
Just
down.
on a different
He does not want
They
to be
were
slowed
offensive
down.
of a different term, yes.
Yeah.
It's like me playing a
But I
Vic 2
also am
multiplayer
going
game
for
when there's like a new
this
player
guy has
and they
supply,
have to be my ally in a
consumption
country.
production, and
Why
since
did you
we're
do
going
that,
to be
Spud?
using very high-tech artillery.
Should I mobilize?
That will help save us some money and make sure that we can keep the troops supplied. It
Can we get a
also
body
is
language expert to analyze
very
his
hard to
erratic mouse
supply
movements?
any
I just
army
analyzed it.
invading
I'm saying it
North
shows him to
Africa.
be an expert
Because
player.
we have this wonderful thing of
An
the Sahara
intense map
Desert.
gamer,
Yes.
just like us.
So hopefully that will work.
Fair. We just passed the National Guard.
Yes.
That was quick and cheerful.
They just did that politically.
That was. And
Politics.
also, the intelligentsia hates us for it.
Looks like there's lots more radicals than loyalists.
Well,
Where's
yeah,
that?
5%.
Just under
There's
legitimacy.
not
It was
much of a
there and
chance they'll
gone.
revolt,
Right.
he says.
And they're unlikely to get bigger under our rule, right?
Well, that's the funny thing. Is I
No
kind of
police.
want them to get bigger. Oh, I'll take a look at the input shortages.
Why is that? You want to build
Because we
universities?
have a giant amount of insufficient taxation capacity in
see.
Egypt. So we are losing about 20%
They
of the
didn't
taxes.
start by talking about
Specifically in
Egypt
lower
being
Egypt,
an
yes,
unrecognized
because
or
of,
recognized nation, and I was thinking about that. What
iron.
is the status of them? I don't know.
We have an input shortage. here.
Seems like they can do a lot, so
But
perhaps they
Can
are a
we even
recognized
build
nation.
iron mines in
Well,
Egypt?
recognized and
Yes,
unrecognized,
we
I know that
have
they
iron
can both do the
mines
same.
in
There isn't like a
Jerusalem
massive
and
mechanical
the
difference
Sinai
between them like there is in
Peninsula.
Vic 2.
Nice.
But the
But
problem is
they
we're
still
in
need
the
to talk
midst of
about it. I'm
building
interested
a
to
lot
see.
of
A
lumber
lot
camp.
of logging.
But
camps,
it
yeah.
sort of
If we
affects other
import
countries'
some iron,
opinions
we
of them. They
probably
think of
want
them
to import iron.
lower.
I would like to import more.
Is
than
I,
three.
I don't even know if Egypt
That's
isn't a
correct.
recognized or unrecognized nation
let's,
here.
Now
not
we
sure.
can
It-
expand
it looks
our
like they're
regional
hemorrhaging
rights.
money.
Surely there must
Someone
be.
says people who don't recognize it are in
If
denial.
you take a look at the iron good, you go into the iron good panel, we can see where it's being. Yeah, go to detail screen there. You can see where it's being. You can't.
Gotta
see
love
it
that
from
it
here.
ma- oh,
so
it-
annoying.
The
Go-
back button is gone there. I
If
know. I know how to go through it the other
What?
way.
Yeah.
Glitch? Bug?
Watch
He
the
doesn't
being
need the
gone?
buttons.
fail at their own
He's
UI.
memorized
Go
it.
go into the market.
No, I'm going to do it my way because I'm now stubborn.
All right. There
Very
we go.
much cheaper.
Now we can see production. So now we can see, right. So the UK, of course, are producing.
You saying that, Spud? Very
a
much cheaper?
I don't know. What?
I'm just looking at
the iron map mode.
So it would be
The Iron said it was very much cheaper.
market.
It's
Oh.
interesting. Tin
Iron,
phrase.
they've got a bit of a free balance. Could. do
Someone
have any
says, I hope the game is very much cheaper. Nope, not happening.
Don't. On the.
Funny enough, we're already trying to trade from them.
What?
Why is that?
Why is that unproductive?
So they're already
Because
trying
it's
to trade
taking
for
a
iron.
large number of convoys to move.
Where are they
Just to buy
taking it
iron.
from? British market. And they're really doing that
There's
badly.
your answer.
Wow.
That was interesting.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to
We're gonna have to
dig
go
our
wrong.
own.
Yes. Okay. Multiple things going wrong at once. Let's slow it down.
Let's slow it down. They're already halfway through 1836.
As much as I want to prioritize softwood, we're going to need some hardwood production for
Yeah.
military-based goods.
Do we have arms industries in
We
Egypt?
Obligatory
do,
mention of
actually.
whether the menus in that are
Just one,
clunky.
though,
Is it
right?
just me? Or
More
is the
than-
menu actually
Oh,
smaller on this
flavor
stream
We have a.
than
we
it
have
was
a
last
It
time?
looks,
Never
yeah,
mind.
it does look
Probably have-
better. That seeing him
Nope, we have-
navigate
We
it.
have nothing. We have
Perhaps
nothing.
it's, you know, like I was saying, shock and awe, but it does seem
That's not correct.
better.
And also.
Hey, have you noticed the fact
But I
that
just
our
mean in
entire
terms of the
industry is
size of the
missing?
UI. Is that just me? I mean, it's still
It's
quite
definitely-
bulky. They might have scaled it differently this time. It's still
And
rather bulky, but
shipyards.
at the same
They
time,
have nothing.
And we
these
have nothing.
menus on
That's
the
why
left side
everyone's
do
throwing
look like a
down
reasonable
these
size, and the
that
map is still
Yeah,
taking
you're
up
not
the
even-
What
majority.
did he say?
He's not having to scroll at all.
A few
People in the
minutes
chat
ago
are
he
saying
said,
that they have
let's
scaled
run
it and
on
changed it.
1.0.
Like,
Yeah,
again,
because
it's
we
probably
wanna-
down to this guy
this
being
one is
the
not
actual
my
player. He's
fault.
probably scaled it to a better size, being the player
I
who
wonder
knows the game.
if there's any arms in this. How come they?
Yeah,
Which
haven't?
kind of
they have it.
casts some doubt on
Why do
what they
I
were
not
doing
do
for their
this?
first ever Victoria 3 release. Like,
Who
having people who
sabotaged
don't really
Egypt?
know how to play the game that well couldn't scale it right. But this is more of a
It's funny. We have agriculture. We
Like
have
a
resources. This is gonna make
presentation
this, like,
criticism towards the
much better.
Paradox
I
devs
can
than
blame
the
the
actual
Ottomans
game
very-
itself
very
here,
true.
but
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, my only criticism is that he's not really explaining too much. He's not suffering
It's
fools.
in the game files.
That's
to
true.
show
He
the
is
system.
going
It's
through
just
stuff
like
quickly, but
showing up
they are doing some explanations, but they
in
are
this
going
screen.
quickly.
because it wouldn't
Yeah.
show unless it existed. We were
Right?
supposed to have
Yeah.
government, admins, our ministries, paper, textiles.
So
all-
they exist, but they're level 0 for some reason.
Yes, yes.
That is curious indeed. So
Somebody said, I
wondering if
like how the
there's more
webcam
to
covers up
go
the
check
massive
out
amounts
the
of
files
useless
that
notifications.
quickly, as opposed
We
to
can
trying
still
to
see most of those down
start.
below them.
I mean,
Yeah, we can.
fast build.
Oh, I could cheat, sure.
Look, they're cheating?
Oh,
That- wait,
they're
whoa,
cheating.
wait, what?
Just gonna ignore that.
Come on now, what are they? They just
You don't
cheated
see
live.
this.
They just gave himself
This is not
10.
happening.
Government
No,
administration.
No, I don't actually remember what the numbers are, so I'm gonna make them.
I think
What
you
are they
oversized it.
doing?
I don't care. I may have oversized that one.
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact reason they
Um,
decided to cheat. Whether it was cheating to get out of a bug or
I
cheating
want
just
some
for convenience, but I don't
I
know.
put 10.
No, in
What I'm actually looking for
It's
is
because
just
they didn't have any government
funny enough,
administration or
the-
anything.
Yeah.
There's some sort of
they
bug.
start.
I'm going to try and listen to
because
what they're
that'll
saying
tell
for a
me
little
that there's
while. Let's be
traditionally a
quiet.
factor
Yeah,
or something.
okay.
no, exactly, yeah.
So
No, it
I'm
makes
basing it
makes-
off of that.
Makes perfect sense.
But we are going to need some shipyards. That is kind of a big problem. Because none of our trade works. That's why we can't get anything productively.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any shipyards powering our ports, and that is annoying.
Yeah.
And yeah, 8.
All right. Do you think we're good to go?
No, but
We
What?
can always-
What the-
we'll see how
cheating?
that goes.
Cheating? They just cheated again.
Now I have a reason to complain when it all breaks. Oh. Gotta give it a second for everyone to
Yeah.
fire
So
up.
what I'm getting from this is maybe they started the game with a trade route for iron from Britain, but it
This
was
is
really bad because they didn't have ships and convoys to do it, so they just fast built shipyards. Am I correct?
Yeah,
I think
that's
that-
the thing we were
yeah.
originally talking
I think they were
about
meant to
is
start
that
with
we
these
have a very
buildings and they
angry
didn't. It was a
intelligence,
bug.
Yeah.
and
Seems like they
more
also said or
they're
implied
gonna
that they
get a
should
lot
have
more
started with the
clout
buildings, which
because
is a
there's lot more
mistake
government.
Yes.
in the game.
When is the
Which will be
Constant Command
fixed, but
DLC
still,
coming out?
I don't know.
Anytime.
It's not a good look, but
Just play the game.
it'll be fixed by, this.
Alright, they're reasonably happy. Speed this up.
Yeah.
And again, like I said on the last stream in the video, they are asking us to pre-order a game where they're still
Start
like
digging
bug
into
fixing
what it
live
is.
on stream.
Now we're losing some.
What is it, 3 weeks till it comes out?
Industries.
What's that?
Our-
month?
our arms
Just over a
industry is
month.
incredibly
Third-
expensive
25th.
Just over a month.
because
of
they're not
October.
hiring enough.
But
Because iron is still
they're-
incredibly expensive.
yeah. So iron, yeah. But I mean, they're still making money hand over fist.
Hey, notice
selling
how we can
arms
get
to
more
the government.
iron? Because we have
Yeah.
convoys. So let's get some from Morocco, some from the British.
Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, why are you trying to cheat in
Reference.
convoys when you can
As a
just
reminder,
import
to
stuff over
here
land,
and-
guys?
Um,
Come on.
why can I not embargo?
Check the waiting room, Paishaka. Who's there?
To have more.
Because we're
Oh yes.
Please.
improving relations
no
with
one.
too many people.
Oh
Yeah.
God, we don't have any special experts. Just
hard,
me and you. But
uh,
like I said, that's fine.
Hard ask.
That's perfectly alright.
Improve relations with 3 great powers, or do we tell the Ottomans?
Everyone, like I said, everyone's at work.
Now, what are
school,
they
or
trading
studying.
with us?
What are they trading?
Why do we even care about embargoing them?
To send a message.
Because
they're
another option would be if they are trading with us, then we could just screw up their tariff balance.
They're not really trading with any of us.
We're fine. Let's wait until they do.
Hey, look, our economy is starting to recover.
Yeah, it's better.
my God, they
Turns out
recovered.
Also
we
because
have
we're
some
not
industry.
constructing anything because we fast constructed everything.
Yeah, after they insta builded
We
everything.
are still
They
in a
cheated
shortage
and they're
of
making
iron,
money.
so let's
Insane gameplay.
pop down some in Palestine, and you may be like, hey, why are you not building it in other places? There's 70,000 peasants here, which means there's going to be a workforce. So while this isn't very productive, it will catch up faster.
Yeah.
Though Eritrea is not bad.
Also, building those iron mines taller instead of just spreading them out over the country is going to lead to some.
So they're
nice
also building their own
scale
iron. Are they going to fast build those iron mines, or not?
Remains to be seen.
This
We
this
are
content just
implementing a
writes
fleet.
itself. I mean,
Why are we
last
doing
week,
that, Paul?
not last week, but in the last
Keeping the
one,
people down.
we had the fucking pizza
Not
scandal,
quite
and now they're
like
literally
we-
cheating. The
I-
cheating scandal. This stuff writes itself.
I expect that
Do you
we're
know
going to
why?
have to
I might have missed this, but they only list 2 cities in all of Egypt, Mecca and Cairo.
I missed that, so
don't like to give the landowners any power.
I'll see if I
come
can
back
see
to that.
that.
Have a look. Yeah.
Want to reduce radicals from standard of living decreases and state penalties because
Right.
while our standard of living right now is decent,
Yeah, actually.
there's our 2K viewers. They're well above me. Little old spud
but,
gun.
I expect when we start increasing taxes or if we get lowered trade,
I wonder how their
rating
chat
of
went
that,
when they
we are
cheated.
going to suffer.
Does anyone have any info?
How is our budget looking at? Is it?
They said some people were upset, and then some
Technically,
people were
it's
saying we
fine.
saw nothing.
Don't read into the numbers too much.
Yeah.
It's really we're spending so much on
Yeah, yeah.
It was
construction.
about half and half.
I honestly could probably up taxes a bit and keep building a little bit of a stockpile.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also not paying our.
Someone says,
Yeah,
"Wait,
but
I just got in
isn't-
here. Did they
is that-
literally open
that's not
console
gonna
and
come
cheat?"
back and bite us.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they
It
did.
can only come back and bite us if we.
What
It's
would that be
already
in Victoria
history.
too? It'd be I and C.
Yeah.
The
Instant, for instant
population
construction.
dropping issue.
I don't even know.
we
I've never
have in
used that.
Japan, it has to do with the fact that they're not very good.
I have used other console commands, mind you, but that's particularly to.
Check the population.
This is a random tangent. When I'm making videos and I go around getting maps and stats and stuff, I tag switch to get to different countries. That's about it. I use sometimes I use debug always Diplo to get people to accept peace deals to check pop numbers. So I know how. I know some console commands.
Hit and pretend it's not a bad thing.
Insider
My
info on
favorite
Spud Gun behind the
You're gonna do
scenes.
the charity hospitals, aren't you?
Yes, because
You know what we could do? You know what we could do instead?
what could
It's
we
too
do?
late now
No,
because
we
you've
can-
already done this.
No, we can do
But we could abolish child labor.
You need as many people.
Hmm.
The parents go off to war. The children.
This guy's a
go to
realist.
mines. It's
He's
not
a realist.
great
He's
way of
fighting for
living,
Egypt.
but It's 1837. It's
It's a living.
acceptable. If we're going to change
Shall we
child
abolish
labor,
child
we probably
labor?
should touch,
No, we
I
need
don't
as
know,
many people as we
serfdom
can
or
get.
The slave
Wow.
trade and the things I'm kind of ignoring over
yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Human rights.
Kind of like this guy, to be honest.
It was a different.
sure, yeah.
Chat. So a lot of our trade routes have.
He's laser focused.
started
If he was
using
playing
perpetuity
Victoria
because
2 in the multiplayer
Yep.
community, he would be known
Because
for
we're
great
building our own
micro.
industry,
Yes. Our military goods are still expensive. That's
Mhm.
because we have input shortages.
Muhammad
of
Ali's
food
strongest soldier.
and ships and all of that, which we are trying to work on. It all kind of connects. If you look here, we've got tools input shortages. Tools require iron. I don't even think I fast built the tool industry. So
Red Call says I
Yeah.
cheated on Macedonia streams to get more infamy.
House arms,
Did I use
how
debug
are
yes
our
men?
arms
What did I use that
industries
for?
looking? We have
But I definitely
none.
used it for infamy. Infamy. In a map painting stream, I either cheat to get rid of infamy or I just wait and nothing happens and I can't map paint.
okay,
So
we have
there's
video
your options.
evidence that I have.
I remember.
Wait,
a
wait,
bit-
wait,
Something
sorry.
destroying our,
Sorry.
our manufacturing industries.
What happened? I fucking missed it.
When we-
Fast build again.
He's
Yeah,
cheating, but
yeah,
he said
and I
something
can
like a glitch
just hear
happened.
My QA team,
Yeah.
well, my ex-QA team, screaming in the background of, "We didn't test that specific part, Paul." So
Shit is
we
being
don't
glitched.
know.
Buildings are being destroyed.
And you also played
Glitched buildings are being
Yeah, but,
destroyed.
I mean,
And the bot just said, "You
I
can
played
pre-order
it
Victoria
yesterday.
3 right now.
Yesterday
Click
on my
link."
machine.
Jesus.
That's awesome.
Somebody has done something.
Now, this is not. Forgive us. Now we're
No,
we're,
no,
we're
QA
now we're
brand
trouble. Now we're troubleshooting. Now we're QAing. this is only happening.
Game's
once,
literally
right?
broken.
That is the interesting thing. It is only our industries that are self-destroying.
So the question
Can you
is,
seriously pre-order
is
this and know that it's going to be a fixed
cheating?
working
Well,
game
I am
on
cheating,
release?
but,
Can
Let's
you?
switch to
see
the
if they
Ottomans.
destroy.
What?
fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
You're not going to get destroyed when you're looking at them, Paul. You have to close the window down, pop it back.
Somebody said it worked on my PC.
Nope, they are.
So,
good.
Didn't happen
still
in the
there.
leak then.
No.
It didn't happen in the leak. Yeah, it
So
worked on my
very-
I mean, if we had one of the people in the
Might-
one of our experts who has
might be
played the
Egyptian
leak, I wish we had their input.
Someone
Yeah.
scripted in something.
Neither of us have
on
played the leak.
monthly pulse destroy all buildings in Egypt, just for our playthrough here.
Someone pointed out Hagia Sophia in the chat when they were playing Ottomans. I missed it.
I mean,
So that's a special
we
building.
could just do that, but it's not as fun as figuring out where the problem is.
Yeah.
This is why we're paid to do this.
We still have those arms industries.
You're
are
not
you're
paid
okay.
to do the QA team's job,
Um,
actually. They're literally not. He's not in the
I
QA
would
team
like
anymore.
to
This
take
is not
the
their job.
to
They're doing
down
promotional
check
streams
different versions,
to play the game.
because there's nothing we can do this.
Yeah.
He's working ahead of his pay grade at the moment. Or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
You want to load the save up and
Oh, they're loading saves.
I don't think
They're
the
actually
saves will
troubleshooting
work.
we
a broken
might
game.
have to take
Live.
a
This is-
5-minute intermission.
Yeah.
We might have to take
Oh
a mod
my
intermission.
god! This
Okay.
the level. I could be shit talking them right now. I could be absolutely tearing this apart, but I'm just being nice. Just let it happen. You know, I don't need to say a thing to say. I just don't need to say anything. So anyway, it writes itself. Yeah. Jesus.
Paradox chat. Paradox chat's just Fs. Lots of Fs.
This is insane. Wow.
He pushed Victoria 3 to its limit with his frantic clicking, and then crashed the game.
I mean,
So
it
it seemed
just
like the issue was buildings wiping themselves out.
yeah, it seemed to be that. Seemed to be buildings wiping themselves out.
Victoria 3, another example of not letting a good player shine.
He was too good.
He was too good.
He was zooming along there. Probably, I mean, considering this game's not out yet, could he actually be literally the best Victoria 3 player in the world?
On the planet.
There's no reason we can't assume that. I mean, I don't know how much many of the people who've played the league are. They've probably gotten good, but
That's right. That's a title there for the cut down of the stream.
ooh,
Best Vic 3 player on the planet.
but
Breaks game.
Victoria 3's best player breaks game.
Someone said world champion versus leakers. Perfect.
Anyone who's gotten really good at the league are only good at the league. This is their latest. Well, I don't know if this is the latest version they have, but well, maybe it is. I don't know. Who knows? Best Victoria 3 player breaks game and cheats.
If we make a video of this, the bug perfectly just before the bot saying that you can pre-order Victoria 3, that is just incredible.
Where did the bot say that?
In their chat, they've got a moo bot who just is repeating you can pre-order Victoria here.
Right.
And it came in just at the perfect time, just as it's completely shitting the bed.
I'll go in their VOD and find a screenshot of that for a video. I don't know. Alright, so I had a super chat. Ghost, thank you. If I can scroll properly here. For the $2, appreciate it. No bugs and glitches, pre-order DLC. Maybe the special edition has the bug-free version of the game. Insane.
Unlikely.
I'm actually in a way, I'm sort of speechless at this.
Me too. I don't know what to say, to be honest. I jokes aside, jokes aside, I mean, this is a shambles. It's actually kind of hard to make fun of. This is really bad.
It's almost like you pity them. I mean, the players, those two guys are doing fine. Can't be their fault anyway, but it's not their fault. They're doing a good job. They're doing their best. So there's no reason to shit on them. But the game overall and the whole thing as a whole is a bit embarrassing. About to get... Oh, it's actually appropriate that I've got the Turkish super chat emote because we're kind of rooting the Turks to kill Egypt here. But thank you when this alert comes through. Here we go.
Vicky 3 pontos.
Neil Panjane, thank you very much. Oh, the sex bots are in my chat. They're even on the screen. They're now showing up. On. Do I have a mod in the fucking chat?
You do have mods, YouTube mods.
Do I?
Yeah, I think the Kiwi blokes, yeah. There you go.
Tartars has got them. Thank you so much. Is that still going to show up on the VOD or anything after I down? I don't know that. Interesting. Anyway, so this sort of reminds me of things breaking in Victoria 2 and crashing in out of syncs and like mod issues.
Maybe that's the part they kept for us. Just a little piece of home.
Yeah. How broken and exploitable you reckon Warfare will be on release? Well, I reckon the whole game is going to be massively broken and exploitable. But Warfare, I don't know. Just one little... So, who's in the waiting room? People are telling me to check waiting room. By the way, I'm not just taking everyone. Is it zombie? Oh my god, zombie.
I'll add him across.
You pull him in.
I don't have move powers.
Oh shit, you don't? Oh god, I'll do it.
I don't have move powers for some reason.
Zombie.
Hello. What's up?
Have you been watching this?
I was watching the... Well, I just got on. I wasn't on before. But I just saw the ping and stuff, and I saw, like, right when they began switching countries, and I understood something was wrong in the test, in the stream.
Right.
Could you give like a brief overview of what actually
I will, but first, Mars Lord, thank you for the €2. Supporting the Ottoman saboteurs. Everyone in my chat, we, officially, 3 of us, my entire chat, this stream, is officially supporting the Ottomans to kill Egypt against the Paradox devs. In the most sportsmanlike way, of course. So, basically, the issues. They were just playing along normally. The guy who was playing, an ex-QA member who's now part of just the general dev team or something. He's so being an ex-QA, he plays the game well. He knows what he's actually doing, Zombie, which was like a huge change from the first stream we did, right?
Yeah.
You get that. So, by the way, Ghost, thank you so much for 3 months of membership. Brendan Fraser, Egypt Flavour deal. Oh shit, they're already back.
Again.
So, quick rundown. Buildings were deleting themselves, Zombie, and they had to fast build new ones. Okay, that's a rundown quickly. Now let's listen to them.
And we have a few theories, but we are going to do the time-honored...
ban that idiot in the chat.
Turn it off and turn it back on again. Right, Paul?
You could have said it in such a more professional way of like, we're professionals, and we looked around at the script and we're like, clearly it's not broken, but we turned it back on and it didn't look broken, so we're going to try.
On a fresh restart, it looks like they do have all their industries like they're supposed to have, and we couldn't get it to fail the second time, so we're going to keep trying from the beginning. And
quickly go back speed and catch us up, and then, you know, if it fails, honestly, if it's a country issue, then worst, if push comes to shove here, we will just grab another country. Is your Victorian economy not working correctly? Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, exactly. That's what every economy needs, a little reboot.
Someone in my chat said that on their Japan stream, which is the one we didn't cover, a coalition of Austria, France, Russia, and German miners were beaten by Prussia.
Rapidly
actually
doing our stuff.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
France likes us.
It's just like in Vic 2, you know, in Vic 2, the AI German tends to like win as well.
What the hell are the
Pretty funny.
doing?
The same thing is true for Vic 3, I guess.
Britain's at war with China.
There's just some war over some things in China. Nothing of importance.
Sort of thing.
Nothing of importance.
No. Cool. So we're passing National Guard again.
Yep.
And
doing some iron mines, getting some
nice.
Oh, they did that again.
Screenshot.
Screen cap. Screen cap.
We do. But I also don't want to bankrupt
One proud Bavarian is really angry in their DMs right now. How am I supposed to fucking promote this broken piece of shit Paradox?
As much money as possible.
You can't give me this.
Martin's swearing at them.
Like, it's very interesting because that bug that you just described, where like the buildings kept deleting himself.
Martin's resignation letter.
I don't believe that was in the leak. That's a new bug, I think.
Ah, right. So yeah, what we were talking about whether this bug was in the leak or not. We wanted to get confirmation and info about that. So did you ever experience that?
No, the only
I'm not
way
sure
that
you're
buildings
ever
got
doing
deleted in the
things
league is
correctly
when
in
you like
life
a
if
civil war
the
happened,
bourgeoisie is
and
the
then
one
like
behind you.
the other civil war country deleted stuff. But that's the
Right.
only
So, in
scenario
other
that
words,
happens.
when haters say you can't judge the game from the leak, fuck the leak. Yeah, sure, we can't judge the game from the leak. The leak is better than what they actually have.
They're
It's
happy
probably
if
just
they
because
don't
they
anyway.
probably mess around with the
They're
buildings,
content,
like
yeah,
the
I know.
code, and
So
that's
if we
just probably just a
tax
bug they
tobacco,
somehow missed before
coffee,
the stream,
you know,
and now they're
bust your
suffering
clothes
for it.
like
Suffering.
Imagine if they release a game more broken than the leak.
Frustrated with the legal
I mean, they'll probably fix that one. What I'm more worried about is like it's all the other bugs that we don't see that they won't fix
Yeah.
in the stream.
So
It's
they've
only
got a
monthly
political
release.
event.
Didn't work with
But
you.
again.
This devout ruler.
It's the
is a
IGs.
royalist, though.
Scandal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like anybody who supports me, so we're just going to pretend he didn't have.
You actually get a lot of those
Yeah.
events, by the way. It's
What happened to our
you get at least like
I
few one
didn't get
a year.
Türkiye,
You just get
Türkiye,
at least in the
Türkiye,
league.
Türkiye.
In case.
Hadeyash, thank you very much for the €2.
That is nice. Morale damage.
Turkey number
reduction
1.
is
I
gonna help.
stream Turkey in the
For
Cold War
those
every Friday,
who
don't
are
I, Zombie?
joining us, fresh
I
for
believe
this
Tune in for them.
run of the game. What we're
Oh,
trying
another
to do
thing
here
I want to comment on is you see
get
this general
the
tab with the high
offensive
generals,
line
right?
up and
You can
going.
only
Yeah.
get 2 options,
Expected something
and
Yeah,
like,
that-
the
yeah, yeah,
options
yeah.
are
For the
like
Ottomans sooner
if you've
rather than later.
played the league, you can't
And
like
while
it's
we're
so
not really
annoying.
interested
Like
in
if you want to get a
going
specific
to wars
general,
with them,
you
we
just
do
can't
wanna
get it.
defend
It's
our
just
borders. So,
Okay.
from a specific interest group.
So
It's
when
really
you're
bad.
assigning a general to a strategic region, you get 2 options. Are
We're
they
gonna
out
But it's
of...
when you hire
Another
one,
thing
yes. When
you
you hire
do
one,
So you're
you
hiring
get
a
it.
new general.
make sure that we have
Yeah,
the
so
right
when you hire a new
production
general, you only get
methods
2
on our
options.
military buildings.
And if you hire a general for a different strategic region, you
Have
can't move it to
we,
another,
by any chance,
like
lost any buildings?
because like the way the military works with like brigade splitting is really weird. So if you hire a general under, let's say, one strategic region, right, you can't take brigades from another strategic region and put them under his command. Like it just
Right.
automatically goes from.
Jesus. Pie Chucker, how
Yeah.
many options for generals do you get in Stellaris, do you know? When you recruit a new general?
Oh, 3, I think.
I believe it's 3 in Stellaris, typically, yeah.
Yeah.
So big downgrade from the game that this is really a sequel to.
It's really
He's
annoying.
playing on 5-speed, which is awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's zooming
We're
through
just
it.
a line infantry.
It's zipping by, yeah.
But we need to get the small
I'm
ones.
curious as to when the
Small
Ottomans
arms
will
industry,
declare.
if you notice
I
here,
mean,
it's
don't
very
give them time to
expensive.
fucking
Yeah.
build up. Attack them
think
now,
there's
Turkey,
some-
come on.
Because an input good
There is a
shortage.
decision that the Ottomans get
Right.
when they get cores on Egypt. I don't think they start with
Self.
cores on Egypt.
That's not
I think they will only do it after a
Honestly,
certain amount of time. When I
They start with
recall
claims,
clearly.
you're right, Zombie.
Yeah, or claims. It's called like homelands or claims or whatever. They don't have that to start, from what I understand. You have to wait like until you get a decision, and then you can get access to them. So you
Someone
do have to
questions,
build up.
Randomize it.
Listen.
The second country on the list, I believe, was Zulu.
I think I have found a menu bug. There's probably what's destroying it.
A menu.
Egypt's coloured in, so does that mean that they
This was
are a...
here. Not like was it not
recognized
here 30
country?
seconds ago?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, but
Going
listen,
back
they're finding the
through
bug.
Some
Listen.
an interface is probably what's destroying this.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it's my favorite.
Maybe
Maybe it's my
right.
favorite UI view.
Yeah, it might be.
But I like it. I like it so much.
Might be the downsize button being triggered.
But it doesn't exist for half of this. All right. Regardless.
We are actually going to switch country,
Okay.
and we will be going back to playing Egypt once this is fixed, right?
If-
Like not in the stream, but
No.
another time in the future, we will play Egypt. But for
the
for
menu
now,
took our jobs.
yeah. For now, I think
passing
we're
the-
switching to Zulu, right?
Passing the law should not.
Switching to Zulu.
They're switching to Zulu. I mean,
That's a
I welcome that.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting, I guess, but I was
Zulu.
hoping for their Egypt
Small,
playthrough.
unrecognized
When I
Yeah.
fucking
Kelly,
do a Victoria 2
wherever you are.
campaign saying, oh, I'm playing Prussia for this campaign, I don't
But I
go
also
20
want that
minutes
bug
into the stream and go, sorry,
'Cause I know it was
So
why is that Lithuania?
not to be
Why is that Lithuania?
Uh,
Wait, listen.
Lithuania, if I get that flag correctly, and somebody's gonna correct me if I'm wrong. We have
So they
this thing
noticed it.
called the British Empire near us, under the Cape Colony.
Why am I
and
getting
Portuguese
Fs in my
to our
chat?
north. And
Somebody said you
Dutch
beat the
border
bug by
states
playing a nation with no
were
industry.
west.
Smart.
Not a lot of fun.
Oh, right, maybe that is what they're doing.
Why is the
I mean, the thing
capital's
is, like,
name heavily
mechanically
influenced by the
speaking,
Dutch
the
Afrikaner
like
language?
the fucking
Because
farms and
we can't
factories
have
aren't that
dynamic
different. So
namings,
like
and
theoretically,
somebody
it'd probably
put
be
this
like the same
here
thing with
They're trying to take my stream down. My stream cut out for no reason. I have no idea why. I'm fine.
DDoS attacks incoming.
Yeah, city names do not.
How about a bit of
Support
720p from
do not
Paradox
support dynamic
for a while?
localization
I don't know.
Yet is the key word in that sentence.
They definitely have improved the UI though, that's
So
for sure,
Zulu,
compared to the
we
leak.
have
I guess
our
that's one of the...
forces. We will stop bolstering them just because.
But that is to be expected, I suppose.
Wait, they
Isn't it?
didn't start a new game as Zulu. They're literally in the same game, 1837.
Yeah,
That's
so-
right.
You can
Just
swap
kind of a
text
nation
very
without
easily in
much of
Vic 3.
tech.
It's just like a menu button.
There's
Switch
Yeah,
not
but
a
I'm
lot of
still
call for
wondering why
change.
they wouldn't just start a game.
Imagine that.
I don't know. I mean,
Look at
I
our
guess they
tech.
just don't want to start over.
There's not a lot of
I don't know.
tech.
They just don't want to
So
start.
we are going to want to push through rationalism and academia as soon as possible. To get
Yes,
you-
also he's knowing the meta. The meta is this
Otherwise, we
rush
look
universities.
into, tech
Yeah.
spread, which is also
um,
really bad given our
tech spread is-
literacy rate.
Yeah, I mean we.
They've
can
got the Lithuanian
promote some
flag. Russia's
social
going to
mobility,
invade
which will
them.
help with some education excellence, but
Mhm.
it's a small rate. To
Lithuania
increase.
is part of the
Yeah.
Russian Empire. What the fuck? Get in here.
We also want to do
wonder
the
how,
agricultural industry. That'll even.
They messed the flag up because the flags in
effects are
Vic 3 are like different.
Now, why?
It's hard to explain, but it's
yeah,
pretty funny they didn't.
that's
They
good.
missed that for the stream.
When you looked at the state panel there, the expand manufacturing industries button is grayed out. Why is that?
We can't build.
Apparently that flag
No,
is a
we
conjectural
have
Zulu
no
flag from 1884. What does that even mean?
Don't have manufacturers.
They don't even have the tech to build manufactories. Somebody says this is why I didn't vote
We are-
Zulu. I
Is that
wanted
more
a somewhat
important
developed
than
nation this
rationalism?
stream.
No.
Okay.
You need you look. By the time we build that, we will have built a logging camp.
Zulu, of course, famous for
Gotten
being
this.
warriors.
We need.
Let's see how much war they do.
Alright.
We need paper. We need so.
Not
many
much.
things.
Probably not much.
All right, I believe you.
Joseph, in
Now,
your chat
our
Spencer,
cash
Zulus
reserves-
are about to become Reddit intellectuals.
Yes.
Now,
Also,
is
that
because
city
we
is
think our
already
cash
called
reserves are really
Peter
small?
Maritzburg,
That
which is the
probably
Afrikaans
the
name.
case.
Oh,
Our cash
they're
reserves,
using like the
yeah,
modern
small
like
95,000,
Anglified whatever
Now
names.
here's the fun thing. Do we want to go?
That's probably why it has
crazy,
that
or
flag,
do
'cause
we
that's
want
probably like a
to
flag
try and
after they were invaded by
industrialize
the
and raise
British
the
or whatever.
standard of living
That's
of
why it's
customers as
tricolor.
fast
I don't
as
know.
possible.
Or the Dutch. But,
Yeah.
Spend more money, Paul. I'm working on spending money. I'm asking questions of our goal.
It'd be funny if that's still in the final release, like they don't actually get a
Industry?
real Zulu flag.
Get real.
Too many people are saying crazy.
Yeah, they get.
Yeah, I
get real.
think
The
industry is
Zulu
going to
flags
take
get around.
more time than crazy. So
Yeah, but industry is more fun than
Well,
crazy.
Okay,
What were
I'm
you
being
thinking?
told that
I was
this is a
thinking of
real
actually getting rid of our
authentic
barracks
Zulu
and
flag.
our
Okay, I'll give them
military
that. But
and
Peter
trying to
Maritzburg's wrong.
turn this into a trade
At least
outpost as
until
fast as possible.
they're
The goal
conquered.
is to get standard of living as close
Sadly,
to 20.
you
It's
know.
like in Vic 2,
Okay,
we should
I'm going to
definitely
all
do
the
this.
now the benefit that we
the
do
names
have
of the
is
American
we actually
Midwest were the
have
same, even
some,
if Mexico owned it. I think it's the same thing here. They
plantations
probably
Yeah.
don't
that
have
we
that
can build here,
in
right?
yet at least.
The other benefit that we have, let's
I mean, that's not a
like,
big deal
I'd
anyway.
like
I mean,
to
loads.
get
Yeah,
Not a big deal.
it's not a big
It's
deal.
and make
But I
sure
was
It's
just
just
pointing it
something
out
funny.
because it's kind of.
it doesn't
Yeah.
go crazy.
It's a funny little thing, but it's fine.
If I actually reduce,
They are going to. They are trying in general. I'm about to wade into some topics here, but they are generally trying to be
So I'm
really,
gonna
you
play
know,
at speed
inclusive and all
5
that,
and
and more
4, we're gonna
inclusive
try not to
towards the
cause too
people who
much,
were
because the smaller
typically
nations,
considered.
what we're going to have
natives,
to do is
quote
pull in
unquote.
the levers and waiting for
Yeah,
some
they can't get their
breakthroughs
city
to
names
change
right.
things. Now I could
in
do
the
early
Mm.
game,
Yeah,
in
that's
the
a good
early
point.
game, and I could do that, and it could
They
be
used to have
very
a maybe
slow,
they'll
and we
fucking
could
do it in like the
talk
last
through all
month.
of
But
the
honestly,
actions as to why,
since they
but
gave it
also
that name to
doesn't
begin with,
allow
I'd be
for the
surprised
most
if they changed it
riveting
before
process.
release.
It's a tiny issue. People,
going to be
the Redditors
Yeah.
are going to hate me
We're
for
going to
picking
get
up
rid
on
of our entire
meaningless issue.
barracks,
Yeah, the game just
bump
broke,
into
so
multiple
there was always
construction
the game
industries,
breaking.
and
That's a
try and
bigger
go
issue.
bankrupt as fast as we can.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be
Oh.
mods for like
Excuse me?
historical.
They showed that
That's
again.
Hear that? It's not an exploit.
A DM from one pub Bavarian.
standard of
Zulu?
living is increasing.
Really? I wanted my
It's
Egypt
because
video.
we're not taxing,
Yeah.
and also
Honestly, I don't know why I didn't play like some like.
He's already done all the commentary for it. He just needs to put it in the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
I feel
I'm
like
putting
you
up
should have
the
played a
Kenny.
bigger
They don't
nation though. I
care.
feel like Zulu's kind of meh. It's very
Right.
small.
Right.
So they will go.
It was the
with-
second voted for thing in the poll.
Oh, it was?
we aren't
Yeah.
going to
Oh,
be able to
never mind.
make- why is
So they are-
currency so high?
When Egypt failed, they went down to the next highly voted one.
22%
I guess people really do want to watch them play Zulu. I suppose.
Literacy
It's
23%.
It
Yeah.
is.
Literacy is
Oh,
like much more like I guess they
because
calculate
of
like use
we're doing
historical
social mobility.
values.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
So like it
increasing
ends
the
up being like
education
China has
access, so that's
20%
gonna keep
literacy or
popping up.
10% or something, which is
Kill
what had the
England
big
just
two.
like the Zulu did
Um,
IRL. Well, kind of hard to do
yeah.
that since I just got rid of the barracks.
Yeah.
Whereas in
You're
Vic 2 it's more
going
like
to-
Also, we have
abstract,
to
it's
wait
show
for them to
development.
come. I don't
We
think
don't
we're
even
going to be
have
doing
the-
any
we
naval
don't
We don't
landings.
have the tech for a
Numbers
port.
fast.
Well, we don't even have the tech for ships.
Yeah.
We-
Yeah. No, we're gonna have to
Oh.
to build up
Lundi
a
is
little
right.
bit.
There you go.
But now we can build some industry.
Margate,
Yes,
that's
and
wrong.
We can also reform
Margate.
our economic system.
The great
so we
Zulu
can
city of
eventually
Margate.
if anyone supports
It's like in
it.
Vic 2 as well, while the names.
So
I
here's the
think
thing,
even Vic
is
2 has
people
like
who
historical
support it,
in that
the
specific area.
0.1%
I
would
could be
the
wrong, though.
industrialists. They won't support it
Okay.
till we start empowering them by building.
Right, because
So
we
we don't have any industrialists because we have no.
Do you think the king of Zulu is watching this stream?
So first things first.
Shaka.
I do want some con plantations.
Maybe his
because we're
No,
going to
I
get the industry
mean-
going for construction.
Guys,
That's even though this-
today, to this
can
there is a
see
king of Zulu
productivity
today.
keeps going
He doesn't
down,
have any
it's
legal
actually
power in
pretty
South
viable
Africa. It's like a
doing.
ceremonial position.
You're going to want
There's a real
to
Zulu
do
king
your
today.
basics.
There's some
Yeah,
education.
so-
That's interesting.
And because
Yeah.
we have
It's like a ceremonial type
we
thing.
have
I
a
see,
few
it's-
logging camps, not too many, but we don't
Yeah.
have much.
Honestly, I'm
demand
surprised
for
at how
wood
much money
outside
they're
of
like
construction.
No,
So if we
construction
we're making, now they're losing money,
of
but
our economy here.
because
Yeah.
they're not
Yes,
even
that
taxing anyone. I
coal,
think. I look at the
is
tax
what we're
before.
going to
They're
make
still
money
making a lot of money,
Oh, nice.
or were rather.
Someone
before they
gave the
built.
name of the king in the chat,
There's
which
a
I'm not
lot
going
of
to say
coal over
because
here,
I'll butcher that one.
and we're going to try not to go back.
It's a great name.
There.
And our gold reserve is depleting rapidly, and the reason for that compared to
I
other
wonder
nations
what is their current
because
king called in game.
we
They-
have
They've
so
probably got
few
the historically right
buildings
king for the
with
time. I
such,
mean,
small
I'm
cash
curious.
reserves
Maybe.
that
Mm.
we
I
just
believe
don't
they
have
didn't have
enough
all
capital built up
historical,
in our country that we can
thing. Maybe
borrow
they've
against.
added it now.
And the gold
Let's see
reserve
next time they
also
go
is
to diplomat- to
dependent on
government.
that. So,
Yeah, and
They've deleted
I'll
the
be
barracks, so I don't
honest,
think
it's one of the
he said, "Should we go for a crazy thing or an economic
nations with
build
these
up?"
nations.
And everyone in their chat
I'm
said crazy,
kinda hoping one of
and he
them's
went,
gonna go, "Hey,
"Economic
one
build
of
ups
us
for more
to
fun,"
take
and he
the
deleted the barracks.
for fuck's
Right,
sake.
because I wouldn't.
Like, they should be building
if
like
we
a
got into
like
their,
more wood because
economy,
right now they're
yeah, it would
losing a shit
allow us
ton of
to
money because they don't have any
specialize.
wood.
They should be killing the
Right.
Boers.
yeah, it would be pretty cheap.
Yeah.
I mean,
for
yeah,
one of
they should
those
be doing
big
that as well,
powers
but
to
Which is
do
it?
that.
Just
They
I'm
pro-
LARPing about them in the
Buy
game.
out our debt.
they
No real
probably get their
statement.
ass kicked though
Uh,
because they're very.
But then we would owe an obligation to them.
Against
Yeah.
Transvaal and
I would be
Oranje?
hoping that they would
I don't
take
know.
an
Yeah,
obligation
I mean,
to
I don't know.
the
It's probably a
market.
50-50 because
That's
you
a
can't control the
gamble.
war. Remember,
I'm not
so they get
100%
coin
sure if it's
toss.
going to work. We
So
could
I guess they just
also,
things
you
come
know,
out.
raise our taxes a little bit. Look at our consumption taxes. Liquor.
Someone in the chat says classic Brit wanting to kill the
Having
Boers.
played
Now we
Egypt
killed them
just where
both.
You were making so much money, and then
sorry.
you go over to Zulu. It's like
yeah.
that's not
Tough.
even. It's not worth it.
Now we can make money taxing furniture. Why on earth? Why can we do that?
Why can we tax furniture when we
Where's
know
that furniture?
that
I have
furniture is coming
a
from
diary
the cottage
of
industries?
my like
Right.
great great
Okay. Which
great
is
grandfather who
expensive.
Yes,
was on one of the
that's
ships
why
from
we
New
are
Zealand
building
to
a
fight in the Boer
furniture
War.
factory
Right.
and a
So it
textile
it
Wow.
looks like
because the best way
it
for
You need
looks
to show me that
trading
off stream. But yeah, go on.
is to use
it looks
all
like the
possible
max
incentives
price
to keep our
is still
industry going.
50% above base
Because
price. I just wanted to
furniture
comment on that
requires
'cause I saw
wood
it
and
real
fabric,
quick.
which
The
when we're not
tooltip.
constructing will then
Right.
keep these in
And
place.
I know that probably doesn't mean much to you, but
Wait. So they've got some good Zulu names there, and there's an affair.
yeah, the point.
I don't know. I don't.
Oh, it's one of those like
Deal.
I don't think it's a big
intergroup
deal
events as
either,
well.
but it was also the like. I just want to stare at the camera of the CD who wrote this, and
CD.
just be like, cool.
Something
Somebody
developer.
Fire him. You fired him.
Yeah, I fired him. Look, a general.
They
that could be
immediately
trusted
fired
to
the
not
person
fall
who
down on
made
top
that
of a
decision.
woman
Based, I
cannot
actually
be
like
trusted to
Paradox
stand up
now.
at the front line.
all right. That is all right. I will buy that argument. Good.
But they have to do that
Content
zero.
designer.
I'm gonna actually.
Oh, dude, they
increase
literally
my
removed all their
construction
barracks. They have no
a
units.
little bit. It'll
Really?
slow
For
everything
fuck's
down.
sake.
Yeah.
They
but
did that.
We are reaching the point where we.
They I guess that's why they're making
want
money
to
because they have literally no
Yeah, we
military.
need to maintain
Okay, now I
Crazy.
guess I'm praying for the Boers or
But
the British to
even
attack them there.
though
So-
we have
They
not
should, yeah,
gone
yes, no-
bankrupt, it
I
is
mean, they
still
can
possible
mobilize,
for
but
someone
not
to
much.
offer
Are you able to look at another country and
Yep.
see what
Yeah.
build barracks they have?
We're being told we
Yes,
have
you
a
can click on the
reasonably
state,
unhealthy
or just like the
economy,
country will
that's
tell you
fair,
how
because
much they have.
While even though
like
we've got
If they click on the politics thing,
a,
it'll tell them
surplus,
what they have.
positive surplus, we
politics.
have more than 60% of our credit being utilized. Yeah.
All right.
Zulu
Add this
University.
to the list of things I want to build in the future.
Building universities is like a meta
Eventually
because
we
without
get
them,
to
before you get them, you have like
University.
no
Oh,
research.
cult-
What are we
Cultures.
researching now?
89%
There's,
Zulu,
funny enough,
5% Xhosa,
because
something
there's
else.
been- There's
Didn't
funny
see it.
enough
It's
a
very quick.
movement to enact legacy slavery from the intelligence, the trade unions.
So they want us to.
Apparently the
Oh,
in-game
that's
Zulu
right,
king is
that-
called
that-
Sigismund
oh, I know about Cuyovo,
Kestautis, which is a
recorded that one.
Lithuanian name.
Oh,
Really?
right.
No, probably just joking.
No,
IGs that
it's
are
trolling, it's there.
ethnically
No,
marginalized.
it's the prince is Dingain Zulu. but
They
that's
want
the
to
prince.
get rid of the slave
It's,
trade, but not fully get rid of the
yes.
slave trade.
Right. So.
Oh god,
limit-
this is... Oh my
so
god, I'm not even
don't
looking
bring
right
in
now.
any more
Jesus.
slaves.
The slave trade, I'm
No,
gone.
no,
This is too
no.
controversial.
I mean,
Does
it's not
Zulu
got a
itself
good
have the...
chance the landowners
Zulu
won't
itself
go
has slaves.
I mean, they do,
radicalized,
yeah.
but
I think that
personally,
I think that is historical because
Slaves
most
are
African
really
nations
bad
had.
for standard of living
slaves
because
back then.
They
don't
just
pay
abolished
the
it to an
wages
extent.
deserve.
They just got rid of some slavery.
So
Well, they're
we're
trying
going
to. I don't think they've
deal with
passed it
that.
yet because that's like a thing you have to go
romanticism.
through. But they've begun
Right.
passing it now. It's like a
What do we want? Democracy.
Look, there's even comments in the chat already about
Sorry,
it. Oh my
um,
god, that's exactly
no,
the sort of
actually,
comment
no,
I was
no,
worried
mine
about.
is
It's just
lying.
too controversial. Why?
Congen.
I
How about shaft?
mean, at least it's not about
Well, it's
American
It's
slavery.
gonna happen anyway. Why?
No,
Yeah,
it's
but-
not.
Yeah, it's about Zulu slavery, that
I-
very
yes,
well-known
but
topic.
I'm not going to be able
Yeah.
to build a shaft mine right away. That being said, prospecting.
Now they have it. Yeah.
So they have to research the mines before they can actually research.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was a
god.
very high
I've
success
just gotten a
chance in the first
50,000
Yeah.
Indonesian super
Almost
chat,
as
which
if-
is 3 quid.
Look at that.
50,000.
That's great.
Wow.
Just seeing a number like that gives me a jump scare, though. Fucking hell, 50,000. Oh, it's a devalued currency, just like the pound.
What we got? Any good
That's some
questions?
commentary. Ouch.
Thank you, base department.
No,
Good question.
chat's
the
all
Indonesian-
just kind of talking to itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a
What
bug
does the
with
R
Egypt.
stand for?
The
Rand?
buildings were being destroyed. That's what we get for playing on hot code and wanting to show off the AI.
Eres Defani 3 Squid.
Can I get a mod to
Let's look
ban the
at
sex bots?
diplomatic
Fuck me, do I have to do it myself?
Sorry.
We can ask to become Portugal's protectorate.
Yeah, they won't accept. The goal is to get them where they're happy enough to do so. Great
Oh yeah,
Britain
Portugal,
also
of course,
won't
right
accept.
there with their
They're the only
colonies,
two.
Mozambique.
to it.
Forgot about them.
No, because
Yeah.
if you look into the logic,
Kind of funny how you can ask to become basically a
they are
puppet.
going to only start
It
wanting. them
might
if they're
be
already trading
necessary
with
to
you
protect
as
you at
customs
some level.
unions.
It probably would, yeah. 'Cause they have no
difference.
army.
We don't
So
have any.
anyone
trade,
could just
we
attack
have
them
a
and kill them
cautious
if they
attitude.
want to.
I've got another, I
We
think
hope
it's
that
Turkish
they,
lira.
Change that. We're improving relations, hoping. Let's go for prospecting.
Mr. Pogon, thank you very much for the 50 try.
British pound is like the only
Cool.
currency losing
Is there a
value to
chance?
Is
Turkish
unspent
lira.
innovation wasted? In
Is that
the
actually the
you
lira,
have
though?
selected? No, it goes
Because it is a
into,
Y. I don't know what a Y means
tech
here.
spread, doesn't
Your
it?
tech spread, yeah.
Thank you for the 50 of
Exactly.
those.
you
So
don't
what's
have
50
to
Turkish lira
immediately
in pounds?
switch
I
up
mean,
your
once upon a
tech,
time you would
but
all
it
laugh at
is
the
a good
Turkish
idea
lira.
to,
Oh, that meaningless currency, but he's
focus in
converting
on
it into
as
pounds
much as
for
you
me.
can, right?
Might be
This
worth
is
something.
one of my favorite events. for
Sorry, I'm
options.
not
2.5
talking about the
pounds.
game. I'm talking too much to my chat here.
Uh-huh.
That's one of these
What are they
events.
doing?
Yeah, so this is one of the events you get when you're
because they
passing a
want their
law.
jobs
They
to
can
be
either slow it
protected
down or
because
increase the speed of the pass.
they're
Accurate
worried.
painting of the Zulu
Yeah,
Parliament.
Right.
I'd be happy to assist, but unfortunately
So
this
basically
requisition
there
form
is
has only been
absolutely
stamped
no
twice. You'll have to
management
file a
or
complaint
flavor
with the regional
difference
ombudsman,
between
who is currently very
recognized
busy
and
optimizing our new filing system.
nations.
Yes,
They just
Jay Murphy,
invented
thank you very
Russia.
much for the €5.
Yeah,
It
they're
seems like
already
that.
here.
Every
Yeah.
country's the same. Even in Victoria too, Unciv
Yeah,
nations
we
had
can
a
mitigate
different
and
play style,
concede and be
but
like,
it's all the same
okay,
in
we're
Vic
gonna
That's a good point.
Keep them in, or like get back to work.
Like
And the answer
unrecognized
is-
nations, really the same. The only difference is that people can
Now
kill
we
you
have no
easier.
chance of success.
Like basically the demand concession
Eh.
equivalent.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for in
Now,
this
if you go in
playthrough.
there,
Yeah, I mean,
click on that.
maybe the AI is
So,
very passive because, like, I feel like they
there
would
is
have
a possibility. There's a 50%
tried to kill them
chance
by
it's
now,
gonna
but they're
go
probably just
debate,
preoccupied
which
doing some other
might
shit.
mean that we
Fair
will
point.
get
Yes.
something, some positive outcome after. So it's not like the end of the road here.
You know, you don't have to go here. You can
Zulu
also
Trade
just go
Union Pacifist Democracy. Oi.
Right now, Neopangean, it's happening. Thank you for the
Oh, no, it's
$2.
over here because we have multiple.
50 lira is £2.50. Nice.
50% chance that we're going to debate and be able to concede something.
That's a coffee
Our
sorted.
furniture factory is almost complete.
Yes. We've only bankrupted a nation for it. We're close to
They
it.
bankrupted the nation.
We're running a positive balance.
build one furniture
Doing
factory.
fine.
If you
It's
disappear,
probably doing fine.
Yes.
Although they
Yeah.
probably should. Actually, wood
and
is
you can
fine
see
because you
we're
can see the
already starting to get
price. It's like
employment, it's ticking up.
with the
Yeah,
coins and
that's
stuff.
looking good. Prices are doing well.
They're actually
Yes,
fine.
it's going to
But
help keep fabric going. And if we look,
They're making
at
mad money.
these
Yeah.
industries, you can
they're
already
actually
see
doing
with
quite well.
Yeah.
clothing
For the
and
Zulus,
even
I think.
furniture. It's starting to see a
The only
Chat's-
problem is you only have
because
one
you get
state, and it
better
sucks.
Chat's just
So,
shitting on
which
Paradox.
is
My
nice
chat
'cause
or
it
their
means that
own chat? It's
People
hard
are
to
going to
tell.
be moving out of the subsistence farms and into our industries.
We have 140,000 people, and we want to make them better.
Fialak, thank you for the $2.
Communities,
I'm going to do
fugitives,
multiplayer on the day the
hidden
game
away in
comes out,
remote
if you're
areas of
asking
Zululand
that.
have become targeted
Definitely.
local slave
Thank you.
holders, fearing they could assist in potential
It's
uprising.
gonna be a victory spot gunner game.
We'll see, we'll see.
Check on text.
Yeah, so that guy was referring to the Paradox Twitch chat is shitting on them.
I'm.
Oh my god, look at this
I
painting. What
refuse
is going
to
on?
play the bad
Slaves.
slaver.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's one of the
Just
loading
also
screen
because
art as
we
well.
literally enacted, like,
I think.
legacy slavery.
Yeah, we're moving.
We
But what are they
direction.
shitting on them for?
Abolition.
Like, is it because they're bad at the
Textile
game or because they
industry
don't like them? Like, what's the
Is not
thing
yet
they're
up.
shitting?
Well,
'Cause I don't
they,
think it's
Is it
that
being
bad.
confused?
they
Actually.
moved away from Egypt, which is what everyone was just starting to get into, and then they moved to Zulu,
Oh,
a
right.
famous warlike
Playing
nation,
at speed
and they're
fast,
just
we're gonna
building
a
up their
lot more
economy
rounds
instead of going to
faster.
war. So there's that.
Oh yeah, I get that. I mean,
I
Egypt would have
don't
been way more
focus,
interesting to
no.
see. So yeah.
Yeah,
They're
to be
upset about
honest.
they're upset about the bugs, and they're also laughing at the bot. I'm spamming the pre-order link.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's listen to them. Let's give them a bit of time. We haven't listened to them much. Let's see what they're saying
I'm not
right
sure
now.
if we're going to be doing that before release. I think it depends on multiplayer stability.
I wouldn't know how multiplayer stability currently is.
I think it's looking really good now. The last report I heard. But
I heard QA laughing when they were doing multiplayer testing
Mhm.
this morning,
Yeah.
which is either a sign of it's going really
No.
well or it's going really bad. Like,
think
there's
it
no
was-
in between
yeah.
with that.
But it was not flawless. There were no disconnections, I think. But
Textile mills is
Interesting.
So doing MP testing. All right.
did you?
Don't worry, the community have been doing that as well on the Elite build.
Yeah, they
let's
have.
see, this is-
Yeah.
There were no
this is
disconnections, but they
interesting
weren't talking to each
because
other in the in-game chat, which doesn't exist.
that could be
Yeah.
downsized, but if
Actually,
something
do
is
they still have an
sitting in the
in-game
construction
chat? Because
queue,
if they don't,
yeah,
that's
I
you
don't
they're
know. Maybe they
using-
do
size
now.
it,
Maybe
then
they
it
do.
will
Using
disappear
cheats.
from
Oh
the
my god.
construction
Yeah,
queue.
not using cheats. Using.
Right.
I think. I
Wait,
know
did they
who
just
it is.
cheat? They just cheated.
Yeah, they used fast build, which like instant
Again.
construction.
He says
too.
he's gonna try and find a way to blame Martin because Martin's not here.
They basically build all the buildings immediately.
Blame Martin.
It's probably the.
I guess they just want to
construction
get the game going because
queue, and I bet it
takes
is
forever
the
to build
people
stuff
in the
maybe on
construction queue.
Zulu.
What?
Because I keep seeing the little. I saw a null object. Yeah, live QA.
Alright.
You know,
Null
I'm not
object.
supposed to be doing QA anymore, but once.
The build menu is fine. In the League build, the build menu is like super bugged.
Yeah.
So they have really
okay,
fixed most
so
of
yeah,
that.
it might be
I'm not
that.
cheating.
Or like the
on
builder queue, I
QA,
mean.
There's
Yeah,
a
the-
difference.
Democracy. We didn't order any democracy.
Yeah, but the tech did spread,
Yeah.
and we let it.
It happened.
Democracy.
happens.
Almost a bureaucracy.
The state is called Zulu Land.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that yeah,
Zululand.
that's the state name. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
is it called Invictu?
What is
I can't
going on
remember.
No, it's just
But-
called
It's a bit
Zulu,
of an
right?
Economy spiral. It's
And because the
it's kind
country's
of
called Zulu, I
understandable,
think Invictu, but is the
Possibly.
because
state?
we're not.
I can't remember. Is it state?
This again.
That's an interesting thing. Twice.
Yeah, that's just one of the generic
Sounds like CIA meddling.
passing law events.
We've invented.
There's a lot of them. At least when I play the League.
So
as
we
well.
just don't pass laws.
There's a lot of-
So whoever on chat multiple times ago was like, "Hey, maybe it's because you passed a law." I know what it is, though. I know exactly
What?
who caused this.
Yeah.
Because we have the.
Let's not name.
We're no. This is
Um,
not a shaming of a particular dev and blame, but because we were fixing the checks for most likely barracks and ports, which are
Zombie,
based
the
on
stream is coming
law,
through on your audio.
Downsizing
that
of
we were
buildings.
downsizing buildings based on that.
Zombie!
And so what it's doing is it's going, hey, you changed the law. What's the maximum number of buildings you can have for this law?
Yeah.
Oh, 0, and it just destroys your industry.
Yeah. Yeah. and that's happening when you pass a law.
They're throwing a
Okay.
developer under the
Well, I guess
bus
we're not
live
passing
on stream.
laws.
Can you guys hear me on the Discord?
What?
Yeah.
All right, good.
I'm just listening in.
Just, listening to them,
How are we gonna be
or
playing
trying to without it going through my mic at least.
Passing law?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Also, is anyone
I-
in the waiting
look,
room?
It's your job to fix the problems.
I
I
think-
simply
Oh, there's a
find
bit of an
them.
argue going on.
I think the question here is, can we
No
save
one's in the waiting room.
and
Who, they're
load
arguing?
this up in 101?
Is there enough
Guys, what's happening?
about that?
The
They're
devs are
arguing.
arguing about
There's
who's like
2 more
fucking
hours.
Whose fault it
Okay,
is?
there isn't
whose
enough.
fault, like what's causing the bug, and they said it's because when you switch a law, like it sets your max buildings to like 0 on some
Yeah,
buildings, and they
fresh-
just destroys
fresh-
them.
fresh
Supposedly,
beta key, so-
that's what they said.
yeah.
Listen.
Alright, cool. Thank you. You've turned my screen off so I can start.
So we're gonna need another brief intermission,
Yeah, we
and
can-
then we're gonna try to come back to the same game or Egypt. I
Much
don't know.
love to. We'll let chat figure it out in
Yeah,
between now.
yeah. You guys figure it out.
The absolute.
I'm actually.
That's the line
Hi.
right there. That's the line.
I'm surprised at how many technical problems they have this stream. Like, because last time it went mostly flawless, from what I remember. There was some issues, right? But they never had to like really pause it and then like have it pause because something went horribly wrong. But man, this is some really hard code or something because damn, a lot of broken stuff.
Sure, let the chat decide. Hope they don't spam Z, says base department. Oh my god. 3 weeks to launch, 4 weeks to launch. It's between 3 and 4 weeks, really. I think. But,
It's on October 25.
no,
right?
chat, don't you fucking start. Don't you start. Hey, chat. Hey, chat. Time people out, mods. No, this is not acceptable. Just because I don't have any fucking active stream mods who ever show up to my fucking streams. You're all getting mass timed out. Sorry.
Classic stream chats.
Just any other letter is fine. And if you put more than one Z, that indicates sleeping, which is fair as well. Okay, just do that. Honestly, all my stream mods for YouTube are fired. All of them. They're all fired. Let's scroll up and see what the super chat is. If the pizza incident was enough for a 20-minute video, this stream's good enough for 20. But well, the whole video wasn't about the pizza incident. That was just a section of it. Thanks for the £5.
If the pizza incident was enough
So
for
let
a
me see.
20
So what I
minute
think
video,
is
this history is good
interesting
enough
actually,
for
and I
a
know I
movie
didn't get to comment on this much, but in the League community patch build, the community patcher set like the max price, like 75% plus base price, but they actually haven't changed that in the actual build. It's only 50%, which means that you can probably get away with a lot of stuff. Because remember, you know how like there's like infinite goods, right? Like it's not like in Vic 2 where there's like a limited amount of goods on the market. You can actually consume more goods than is being produced, and if the max price is only at 50%, you can actually consume a lot more than is being produced without much of a penalty, which is
By the way, someone said in my chat effectively, Paradox is about to have a bigger war than they had in game. Oh, wait. On timeout, they were just spamming Z for Zulu. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Massive amnesty to all the people spamming Z in my chat. It was for Zulu, which it is in the phonetic alphabet, by the way. Z for Zulu.
Z for Zulu.
So, Pie Chucker, thoughts?
Yes. Wow. What is there to say, man? It's just the professionalism as well, where he's like, I know the guy who fucked this up, and the other bloke went, well, let's not name names. and
Martin?
and then towards the end of there, he said, well, it's actually your responsibility to be fixing this. It was like, the guy on the left really didn't give a fuck. It was interesting. I mean, this is you'd have to say that this hasn't gone the way that they wanted it to go.
I actually, this might sound weird, but I actually like it a little bit because it feels a bit more like it's kind of like they're kind of improvising it a bit instead of everything being scripted. Like a corporate
Well, there is always. I have to, say I do appreciate that side of it. With most big games and companies, you get boring, corporate. Everything is pinpointed to perfection. So that there is that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that will probably be my main favorite part of the stream.
So I have to give them that, which was the same in the last stream. Thank you, Neo Pagan. Yeah, thanks a lot for the $5. So I have to give that. I must make no mistake that I am supportive of that. So, and the fact that it's actually devs doing the stream instead of marketing people.
Yeah, you got people who actually know how to play the game on it as well. Like the guy who was.
Well, they had that this stream, but not necessarily the last stream.
Yeah, not the last.
Like I said, that guy. I forgot. I have to apologize for forgetting his name. The guy who's sitting on the left. He is an expert at the game, playing it like a madman.
Yep. I don't know if it was him, but the guy that said that he wants to go for university immediately, knows what he's like talking about.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, I think it's the same guy.
It's good to see people who've played the league who know the game doing the same things as the devs. So like, people just know how to play the game. Baylac, thank you very much for the $5. Do you think there'll be a lot of replayability in SP or MP? Well, given that every country is just the fucking same, it's not going to be that replayable, it seems to me, in single player. But for me, the replayability in Vic 2 comes from multiplayer. I can't bear playing it in single player that much.
I think that would be like in single player there'll probably be more replayability than Vic 2, but like probably not that much more. I think the main thing with Vic 3 is that they're trying to like sell the like the overarching mechanics, right? That's like basically you have the same mechanics for every country, but the mechanics are supposedly pretty flexible from what they've said, right? And you might get some interesting like playing the US as opposed to China. But I mean, I think if you're playing the same country, I don't think you'll see much like difference unless you're playing MP, of course. In which case, everything is different because people do different things. So yeah,
mods will always add replayability to any Paradox game as well. There's that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the MP side of it, though, I think this game will probably require the most modding out of any game to make it playable in MP. Looking at the systems, specifically looking at the diplomatic systems themselves. The diplomatic systems are kind of like if you try to cram Vic 2 rules into a mechanical sense, but it's like only for single player. So you have all kinds of weird stuff that's like diplomatic plays, like you can't join wars mid-war, you can't. There's all this stuff you can't do, which you should be able to do in MP, and you need to like somehow mod that in and mod out all the other stuff that's like only for single player. So I think it could be interesting to play in MP if you mod all that stuff out, but it would take a lot of work to do, and it would basically just be like a sort of a city builder where you compete with each other on resources mostly. It wouldn't be like Vic 2 have like these high it'd be very different, that's for sure.
High octane tense wars and conflicts. Diplo. Thank you, HTT Sun, for the 4 months membership. Appreciate it. So yeah, again, we've been here for 2 hours now. The 2 hours has actually flown by, and it's been really fun.
It has, yeah.
I think they said at some point they had two more hours left, so they're finishing at 4 o'clock my time. So 2 more hours.
Damn,
if they can actually get a game going, 2 more hours of it, I think. And we'll stay here for all of it this time.
I'm actually surprised that, I'm not surprised, I shouldn't say surprised, but I hope that they fix the Egypt issue, because playing 2 hours Zulu sounds a bit uninteresting for someone watching the stream. It sounds a bit... Like, Egypt, you got a lot of stuff going on, right? But
no, that's not... They can have a good, interesting playthrough with Zulu. If they can't, then that reflects badly on the game.
They did all the barracks, they're not going to fight. Yeah. That's my prediction.
There's not going to be a war, I don't think so.
Someone says that Victoria 2 absolutely busted and awful on launch. Infamously so. Well, I can't remember the launch of Victoria 2, I wasn't there. Probably. I'm not saying it wasn't. And the DLC definitely made the game more and more playable and better. No denying. It doesn't really make much difference though. That's a Paradox issue. You can't release proper fixed games on launch.
Yeah. From looking at it, I think honestly Vic 3 probably won't have that many bugs on release. I think. I know it sounds bold because they just had a fucking game breaking bug on stream, right? But like this kind of stuff will probably be prioritized, if it's on stream and stuff. I think the main issue with Vic 3 is going to be it's very bare bones on launch. Like, it's not going to be a ton of extra stuff Like, you're not gonna have any Great War mechanics. You're not gonna have any extra like specific late game mechanics, like like Great Wars and all that stuff. You won't have that until DLCs probably. Not even talking about the warfare
Oh,
system.
they're back. But first, Neo Panjane, thank you for another $5. And talking about the flavor difference, they're back on Egypt.
We are going
Oh,
to
they
be
are
playing
great.
Egypt again because we think we have figured out the problem with
Listen.
the hot code,
Let's see.
or rather the QAs that were watching the stream figured it out for us live as we're going through. So
Bless the QA team for live troubleshooting.
Yes.
And we are back to a older and safer build, which is the one that is most likely going to
Well, they
be
didn't troubleshoot it
closer
then,
to
they
the
just
release
kind
as
of
opposed to our
did an
100
old
patch.
build.
You just rolled back the version, yeah.
What the other one was.
They
So
didn't
for those
import
who
the
were
save,
like,
so
"Oh,
they're playing
no,
back from January
game's gonna
1st,
release broken."
1836.
No, it
Well, the
won't.
game would
No,
probably
it will
break if you
not.
imported a new
So we're
save onto
releasing
an older
different
build,
kind
to be
of
fair.
builds. This is
That's probably a good idea.
1.0.1.
Well, they just sarcastically
and
said the game's going to
it
release
will
broken. No, it
hopefully not
won't.
have the
But
bug
if they're just
which we
identifying
just
bugs live on
experienced,
stream,
which,
then
we
what's to
believe,
say it won't?
is that
If they
whenever
can't
Yeah.
fucking fix a bug before they
there's a law
show it,
releases a player country,
show their game to the world,
you lose
they
all
can't
your
fix a
building.
bug for that. Who's to say
Or
it
at
won't be
least you
broken on
Specifically
launch?
use
You can't.
your industry.
Yeah.
It only
Honestly,
indicates that it will be.
Any building that isn't
It does make you
limited
think
by,
more and more it's gonna be
state
broken,
resources,
like the fact that they
basically.
can't identify these
Because
issues
there are some
before the
laws, it
stream and all
turns
that
out,
stuff.
that
Stuff doesn't give me
says,
confidence.
That particular
this
bug
particular
won't be, but
building
who's to say
specifically,
something else
this
won't
particular
happen?
building can only be
Exactly.
this size. And that means that when you pass a law that doesn't have that, it's going to say, all these other buildings I have no information on, so let's say 0. You get nothing.
So good that we're on Egypt again, though,
so
which means we can
that's
root
what
for the
we think is
Ottomans,
going on,
and the
and
Turkish
we're
super
gonna
chats can
run
come in and support
Egypt
that.
from,
Each
the top.
Turkish super chat alert
You
gives
are
an
up
extra
again,
5% to the
that's your
Turkish
national
AI to
guard,
declare on their
and
Egypt.
we are preparing
Factually true, I just
for a
talked to the QA
defensive
team.
war against the Ottomans, which we think is coming.
Egypt is actually pretty strong in
I hope
victory,
it's
so
coming,
this
because otherwise
actually
I'm
supposed
doing
not
all
that
this
hard to
preparation
beat the
for,
Ottomans. We'll see if they know how to do it though.
I think they're about to get a new set
I'm
of
gonna go at speed
generals.
5 because
Yeah, it looks like it.
I really don't want to show off
They're
for the
firing
same
them
thing.
all.
Fired all the general
Or cat
staff.
post play teacher instead of letting
Yeah, I mean they probably suck. To be
So
fair,
they just
probably-
fired all the general staff, and they're going to use their professional army instead of mobilizing.
terrain commander.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Now they're getting the 2 options.
Explorer.
yeah, they get
I'd
2
like to
options.
do
You can see they're both in the same interest
expeditions.
group, so you don't get a choice in which interest
And,
group you want to
supply
pick.
requisition.
Sometimes it's the same. It's not really.
I think
it's
they'll
just
probably
more-
be in the army
Give them a
interest group
decent
most of the
amount
time.
troops.
Sometimes, but not always. Like often they'll be the landowners and stuff. Like I don't know. That's that one you can
Now,
see there.
our trade is going better.
Still having the same problems, taxation problems, iron shortages.
That's fine. But
Um,
but we're not having inefficient trade routes
Ordering
at this
stuff.
point, right?
no, because we are actually producing ships.
Which are they importing from the
Since our
Ottomans?
industry
So they're
has
gonna.
not disappeared.
How will Redditors
Because
defend their
turns out
game
when
being
you have
literally
an
broken
industry,
live on
things
stream?
actually work.
I wonder what angle
Arms
they'll go for.
industries have an
On
that.
iron
Good.
shortage because
What
of
good
iron,
kit.
right?
It's a little embarrassing. I don't know why they would defend that, but
What was
we're
that,
saying
Haicha?
No to getting
They'll just say it's hot
involved.
code.
They
You
offered
know?
us an
That's what
obligation,
pretty much
but,
Yeah.
everyone who's defending it in the
You know,
stream
We're
is saying, you know,
yeah,
hot
it's gonna
code.
be existential
Uh-huh.
conflict soon, I think. So.
Yeah, but I'm gonna make
It
it.
is.
Honestly,
You know.
George says, even in this case,
Part of me is
Greece is
tempted,
rooting for Turkey. This is the one thing that
because
unites
one
Greece
of
and Turkey.
our-
To kill the Paradox devs on Egypt.
They're a tributary.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Thanks for the
they're
£2.
paying us a bit of money.
They were just about to do diplomatic play and they
give us
cancelled
more
it.
money by making them a vassal,
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. That's
and also be a part of the market. Well, they're already part of the market. as
Do they
tributary.
have money?
What little money they'd have would be
Yeah.
ours.
I mean, their GDP
In
is
this
like
case,
40
even
times
Greece is
smaller
rooting
than
for
ours. So.
TURKYYE.
Yeah, their GDP is small.
Yeah.
They're
And
not
it's based on that, right?
Yeah.
Their contribution.
That's
I'm pretty sure the Portuguese text speech that just said Ypsilon for one of the letters, which is pretty Greek to me.
Broken.
Anyway, what are they doing in the
no,
game?
it just. Oh no!
I
It's got
actually
two
don't-
states,
it is
that's why.
like-
I thought it was like it's a one-state nation.
they're checking
showing
the
it 82%,
APS.
and I
is
was like,
coming
I
from
don't know
here.
why they're
No,
checking it though.
There's your other
I don't
percent.
mind.
You may notice that
Yeah.
it
I
adds
don't
up
understand
to
what they're trying to accomplish
99.
with that.
It's a
because
good old
paradox
paradox math. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Cool.
They tried to make a
we're
puppet out
building
of
some
knit,
stuff. We
or
have
was
some
it
events
hitched?
happening.
Yes,
What
but they
is
canceled
This is
it
just
before.
the enactment events. We're going to try and force things through.
Nice.
Someone earlier pointed out that it
Notice
seemed like
so.
Cairo or maybe Mecca are only cities, but I don't know if
should
that's true.
probably Check how...
I mean, it might be on the map. Like if you actually look physically.
Like
at the
it zoomed, when it zoomed
yeah,
out.
you're never gonna not be belligerent. So basically,
Might
this
be.
time,
They-
France
they-
wants
everything is
nothing.
state-based, so the cities don't really matter.
But
Like,
Russia,
everything is
Austria,
state.
and Great Britain
Everything
may
is.
actually help us out in the future.
Cool.
So it's just visuals.
Good stuff.
Basically.
Now we're actually running a positive balance too.
Correct.
That is nice.
Well, a positive balance, which is causing our standard of living to go down because I've raised taxes.
That's true.
I am trying
and
to.
you're paying people nothing. Yeah.
I've raised taxes, and
I mean,
I don't know what you're talking
the
about.
people that are running your government and your defense,
Just
what do they need
taxing.
money for? Right?
They don't. They have nothing to fight for yet.
They do have a good
Yeah.
dynamic here, the two of these guys, because that guy on the left is an
That
expert
was
player, and the guy on the right keeps
Multiple years
interjecting
faster
and
than that.
backseat gaming him
So here we go.
All
to
right,
the guy
so,
on the left's
Ottomans.
The
frustration.
Ottomans have begun their
Oh, here we go.
machinations to retake the lands
Oh.
we won from them. It
Is that the event
There
that
we
has?
go.
is a violation of
I think
our
that might be the
sovereignty.
event.
However,
Yeah.
this
That's
is
pretty
likely
early.
to draw the attention of any great powers in Europe, giving us a chance to gain powerful allies.
The what is it? The Levant
We must resist
crisis.
this aggression.
The what is it
Now
called?
So,
Not once.
I don't know what it's called, but it's
This
like
is
the,
just,
the thing where,
Yep.
like, you can see
half
Turkey starts diplomatic
for
play
the,
to take back their land
for the-
now.
Oh, diplomatic
German.
play.
But also
Shit.
normally for the diplomatic place.
Wait, they're only taking 2 provinces. That's not
It
much.
will be
I would
whoever
accept
has
that.
Yeah.
It's
Syria and
called,
Adana only.
This
I
one.
think it's like
Cool.
it's like a
The-
two-part thing to get the rest of
Oriental
it.
crisis. Oriental crisis.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what I
they,
was gonna say.
they can still add war goals though if you look at the.
Yeah, there's still
I don't know
time.
if they
Yeah,
ever
of
do
course.
that.
That
to
being
add.
said,
Yeah.
it doesn't look
We'll have
good
to
for
see.
us.
Well, that doesn't look good for them.
The Sikhs are here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh,
I
the
mean,
Sikh Empire is coming
A
in.
lot of help
Oh.
here. Gonna
Whoa.
be.
Not so much,
And the
I'm
right?
sure they're going to be very
Russians-
helpful.
And the Russians will not accept anything we have to give them.
No, but the one good thing here that I can see is that it might just be us with the
They
Ottomans,
could
and we
win.
could possibly hold them.
Because they do have.
It's a
similar
1v1.
brigade counts.
It's a 1v1.
Claim
Yeah.
something back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
If no one else joins, they
One,
would be.
I
I
really
think they have still
want
similar brigade
war
counts, from what I can
reparations.
tell.
Too.
Yeah.
Good thing we
Oh,
paused because
we
we're
should-
right
They-
at escalation.
I mean, the Ottomans have a slight edge, but it's not much.
Conquering states, personally,
We could revoke their claims. It seems
They're adding a counter war
Yeah.
goal.
fitting.
but
Yeah, kind of.
They do need to
You
add
should-
something for if they win the
You
war.
should just add the war
I'll be
goals like
honest,
partition
our
Turkey and
victory
hope Russia
condition
joins
here
them, to be honest.
is
Mm.
one
Because
Yes.
because that means we lose nothing. But
they're always going to be enemies,
we can be
probably.
like, hey, we want to be friends with
Oh, right.
and Tunis.
I guess you
Yes.
just have to be
And
careful you don't go over the
Oh.
infinite limit.
Sure.
or
It is a
whatever.
two-front war
Now,
because they have Tripoli,
Chances
of
us
course.
actually
Yeah.
being able to claim those.
Maybe I don't know.
This is the
liberating
most
our
advanced war we've ever seen. 2 fronts, 2 front lines, double the
Okay.
micro.
All right.
Are we going to be
Liberating
successful?
Iraq and Libya.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Fair.
All right, mobilizing generals. Watch.
Mobilize the generals.
That's
Jeez,
going to be
that's gonna
expensive.
We
Yeah.
are going to go into major debt to do this.
Yep.
We're going to try not to activate conscripts. And looking, we have an open.
Oh, I think they
terrain
nerfed
command. We are
conscription
going
because,
to
like,
try
in the
and
league, you
push
can conscript
this
way
front
more than like
as
20
fast as
brigades as
possible.
Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Commander.
going for that second
And
front.
just hold the other one.
Yeah,
You're going to hope.
By the way, they're
that
paused.
Because
they are
AI
paused. Yeah,
is
'cause
also
they're
doing this
microing, bro.
earlier than I
They're
was.
They're
microing.
microing while paused, preparing for this war.
Yeah.
Raid. They
He
are
just
not
sent
going
his
to have
navy out
large
as well,
amounts
mind
of
you.
Navy out, yeah, on
artillery.
convoy raiding.
Those are the
yeah.
4 navy buttons at the bottom left. Is that different from what we saw in the last version?
This.
No, I don't believe so.
Um,
It is the same.
Yeah.
The only difference is naval invasions actually work
Let's
now
see.
and
I'm
aren't
gonna slow
bugged.
it down to speed
guess.
2 while that
Sure.
all
That's not
starts.
bugged.
Now the fun bit. We are
Fun
going
bit.
to watch our
So let's see how this is gonna
prices
go.
start skyrocket.
They probably should mobilize
for
because
what?
they still have a lot of money
Probably our
left
military goods.
because they have gold reserve plus debt, so they
Our
could
arms
probably just
industry is
mobilize
already
everything and
seeing that artillery and
Yes.
small arms can't
try to win the war
And we
faster.
did solve that
Micro
iron
pause.
shortage. So that's good.
Yes, we solved that. and
Did you
so
see
we've
Big
done
Weevil's
most we
micro
can do
pausing
in
on
this
Sunday
short
for
time.
fuck's
Yeah.
sake? Anyway, that's a
Did not
side
see
note.
that. I wasn't in that game, fortunately.
He micro paused for like 30 seconds to prevent his army getting stack wiped.
And gee, I wonder who would do
kinda
that.
Just want to get as
A
many as
lot of
possible,
people. I don't.
just to try
Damn,
and lower
damn,
these
damn.
prices.
They're importing
And
artillery.
of course, I'm now
Yeah.
going into losing money due to
Oh, his
bureaucracy
his
problems,
electricity
tax
is
waste.
behind capacity.
We can't
Shit.
upgrade that. Can we cancel?
I mean, to be fair, that doesn't really matter
No,
that
we
much.
could
Only
just
like
wait, 'cause what I'm
unless they buffed
Oh,
it, it's
you're
like
building
barely
in the
any
middle of
penalty.
building this,
And you have
which
so
will
little
hopefully-
minus
So
bureaucracy.
funny
but
enough,
like,
we're going to see our taxes go up.
oh, actually, they
because
buffed.
we
Never
are
mind, they buffed it. It's
increasing
worse now.
bureaucratic
12%
waste,
tax
and
waste.
also, we're going to see taxes go up because
That's
we're
Always a
pretty
good
bad.
sign when you
tax
can't
capacity
tell
at
if the
same
game is
time.
paused or
right,
not,
so
says
it'll
Jay
be double
Murphy. Yeah, thank you for the €5.
And then, but we're also
We're gonna
going
get a
to
big
see
Turkish
our
alert here in a
expenses
second.
increase
Beautiful.
because we're now running more government administrations.
They
So,
do have-
but it will be
I
a
expect
more
Going
net
out the
benefit.
bounds of the
Yes, I
graph.
expect we will
Crashed
get
so
more
hard.
than we lose.
Where was the graph there?
in that
Missed it.
situation.
It was their cash reserves, I think.
Now the other
Right.
distinction here, you said tax capacity and tax waste.
So you can
Tax
see how
waste
Tripoli is putting
is
troops on that border, right?
literally money
If
being
you want to
set
split
fire,
that stack,
right? Like
you
that
go on
is-
that border with
we're
the
collecting
50,
the money
I
from
think
the
it was.
boss.
You can't
But then
split
not
it
all of it makes it to
without
the
hiring a new
whereas tax
general on the
capacity
same area, and then it auto splits it. Like you can't decide this general get this many
Oh
troops.
my god. Oh, he's the war.
So there's a
It's
Oh,
the
there
fire
was-
Okay, I
button.
had a look at that.
So
Oh, for
solving
fuck's
the
sake.
tax
Oh well.
waste problem.
He's an expert
Just clicked
player.
it
He's going
away.
fast.
Problem that we
This is the
have.
war.
Be the fun bit.
This is it.
They're defending right now.
Defending the front. He clicked
Yeah.
the defend button
Could
at
taxes be
at previous
considered
times,
corruption?
presumably.
Good question.
Yeah.
I would say
Let's see
no.
what the
um,
battle.
Is that a
because,
battle? Oh
nobody
my
is actually
lord.
coming up with this
Which
money
flag
in
is fucking
pocket
which? They're the
more
same
efficiently.
three.
It's
That's,
going well for the Egyptians.
So the Egyptians are winning right now. Seems
Yeah.
like.
The lack of guns.
regular troops.
They are using
Indeed, they
regular,
are using
irregular infantry right now.
Because
infantry.
the,
Yeah.
the
So,
the Egyptians
they're
actually have better
bringing a
mil
bunch
tech
of
than
people to
the
bear
Ottomans do,
on
by
this
the way.
front,
At start date.
that
actually.
are
oh,
just coming
they're
equipped
using
with
The,
their own
the
weapons.
bar
Irregulars.
slowly sliding
They're
back.
paying for nothing.
No, they're
tug of
going-
war.
Is this the whole
trying to
thing?
push
This is
us
the whole thing, the
because
bar
in the
sliding.
end, They're going
The
to
bar.
win out by the law of large numbers. They have
Yeah.
60 more battalions.
I'm racked up. I'm
They're gonna
excited.
start
This is good.
narrowing down our morale and that kind of thing. But
also,
right now,
Is there still
Right
only
now
one
we're
battle
okay,
per
right?
front?
we're doing
That might
much
be the
better in
case.
the dead and wounded.
Is that
Yeah,
the-
we'll
If they
probably
win the
hold out
defensive
for a
battles,
while.
that might mean they have to micro by clicking the
ready for
attack
there.
button to go on the offensive.
Probably
This
not.
is
Oh, yeah.
just
Push
unprecedented
it
levels of gameplay.
slightly.
Good. Nice.
Still, same thing. The
Yeah,
AI.
well, they're attacking there, though. It's-
Oh, they're losing there. Are they?
No, they're winning.
Yeah.
I think.
Wow,
they're
it's
holding
hard
out.
to even tell.
Because it's weird. You look at the fancy green bar and see how big it is.
Yeah, that's
That's
good.
how you tell.
But I thought they were. So are they attacking on the Tripoli front then?
Actually,
Yes, at least from
we're
I
not
didn't
gonna wanna
see, but
train
I'm assuming they're attacking
out,
because
so actually,
they're
let's just
taking
go for
territory.
fieldworks.
But they're letting the
So
game actually run on
defense,
like 4 speed while they update their
um,
tech in a
You may
war.
notice our
Yeah,
radical
I mean they don't have to do anything.
They're just
really.
leaving.
Oh,
They're,
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're not doing anything for it
million
now.
radicals compared to
The only thing you
Million
need to do is
radicals.
like if the front like splits, or if they want to like
it's
change
most
from
likely
attack defend, that's only the only
It-
really
Yeah.
mo-
situations
most
where you would want to
likely
yeah,
due
micro
to the
it. But
fact
like,
that I am
looking
taxing
at their
hell out of
budget.
them, but I
Yeah.
could tax them worse.
Yeah.
Tax grain.
Now we don't need to.
they're actually doing
we
quite
don't
well with the
actually need
money.
to build that many
Like, they're not even
companies
losing money
because
while
we only need
mobilizing all
one,
their troops. So incredible. That's
Oh, because
Very
Because I'm
important.
trying to solve
Taxation.
Yeah.
The game is still running on
how
4
much-
speed.
how much do we
They're
get
back
for
home looking at
each,
taxes.
building there?
That's the, like I have said this exactly the same, but
I mean,
that's the intention of the
large
game
chunk-
to
look
be able
at-
to do
Oh
this.
yeah,
We just
there
got
we
it.
go. Yeah,
Lower Egypt
pretty
is the
much. I mean,
center.
you have no
It's almost
automated like
50%
a
of
real
our
automated like
internal
industry
economy.
thing
So
with like
that's where
capitalists. So you
most
have to
of that
do like
money's
almost
coming from.
everything
Yeah.
yourself.
And also because
That's
we're
probably
starting
why.
to make money.
This
And
is
you
the
got all the
state
expand partners.
of Grand
but-
Strategy games in
Yes.
2022.
To solve this.
Oh look, they're decreasing
Yes,
taxes.
I
Whoa.
will then
the standard of
Easy.
living problem and also hopefully
Discord.
the radical
Dis-
problem.
yes, because we do not have a national
Discord.
guard. We do not have.
I just wish they would just like show us the front though. Like I want to
Yeah,
see
what's
how
happening?
Police force.
the
we
war's
are
going.
going
What's
to-
happening? Well, they just got lathes.
Eventually.
Don't you want to know?
what we do is get
I see a few explosions in Syria up at the top right. Oh, that's it. If this was my footage, I would zoom in on the top right. Right now. I probably will do it in the video if I
You
edit
gotta
this
build the
down.
cotton plantations first. Though.
I will zoom in on the top right
Now
in the
all
video.
those radicals are not going to be doing.
We
Wait,
need
this-
the red
war-
alert song
war
that Tommy K
effort
uses.
either, right?
Actually,
There's interesting. There's stuff going on the left front. There's like
Yeah.
encirclements happening on the fucking Tripoli front,
Yeah,
and they're
exactly. There
What?
we're losing.
to be fair, you can't even really
Because
encircle
11% of our population
because
No, you-
the game weird. But yeah, it's
the AI automatically might encircle if they happen to move into the right
Yeah,
lose
but
more
no
horses
troops
if
are
I
lost
couldn't
because
afford to pay
it's
for the
Orthodox.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but it's about.
I mean, I don't know if it
but
would
we are
be
definitely
worse, like
dropping
RNG getting
faster than the
encircled and actually
Ottomans
losing
are,
troops, or
right?
it not
we
mattering.
are,
I don't
but
know which one is
because
worse.
we
So,
have this
Now there's a
thing,
new battle
this
in
chasing
Syria, or
ability called
Adana.
being
Yeah.
the player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to give in right away, and so
No.
So
like
they
we can
they're
hold
not
out as long as
clicking on it,
possible. We
though.
can stall
Yeah.
a front. We can sit
Or are they
defensive.
both
Yeah.
defending?
Right
Wait,
now,
And we're
we're paying a lot more for the war, but that's honestly if
Turkey.
you look,
Oh
it's
wait,
because of
Turkey just
military
gave them
goods.
Egypt a
Yeah.
-2 in that battle.
They're
there.
paying for a
I
lot
don't know
more
what that
for
means,
the war,
but
but they're also
is Turkey
losing
now winning that?
more people.
Wait, which battle?
True.
I can't.
And
I don't know.
I mean, the money that we're
It's hard to
paying
see
for
which
military goods,
battles
where does that
or
end
which
Back in our own
from like
coffers,
the
technically,
like
because
the map. You have to
we
like
are
click
buying
on
it
it to
from
see what's
ourselves.
really
I was
going
looking on the
on.
map and there's like a
In a strange
-7
way,
red
warfare
number.
can just be seen
Oh,
as
yeah, that's like the-
expenditure
Yes.
to
Like
better
the
off your
game
people.
determines that you're
Just
disadvantaged
like
at
a
that front.
transfer
Yeah, I
money.
mean it doesn't really
Almost as if
usually
it
mean
suggests
that you're gonna lose.
I have to
it's
say
just
to my chat though, Turkey needs more energy, or the
But-
Ottomans,
but
call them what you will. Let's go Ottomans.
can-
I want more
they're
fucking
they're
support.
outnumbering them. Like,
If
look,
you
the
click in,
Ottomans have 200,
So if we look,
200
industry,
battalions, and
well,
Egypt only has
barracks
80
are
on
Let's
that
fucking
front.
go.
arms industries,
I think they're gonna
we
win
know some
eventually.
barracks
Let's
are
go
trying to
Ottomans. Let's do it.
Taking
Yes.
new people to go to the front.
Oh, they're
Oh, yeah.
recruiting.
because they lost some.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, now they
the
can
people
conscript more
became
probably.
wounded,
Maybe
a
they're
few
gonna
people
conscript.
died.
Wait, maybe.
More than a few people
Did
died.
they get a law passed?
I think a new
But
battle's
right
about to
now, iron
happen.
is still being
I don't
a
know.
major limiter.
Actually,
Some
probably
bar
put
just got
more
filled up.
up.
It's over.
207
money.
versus 80.
But
Yeah.
we're at the point where
207
like
irregulars
throwing
though.
more people at it and,
As I said,
the
like
extra
Ottomans have
margin is not
garbage
large
mill
enough, so
tech,
we're just gonna
and
need
Egypt has
to-
actually decent mill tech. So that's why like they haven't like instantly
I don't
lost
know if
that
it's
one
in this-
again, even though they're outnumbered
I
2-1.
shouldn't
Like-
mess with.
Is
The-
that
Hey,
advantage,
look
the
at
minus
that.
10
Alt-click
zombie?
top of the
The
construction.
minus 10
Oh,
is just some arbitrary number the game
wonderful,
throws at you
quality
for like
fire.
determine.
We have a
the-
bunch
Dice
it's like
of-
the
yeah,
it's like in
yeah,
Victor battle. In Victor battle, it's like a it's like the red numbers in the Victor battle. You know, the unit numbers are red and green in
The
Victor
Ottomans are
battles.
trying
Yeah.
to.
It's kind of
Yeah.
like that. Like it's not always super helpful, but it can be helpful
Things
sometimes to
from that to
determine.
Yeah.
Oh, see, there's the front split into 3 different fronts.
Let's go Mars Lord, thank you.
Financing the
hoping-
next
That's funny.
Ottoman offensive.
Thanks for the €2.
Here much better than I thought we would.
But the reason it's only -6.
Okay,
is
there's a
'cause
battle.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
we
Egypt's
have
just
the,
still winning again.
technological
They're winning,
advantage
but
here.
they're taking a lot of
Yeah,
damage.
and, I
'Cause,
mean,
like
that's a
they're dealing more
tech
damage to the
advantage, which is
Turks,
holding
but they
up
have
about
also have a lot
2-1.
less troops than they do.
which-
Oh, by the way, someone pointed out that those animations of the
Because
generals are
once you
exactly the
start
same as
mixing with
CK3,
the
like copied and pasted.
Yeah, you lose it. They're,
Did
next
they?
thing you
I
know,
don't.
they're
I haven't played
aggro.
CK.
Yeah, it's true. You remember them, maybe, Pie Chucker.
The one luxury we have.
Yeah,
here
I
is
think that
no
looks.
Ottomans.
Yeah, there's something familiar there. I think I saw in the Discord someone say that.
Yeah.
Why is Oman? Oh.
So they encircled them there, or quote unquote encircled
Rondo
them
is
there.
fighting
Mm.
revolution.
I sent you Hell March if you want to build
Now, I
a.
know
Let's
this is.
go
an
Well, that's some
Ottoman,
ambience.
we don't have to
No,
do
no,
it.
no,
the
no,
ground.
I would love it if it was just.
Maybe in the video. Thank you, Neil Panjane. Or burn Cairo to the ground. Yes, let's go Ottomans. Thanks for the $2.
I guess I can put my money where my mouth is now.
That's right.
We don't have a tech advantage.
Yeah, I guess they're trying. I guess they're trying to
What
knock
it is
out
is we are
Libya
paying
first,
through the
and
nose
focus on the
by
Ottomans
taxing our
only,
people
because
to
they are
buy
winning
as
in Libya
many
right now.
British
But
and
They'd have to
European
invade mountains,
artillery
so surely that'd be
pieces
very
as possible
difficult.
to fund our troops.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what I mean
Well, I
by
actually don't know
tech
how big a
advantage is
penalty
not-
there is to mountains
we're better
victory,
off
so I
in
can't actually
this
say how
tech,
difficult
but
it would
This
be.
little thing right here.
I'm not sure what the terrain penalties are.
£30,000 a month.
Exactly. It might be. It
They
might be.
are
and we're spending,
spending
half of it
money.
on artillery.
a week. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
sure are.
Week. And that's also while
They've
pissing off our
probably
people by not paying them their wages.
They're spending a lot of money
Do you want the gun?
on goods
wanna
that
be
they
paid
probably
more?
don't even have
Yeah.
enough of already. Yeah, they probably don't.
Yeah.
But they are making
So,
money still.
Yes.
I
so
guess
Well,
that-
someone
that
mentioned the
is
Navy in the
effectively
chat,
what
asking
it
what's
is.
going on with the
But
Navy.
the
No
advantage
idea.
comes down to
Well, they're trying
not
to
only who
destroy their
has the tech,
convoys.
but
Like
also
that's like a
who's
thing
making it,
where
who's
I don't think it
going
really
to
matter here
use
because
it.
they don't have any like sea access needed.
Let
But
us-
basically, you can raid convoys, and it makes it so that it reduces the market access of
try
other
and
like
make sure that we
overseas
don't fall
countries
too
or
low on my
or
standard
countries
of
in
living.
like the same market.
Yeah, you can have your paycheck.
I don't think it
you
really
can have your
matters here
bullets,
because
most
Tripoli
people would go for
prices
the
its own
bullets.
industry. But if the Ottomans and Tripoli try to import, let's say, weapons Ottomans, right, from the sea. You could convoy raid and then reduce the flow of
We're behind,
military
but we're
goods to
not
them, so they'd have a hard
far
time
behind
getting
in
them.
terms
Oh,
of
those
raid.
casualties.
How can we make them go down faster?
Yeah, they
Is
can.
that
The Ottomans taking a lot more
They
damage
will
than
lose
Egypt, but
one per day.
at the same time,
Or sorry, one per week.
Egypt,
Their war
Ottomans also
support,
has
they're
a lot more
losing
troops.
0.64.
So
No, this is them. 0.6.
Interesting that
Oh,
fatalities
I'm
and
misreading.
casualties are split apart.
1 point.
Yeah, I mean that's
and
pretty
what
good.
Good and
says,
wounded.
Yeah.
Radicals versus.
In V2
Although
was
that
really
ratio
thin.
looks
Yeah,
off,
it's a
there's
lot
always
of
more
casual
wounded than dead.
radicalization.
Maybe the wounded
They've
just die because they can't
taken
get treated properly as
standard
well, although I don't know.
casualties
I think
that
it's
we have,
about
but it's all percentage-based, right?
the
So
medical
Yeah,
tech,
and
I think.
also-
So they both have shitty
population as
medical
well.
tech,
I'm
so they all
not
die
gonna talk
instead of
about
being
balance on
wounded.
stream, but there's
Because
that
I remember I
one thing
played the
talked
League.
about,
If you played like a more advanced
originally.
country, you get more wounded compared to dead.
Probably
Let's listen to what they're
indicating
saying for a bit.
Casualties consistently, as if they're all fresh. Every tick is taking the 200 casualties. If we put it off over a longer amount of time, probably want to decrease
Oh, I see.
it.
Yeah.
But really, it's our own radicalization.
Yeah, that's, I mean...
Which is why I'm trying to decrease taxes. Like, if we want to stall this and go as fast as we can. One, I can actually, since we're not fighting, just say, cool, let's just hold this front.
Yeah.
We've done enough. We're holding 45 troops here. They're going to be unable to push that. Now, radicals...
Actually, they might be about to do some micro.
Standard of living
Yeah.
is the big push. Political movements,
Yeah.
not going to do national supremacy. The slaves are just not going to be happy regardless. That's kind of understandable.
What's the, yeah...
Now, I know my
people
audio on
fired
this
from
stream is out of
buildings,
sync,
probably
so I'm
'cause the
going to just
economy's been
quickly
thrown for a little bit of a
change
shambles.
that to refresh the audio.
What we could do... some welfare payments.
Sure. Do we have
The game is still running on 4 speed, by the way,
issues?
as they discuss this slowly. And
No,
you know.
No,
that's the
I mean-
problem.
I mean...
They can't do anything.
welfare
Like they
will
can't really
also,
affect anything
top
anyway in
up
the war.
people
So
that are being paid,
yeah, I mean,
very
what else were they gonna
poorly.
do?
But,
Be fair.
honestly, those people are probably government wages.
Honestly,
or
what they should do is try to
government
knock out
workers.
Tripoli first, then go to
because
Turk. Because I
we're
don't think they're gonna
just
beat the
not paying
Turks with the
them
troops
the
they have there right now.
They just discussed
Yeah.
holding the
Oh, look at that.
Tripoli front
It's
so they
starting to drop.
don't spend so
Oh,
much money
no,
or
no,
something.
It's going up. Don't pay attention.
But they're already making a shit ton of money if it's full tax. They just kill them.
But
They
yeah,
did
I mean,
lower
we-
tax to get rid of
if
radicals
we
now.
want the war to,
Yeah, but
if we want to,
I know.
last
I don't think
longer in
radicals would
this
be that
war
big an
at this
issue right
point,
now. It'd be an issue after
I
the
mean,
war.
we could cut taxes.
But
We could cut taxes.
as long as you
we
win
could
the
also
war,
go
surely that would
bankrupt
be
because of
fine. I
that.
guess
Yeah.
they don't have any territorial war
stop
goals anyway, so I
constructing
guess it doesn't really
buildings?
matter. You just have
No,
to defend and that's
I
it.
do know you're with me. It's almost as if I've been a QA and I know how to get a developer to agree with me.
Yes.
He just
They have,
displayed his QA
I
people
don't know.
skills,
Multitude.
real people skills.
We could, if we pause it, everything's kind of fine.
Yeah.
We could be like,
Gotta click the
"Alright,
increase
fine."
relations button.
Here's a totally out there question. Could we win the war?
With enough time, we probably could.
I mean, could we go on the offensive
we already did kind of go on the offensive
down there? Yeah.
Now the thing about going on the offensive runs the risk of more casualties, which also, I mean, war support.
Yeah.
Well, I say that as if attrition isn't the biggest killer.
Attrition is a big killer.
So we could-
so
100,
we lost as
wow.
many people to attrition as to
That's yeah.
battles.
Attrition's
That's a
the
lot of
most,
attrition. Yeah.
That's fucking terrible. I
Now
don't
they
really
outnumber us
see. I don't see the
2 to
fun.
1
This is a
on
game.
front.
Where's the fun
yeah,
in that?
Not terrific.
Yeah, it's like very.
But we do
Push the button.
have better weapons than them.
do you really want me to click and see?
We could try it. We could try one advance and see how it goes.
Oh, are they gonna go
They
on the
just click
offensive
the
while being
attack button.
outnumbered?
They just click the attack button.
Oh.
This is
Are they
unreal.
gonna go on the offensive while being outnumbered 2-1?
Townsend.
Send both.
Yeah, sure.
He just
I see the
clicked
take
a
is gonna
region.
do it.
They're gonna get stuck in a battle before they can advance, which
Yeah.
is fine. They're clearly
Battle in
winning
Aleppo.
defensive battles
I mean,
because
they're
of-
beating them, but
Oh, he's got,
That's us.
Oh, he got camouflage. Yeah, no.
It's a very
I said
small
they as
battle.
in archers,
Right.
my
Yeah,
apologies.
Yeah,
Don't
no.
use non-specific pronouns, Paul.
they didn't
What
win,
they just
though.
mentioned
Yeah.
pronouns.
I think we won our battle as well.
Our battle hasn't...
Oh, it is still ongoing. But we
Battle.
are winning it.
I can't believe battle is a battle is just
Oh,
now
that
a
was a failed
slider.
attack
That was
on
a
their
failed
part.
attack. This is our...
Yeah,
This is our advance.
it's a slider is a bit of an oversimplification,
those
but basically what it is
That is looking
good
good.
for
Is
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
just
Convoys being sunk
really a
in
dice
that-
roll.
I actually think
is
that
a dice roll with a few like factors you can control, like the
Ottomans
units
have
and
been
stuff in their
smart and
tech.
have reduced
But
as
like
much
that's
of their
about it.
convoys.
Generals.
here as possible.
It just gets in Vic 2 as well, but in Vic 2 you could decide where the battle takes place, and there's obviously a bit more to it than that. A bit more to it.
So anyway, where is the challenge? They have just like overwhelmingly won every battle they've fought here. What's the challenge?
I can't see from
They're Egypt against the Ottomans, which is actually supposedly a kind of David versus Goliath fight when the Ottomans should be stronger.
Well, supposedly, someone told me that Egypt was pretty strong in the time period.
Yeah,
yeah, I know in Vic 2 they're really weak though. That's kind of what they're known for, like in Vic 2.
Alright.
But it is crazy to see that 80k is taking so much territory against 199k. You see in the battle right
they've
there.
actually taken all that territory.
Yeah.
Because it's still down to, well, you may notice we've got a reduction in radicalization.
Despite you know,
Oh yes,
despite them being outnumbered, and I mean that was a tech difference, but a tech difference shouldn't be that
It's
big.
historical for
Yeah,
Egypt to
we got
win.
a slight
Okay, good.
budget deficit, but not a huge one.
Got you.
Honestly, we could tell them to stress on two fronts at this point. We've got the supplies, I suspect.
Yeah.
We actually have troops not at the back.
See now the front splitting in like three
no
different.
longer.
Look at that. Look at all the land they took. And how horrible the occupation looks.
Yeah, in Vic 2 that would have taken at least half a year of siege, or like a few months of siege, all that. Very actually quite quick in Vic 3 if you win a few battles.
Get another commander.
But I think
we could have promoted one of the other commanders too, actually. But we can just say, hey.
we have some choices now.
We've kind of
We have
Oh wait, they split into two fronts. Yeah,
Yeah, it's split.
micro.
Yeah, that's why you have to do micro, yeah. But of course you can't split the armies easily because the generals. So like if you have like a few good big generals, a lot of troops in them, like
good stuff.
splitting it up into good stacks, or so to
But
speak,
did
is
you
really
notice
a big
that,
pain in the ass to
It
do.
originally looked like we didn't
But,
have anybody here to fight, but what it was is they closed.
But
the
it seems like they
pocket
don't
on
need
the
it that
troops.
much because
Right.
they have a lot of generals they can swap between.
What happens now that our war support is 0?
So we're at 0, but we're not at negative.
Yes.
So positive war support means your population is still on board with this war. At this point, the population's turning against us, but that goes for them as well.
Yes. So you may notice that they're starting to rethink their peace acceptance. If we went here and we said, "Oh, we want money,"
We only want
Just
war.
when the Egyptian
gonna be
army
like,
occupied the majority of
I don't know
Anatolia
about it.
and Iraq and the
They'll slowly
Caucasus,
start rethinking it.
the population said, actually, stop.
But do we want just?
We're winning too much.
I mean,
They really missed an opportunity because
can
they
we
could have
get
like
anything
fucking
else? I'm not
they
sure.
could have like basically partitioned the Turkey entirely, but like
Oh,
the war
no.
could have.
Sorry.
Wait,
Did
They
someone
just
get
got a treaty port
humiliated?
and opened the Qing market.
It's the Brits, yeah.
Queen Vic.
Queen Vic. They
They
don't fight in that.
They don't know where Formosa is.
What happened here?
Geography
they were
issue.
trying for Formosa and they
No,
didn't
it's
get
called
it.
Taiwan. Duh, Lamau, not Lamau. Can't Taiwan. They're
Chinese Taipei.
But yeah, you were talking about the peace screen. So how quickly can we?
Well,
exit
I
this?
mean, they would probably go with Chinese
we could exit
Taipei
right
since
now.
they are
Technically, that's
9.12%
victory.
owned by Tencent. Am I right,
That's a very
everyone?
good point.
White
That's a
peace,
very good
and
point.
we will get.
Didn't
more
Hoi
troops.
actually got banned in
yeah,
China
we get a large truce. Our economy
for a while? I
won't
think
do
is it
that
still
bad,
banned? It got banned for a while
personally.
because it didn't like represent
Yeah,
China
I
as
want
they won or
money.
something.
More
Pretty
reparations
fun.
would be nice. What's their acceptance for liberation of the other countries?
I believe it will be around this. You may notice they're starting to get finally negative.
Well,
Yeah,
well, they have
yeah.
all their troops in the southern
So
front.
now they're up to 12.
150.
Go
They
here.
have
Oh,
90 in
actually-
Constantinople
We
and
could,
3
um,
in Iraq. Is that what we're seeing
Yeah,
here?
they're not going to want to give up Iraq.
But this is
yeah, so they got
liberation.
3
This isn't,
Yeah.
you know,
in
transfer
Iraq, and the
puppet
Turks have
or
like
anything
150
like
in
that.
Iraq.
So
Oh, they did
Anna
add
Wilson
liberate
is,
Iraq as a free country there.
Yeah.
They did add that.
taking Tripoli and getting them out.
They should have added like a ton of
Trying to
acquired
become friends
states.
with them.
They could have
Most
like
likely
paid
they'd
pretty
That'd
much.
be cool, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna
We
kill
could
them.
propose that
I'll
right
propose
now.
that.
Well,
Why
that's
did,
it.
why did they do a limited peace when they could have full
Wait,
siege?
what?
Now they're
Yeah, they're
kind
doing
of
that.
upset.
Because they just did a limited peace, right?
Well,
they didn't
they're-
enforce all the
because
war.
they're
It's still-
threatened by us.
They're threatened by us, and they.
I
still
don't know
have
why, because they were in a
truce,
really
and
good
so they're
position
like,
to
"We were in a
take pretty much
conflict,
whatever they
we're
wanted.
not-
But...
Exactly,
we're
that
not
seems
sure how
strange
we
just
think
based on
about
that.
And I'm just gonna
Yeah.
be like,
And nobody
They
else
got-
can join the war, remember?
They got
We're
nothing.
gonna Become friends.
Yeah,
They
Because
freed the
war
puppet, that's
started.
it.
They
Freed the
freed
Now,
Tripoli.
because
Yeah.
we've been the
And they still hate them, by the way.
10% ownership is up to 10.08
Yeah.
now. Are you actually serious?
For 5 years.
We'll be all right for 5
You know
more
what
years.
that
Yep.
means? We get
How
to
many
go.
arms industries can we build?
That was a pretty
No,
underwhelming
we're
peace
just
deal,
going
to
to
be
go here
honest.
and go, look at all this money.
Oh, I see. So you're gonna completely
But they
defund the military
did take
now.
war reps, didn't they?
They did take
I
war reps, I
always
think,
fund the
yeah.
military.
Actually, did they even?
He
Oh, yeah,
cuts
they do, because they get in diplomatic pacts. Yeah, they got war
Alright.
reps,
And
I
use some
think, yeah.
big brain EU foreign moves.
Now, doing this is hopefully we won't get into any other.
Oh, this is
conflict.
incredibly dangerous because if anybody else decides, hey, I want to take something,
Yeah.
we're probably going to have to give it to them.
Not only have we decreased our arms setup now, like we're not giving them arms, but we're also reduced because of the retooling penalty we talked about earlier.
Yes.
We've now reduced their
Our military
efficiency by
is effectively
75%.
gone on retirement and
Yeah.
won't be doing anything
Oh, well, that's so. Yeah, they just had a war. That's
for
it.
a while, which is
War's
fair. They
done.
deserve a break.
Peace is here.
Yeah.
That was
Try and
the
get our-
climactic
Yeah,
war that we were
actually,
waiting for
chat
the whole
has a good
stream.
point here.
What do we got?
What
Yeah, they
what
destroy them
forces
despite being
do we have
outnumbered.
in our region?
Was
Pretty
that the sort of
Do other
gameplay
people have in
loop
our
that you
region?
experienced, Zombie?
Good question. That
The
was
sort
Well,
of
it's
build
funny,
up.
Who do we have to be
I
afraid
actually
of?
played Turkey, and I actually got my ass kicked by Egypt exactly what
Oh,
happened
or-
here. That's the funny part. Because
the British.
The British.
well, it's probably I'm
Right
also
now,
share
I
the
mean,
game
like,
as well.
that's
By
the
the way,
Nile
so it's not like I'm
contrast.
like,
I mean,
oh,
there
this
was
Skill-
game's
skill
over.
issue.
Got an interest down here.
Yeah,
They're all
but,
going.
more active.
But Egypt is really
Arabia
strong.
is kind of the one
Like they
we really have
can,
to
they're a
worry
lot
about,
stronger than you'd think after
because
playing Vic
see,
2. So,
You got Russia. You
Yeah.
have French.
Someone,
Which
yeah, someone's
surprised
told
me.
me
British again.
10% got like
Yeah.
another percent of
Things
Paradox
called
in the latest
Ottomans,
figures released for June
Japanese
30th,
scary.
and I think that sounds legit.
The Russians as well.
They have
Yeah,
10%
that's-
The
on
Austrians
mine.
Creeping that
sticking
fucking
to
percentage
the
up.
Romans. They've-
Well,
of
they're a
course,
publicly
Brits have an
traded
interest.
company,
Yeah,
so
I
we
mean,
could all
they even
band
have
together
an
and
interest
buy
here
a
in
controlling
Africa
stake.
with Spain.
That's
France.
true.
Yeah.
So we're going to have.
Then we could get the
friends.
Victoria 3 that we want.
If you want to lose
So,
money, we can invest in
Yeah,
Paradox.
but we're doing
We
okay.
can
with
invest in
the British.
Paradox.
They're not.
Last time I checked, we were.
I wonder if Vic 3 will be
we try and get
successful
some
though.
Cheaper paper.
Talking about stocks. 'Cause I'm
People,
sure
That all
of,
people are actually even saying, some sources say it goes up to 17%.
I mean, shouldn't they be easier to check that? Because it's like a publicly traded company, just going into the stock.
Right. See,
Yeah,
Brits
yeah.
are
You
see the
neutral and
percentages.
protected, so I don't think we have to worry
Anyway,
about them too much.
yeah, it seems like
I think it will
the
be a
war is
good
pretty much the
idea.
same
How
as it is in the
rapidly
league,
are radicals
despite
dropping at
without
this point?
UI improvements, of
Not.
course,
I haven't decreased taxes. I
So
refuse.
which I guess is good
Yeah.
for some, but
you're
again,
just building up gold reserves.
obviously
huh?
not a fan.
Oh,
But obviously not.
no, I know that's going to go down. Or at least I expect it's going to go down. But what we
Release
can
date
do-
25th of
I have to
October.
remember what we didn't
Someone
do.
asked. So
Didn't do this time, but did
Yeah.
the 2 or 3
Mm.
times ago.
So that's about
Right.
Construction is still
actually a
paused.
little
Of
under a month
course it
from
is.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Give it a tick.
that diplomatic money is barely anything there. Only 500.
Yeah, they're only getting 500 in war reps. That's not a
We are
lot.
going
It's
to
like
empower the intelligence
barely
quite a
anything.
bit.
Actually, that's good.
Empiricism.
Also take our
Plus
tech and go
20%
towards
research
everybody's
points.
favorite thing.
Should be plus 50 SMH.
Plus
That's
50.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Trade.
I don't know what it does here.
Yeah, but we need.
Can't remember. But yeah, so they're going for railroads.
We
Yeah,
needed
that's the
mechanical tools.
meta play as well. You want to
Yes.
go for railroads because
Infrastructure-wise, we are
Without
okay.
you, like,
anyway,
capped.
right?
For
along,
now,
along the Nile.
Infrastructure's fine here. Let's see, I should have. I usually what I do is I go
Map
into the market mode
mode.
because
Whoa.
infrastructure is based off of this, and if I
Nice.
see any
Map mode.
discoloration,
So
yeah,
it's
they do have
hard
a lot of
to
map
see a bit
modes.
of
It's just they're kind of
discoloration
hidden.
sometimes
You have
if
like
you
click
end up
that small
giving the
button
nation
there.
that has
But actually,
your standard color.
they're actually quite good.
But we're doing pretty good.
Try actually quite. Yeah.
But we won't be doing good soon. Because I intend to go onto a building spree.
Someone wants to know,
Actually,
Zombie,
I'm going to
if economic
reverse this
warfare
because
is
it's not going
possible
fast
with a rival country.
Depends on how do you like
and
define
we're
that? Do you
building
mean like
on
you
speed
export to
2,
the
right?
market until it
Speed
gets
4?
cheap so they can't
No,
compete with
building
you, or do you mean
oh,
like
building on speed
like
one.
embargoing? What do you mean
Okay.
exactly? Because it's a lot of
Still working on
different
that.
ways
We
you
would
could
actually get an input
do
limit,
economic
but
warfare, so to
shortage
speak, as well.
If we switch that on.
But
We
you
don't have
can
a tooling
embargo
industry 'cause
And
we
iron.
other
didn't
markets.
have tools.
You can also
Yeah.
export to them.
I mean, with
Although I think they
us,
fixed it, so you
we
can't
did
like force
expand
export
Fire
them anymore. They can like say
Yes,
no, I don't want any more
but
of your
we
stuff.
also then went to war, and the iron was
But to some
always
extent, you can do it.
Yeah.
I believe. It's
Someone
just-
asked, did I just
Mhm.
witness Egypt
Uh,
occupy all of Anatolia with about 90k
but it
troops
might
while
be-
being on the offensive in Iraq?
Is it
For 3k versus 135k Ottomans, and all of what they all they got was liberate Libya.
Right.
Well, don't
Yeah, I
forget the
said
war
they-
reps.
We don't.
It's really
Yes.
dumb that they didn't add more war
Like that,
goals because they really could have.
just
They
need
could
an
have completely killed Turkey.
You can't add more war goals mid-war,
You need
but
an
they
interest and
had
you need
liberate
the
Iraq as a war goal, but they
Yeah.
didn't use.
And a lot
They
of
use
the,
it. Mhm.
like,
I like the music,
of
says
course,
JC.
like,
Yeah,
a lot
sure,
of
the music's
centralized
nice.
Nations in Africa, they don't.
But I mean,
start
listening to,
with,
would you listen to music
colonization
over
law.
nice music over like
So
while
they're
being
not gonna
tortured? I
automatically
mean, it
just
doesn't
start
really improve things
colonizing,
that much.
You know, their decentralized neighbors and stuff.
To be
They
honest,
will have to
to,
actually
be, to play the devil's
decide
advocate,
to go
right?
on-
Like you can say that the
go
actual
on to
building
do that.
gameplay is fine.
So
It's
someone had
okay
asked,
if you
"We're
like,
not
like
at
if
war
you like
anymore
City
because of the
Skylines or if
iron.
you like
Our iron is
uh,
still
like those
being
kind of
employed
stuff, you'd probably
in
like that
arms
as well.
industries, and that's most
It's just not at all
because the
comparable to
arms
Big 2,
industries
where you have like not
well, they're just
specifically
starting to eat
about
through their
building
cash
stuff.
reserves.
Yep.
You
It
know,
means now
Big
they're
3 is very much
"Oh,
about building
we're out of
stuff.
money.
But
Now we have to start firing pops, and we have to start downsizing. And
Yep.
so you'll notice that now they've downsized, they're funding their
But
productivity.
this actually sort of makes me
and
want to play
iron's
City
getting
Skylines because
cheaper.
that's fun.
So
Uh,
what actually happened there?
That's great, that's
When you
great.
build something
Yeah, you may
in
have-
Victoria
have
3,
seen that
you don't
sudden
see
shift
it.
in
You see it
employment.
as
What actually happened was that
something
all
a
the
box.
laborers
So the building
that
gameplay
worked
isn't
in the
really.
iron mine-
It's
or
not like
the
City
arms
Skylines
industries,
gameplay.
were
it's
offered
kind of
better
weird. Like they're
wages
trying to
somewhere else,
combine a city builder with a
and
GSG,
because they had reduced
like in a
wages.
weird kind of way. That's what I
So
feel.
they
There's no
all
city
left,
building in this.
and
You're not
then,
building
Well,
cities.
city building
and
as a
then the
concept, not
entire
like the
arms
actual
industries
city building,
downsized
like
to match.
Skylines.
Yeah.
That is
No,
something
no,
that we have addressed recently. It's still
But,
the
like,
dynamic.
Yeah,
is still
I
there,
guess nation
where
building.
people who are
I guess you could
offered,
say that,
inadequate wages will go
It's just a
elsewhere,
lot
but
of
they won't be
a lot of
doing it
actual
all at the
physical
same
building,
time.
if you know what I mean. It's not like in a let's say maybe in other games where you build some and you like you do a bunch of other stuff to like build up your country. Here it's like 90% of the building of your country is building stuff physically, right?
Our wood stays in our internal industry as possible.
As you can see,
Wood
they're
is
actually
going
they're a
to
lot in the
something
building
unique
menus
for
all the
people.
time because that's where the stuff is. But
Yes, in construction.
Victorian era city skylines sounds like. Well, there are games like Anno,
So,
the Anno series games in
all
that
right,
time period, I suppose.
you survived that
Right.
one.
So what are they doing? Let's listen to them for
I
a
mean,
bit.
that's
That
because
was
we
good.
paid for a lot of artillery.
And I mean, we're still
Lucky
heavily
that.
dead.
Oh
the
shit! Am I
Turkish
disconnecting and
Empire- or
reconnecting?
the Ottoman Empire.
I'm back.
tried
Did I
to do
go?
it early.
Yeah.
wasn't
If
for
they
that
had
long,
gone
I
a
think.
little
Because I mean,
later, we
you just
probably
said
would
something
have
and then you
had
said, "Oh, I'm
a
back."
better
So just-
military
Yeah,
footprint.
I think my stream's
Because-
fine.
And it's
Chat?
honestly, if the AI was doing it itself, it wouldn't. It's the player perspective. We knew it was coming, so we prepared. More often than not, Egypt isn't going to be running a full cannon artillery base.
Chat is there, I'm fine.
For that. For long.
We have,
Oh, it is the Vicky 2 soundtrack playing right now.
It is. Indeed.
Do we want...
They mentioned the Vicky 2 soundtrack playing without advertising
want
the pre-order. They are not marketing people, you can tell that much.
Yes.
That's
Any
why
basic
we're enacting
marketing would
charity
go, "Oh,
hospitals,
listen,
so on.
it's a Vic 2 soundtrack. Did you know that you can get that
Yeah.
remastered if you pre-order?"
Take the
Or
10%.
fine. Yeah.
Why is my population declining? Well, it is declining because standard of living dropped in the war period. That is probably to be 1-to-1.
Did someone in my chat just compare this game to Euro Truck Simulator?
Optimum.
I mean, I don't see that one.
I mean, that might be a bit of a stretch.
Where did
Might
Pie
be.
Chucker
Yeah, that's the
go?
equilibrium. Not optimum,
think, did he disconnect?
certainly, but equilibrium.
Might be,
Yeah.
he did.
And that's one of the reasons why we're actually
just,
enacting
he's not in the
charity
chat,
hospitals. is
so-
because
Let
we
me know
tried
if and when he
to
joins the waiting room. He
increase
should have
population
permissions to join this channel
for our
anyway, but
mobs.
I don't think he does.
But
so-
why our population has
Anyway.
gone down also is
I'll
because
see.
we had a war and a lot of our
Alright,
mobs
I'm back. I don't know why.
He's back.
All right, okay. The
Yes.
pop growth is going down.
Yeah, they have
2,300.
negative pop growth, which is weird because like in the league, right, you almost always had positive pop growth. So that's interesting. They already have negative pop growth with
so,
with 8 standard living. That's interesting. Guess they
I was
changed
gonna say
that.
that's Lord of Depression's question right there.
Can we see how many war wounded there are that can't work anymore? We can't see it after the war now.
No.
because the stats were gathered for the war, and the war is
War analyzer?
But we can certainly see how many dependents there are in our
They
country.
can't go
We
back
can
and look at the
compare that
casualties of the
to
war
sort of
now that it's
target
over.
number,
Yeah,
which
it's going to
at
be
this
victory
point,
save analyzer.
in
I'm going
time
to call
will
it
be about
now. It's like,
75%.
And
tell
I
you that
praised
when
them.
we-
I praised
So
them
if
for
you,
having the
probably
casualties
if you looked
visible
at
in the
the,
overall war.
population.
But it's only there while it's happening. You can't look back.
So dependence is 6.
That's a shame.
So you still need a fucking third-party war analyzer if you want,
and
for some reason,
that
analyze a Victoria
is
3 war.
slightly higher,
If you're in your right
slightly
mind.
higher than 20%.
But yeah,
or,
still need the third-party program for that.
Yeah.
Wait.
So
So
yeah,
the population
that's
of
a
the country is
lot of
8.5 million,
That's going to
and
adjust
of
over
that,
time,
6.5 million
Because
are
with
dependents.
pop growth,
Yeah, that's probably because
So
the war, remember? Because all the wounded in the war become
towards
dependents.
the,
Then like all the
E
wounded.
But 75% of the country, I mean, how is there still an
Well,
economy?
remember that because it's both women
that's what our
and
laws
like
say,
old
at
people
least.
and young people. And
Thank you, Fialak, for the
because they have
$5.
really
You're
black
probably
people,
right.
so-
Thank you.
And
And you actually get bonus pop growth. You get bonus pop growth from not having women's rights, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a
serfdom,
meta.
slave trade, quite
Yeah,
a
they
bit of
don't
things we
really
have to
get
start.
bonus pop.
Dependents
Are they trying to say
not
something?
Unemployed. They're dependents. It's a
What did Paradox mean by
strange
this?
difference.
The old question.
They're trying to find out how to reduce the
Unemployed is
dependence because they have so many.
workforce
kind
that
of-
do not have a job.
I believe.
Dependents are pops that rely on the income of the workforce.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah, Vic2 music. Did you know that you can get the Vic2 music if you go into your Vic2 music folder?
I wasn't
Yeah.
expecting to.
Aside from surviving,
The surviving was there. I wanted to set up so we'd have the Suez possibly.
yeah.
We can.
This looks like a good game for 5-year-old or 95-year-old
Yeah.
people. Is that the best roast we've had?
Colonization, which we have. We need
bureaucracy.
1,000 bureaucracy just to be able to do that survey. That is hefty.
It is hefty, but it is not as that.
Yeah, we could do it.
We could.
do it. We could especially do it if we upgraded our organizational.
It
tech
feels
a bit,
like
right, where
playing
we have,
Tropico, but you don't actually get the map.
government admin.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Cabinets, we're using the
I've
newest
seen
and
tropical
latest technology
gameplay,
here in
Yes.
Egypt.
and it looks
Yes.
similar,
Finally
like the
done.
building mate.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah.
I think it does.
Vertical.
Shipyards,
Right.
coffee
Yeah,
plantations.
that's right.
It's tropical. That's it. That's the
and
fucking
tropical.
comparison. Tropical.
Standardized
Well, what I've been
Tropico
saying
with-
is
Central
none of the memes.
archives, which
it
is
feels
not
like a
too
city
far
builder,
down.
but it's like you're doing with an
That's
entire country.
there.
4 years
Right,
away.
not
It's
just
it's a city builder without the city.
Taxation capacity.
But
good there.
It's just a builder.
Yeah.
I can see why people would,
we
would
were
want to
going
play
for
that
trains,
though,
and
because I
still
think
wanna go for
it's gonna
trains.
appeal to a lot of people who just want to like
Suez.
they're basically the nation building part of Vic2, but it's the entire game, right?
We are
Not much
actually
else. Oh, except for the like not much military
assuming we
stuff.
soon get,
It's just
our
obviously if you actually want to fight wars and
Yeah,
that
now
kind of
we're
stuff, it's
starting
kinda
to.
fucking-
Someone
Kinda
says the
shit.
outline of the
They're
Suez is
starting to
already there. They just need to put
overconstruct a little
water
bit.
in
yeah,
it.
but 99%.
That's true.
Wait, is it? Wait, I
Not
need to.
terrible.
That is
No.
just because
Pre-built
it is,
Suez
yeah.
Canal. Just
which
add
also
water.
are currently not being productive.
That's interesting.
because they've
Is that
left the
like
market.
there historically,
Yes.
or is it just some
Need
like a
is-
No,
bit issue? I don't know. I don't know how the Suez looks real life. That's why I'm asking.
Switch over.
that's not.
Somebody
You
needs
can't
to make
see
a
it.
Tropico,
Building
a
workshops,
Tropico mod for Vic 3 as soon as possible,
So
as
here's
soon as
the
it comes
fun
out.
bit of circular.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just play like Haiti. That's
Wood's very
basically
expensive.
Tropico. to be honest.
Despite
Just
that,
playing
tools
here.
El Presidente.
I want
Yeah.
more wood.
That'd be
I'm gonna build
fantastic.
tools
Well, they need to build more wood.
to go
Their
here,
wood is really
to go to my logging
expensive.
camps and go.
Well, so
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna use
oh,
tools.
they're
Tropical
upgrading
with a
it.
little bit of democracy
There you
for the
go.
politics
So
section.
because the logging
Yeah,
camp
that's
is
a-
now
that's a good
using
comparison.
tools, it will use the cheap tools to produce more wood, which will keep tools cheaper and make it.
What
very
is war like in
Um,
Tropical?
Hopefully.
You
that can
build-
also cause
You can
bottlenecks
build
for your
static
entire
defense,
economy.
and you can
We don't
build like
enough
you can have
of the first
soldiers,
good
different
That's
types
right.
of soldiers,
That's right.
and then you get invaded.
So
Can you move them around?
Wood
This
is
is
still
looking-
more
Yeah, you can move them
expensive
around.
than tools, and so it'll work.
Tropical is way too good I mean, it's too good to be a comparison.
Yes, we have
Yeah,
upgraded to
you can
normal.
move them around.
I think a better comparison is like Democracy
Yeah.
3, where
Yeah.
war is more of a side thing. You don't really control, it's just like a modifier.
That's right, but then where does the
Well,
building,
Side.
the building element?
Yeah, I
What
mean,
is
you don't build anything. It's just
Yeah, we
sliders.
have quite a bit.
These are all sliders.
And that's because we're.
There isn't
we're
war in
done. We
Democracy
consider
Theory
ourselves
as
done
far
with
as I know,
building
unless I'm
relations, right?
Pretty
mistaken.
Countries.
Mm,
I,
I mean-
do, however, like the
Ask
the
some
lenses where
countries
like
to
the
be
diplomatic actions where you can do it from the
I'm
map. I
just
do like
very
that because
excited.
you can just
No,
easily like
but
tell
I'm also just
what you
thinking
can do
that
with
right
which
now,
country, which I guess is
Going,
pretty
hey,
So
Yeah, the Arabian
I'm gonna give
Peninsula is not
credit where
something
credit is
I want
due.
to
I do
give
like
to
that compared to Vic 2 where I had to like
influence the Ottoman
do it
Empire.
through buttons
So
on
now
the
that we
countries
have
only.
proven that we can beat the Ottoman Empire up, we can start improving relations with all of these guys.
Yep.
And then start using that to interfere. I mean, bring them into our market.
That's
Getting
right,
good
you know,
relations with the
enlighten them.
Arab world.
This is not costing us very
I'm
much.
No,
surprised they have
because they
enough
are not
diplomacy
considered
thing
very
for all that.
important powers.
Guess
Yep.
they have a lot of extra.
And
Because there's a lot of nations
notice
they're improving relations
they're
with.
still a
That's
little bit antagonistic.
Yeah.
It's a natural enemy and a
Yeah, Tropical
militarily
as a
threatening
game to
neighbor.
play. I'm
I'm
up for
not
it.
getting
I don't
rid of
have
my
much time,
military.
but yeah.
Mhm.
But we might have to bring them.
I
It's
could
a
do
chill
it.
game. It'd be a good
This
a good chill stream.
Lithuania,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I could
have
do a
to
tropical
build
game
up
and
your
call it
own
on the
army,
title
so
Victoria
that
3
we don't
gameplay.
seem as threatening
Yeah,
to
Victoria
you.
3.
For their freedom, and then they're like, by the way, I actually don't like you.
Or
I've
Victoria
only
3
played
with
the
war.
first one.
It's fair, but no.
I'm just gonna have to wait for the war DLC, boys.
Taxes.
Get a good war.
Tax and opium.
DLC.
Someone in the chat just said this game is a cuck simulator for real. Well, when they were playing Zulu, they literally had a cuck event.
All right,
Some
so
affair
we
happened.
have an offer to.
Honestly,
we get the vassalize.
If you remove the war,
all right,
like it's not like from playing the league, it's even not. It's actually pretty decent. It's just like
I mean, these are.
It's
like I like War in
basically
League
where
2,
we
and I
decide
assume
to
a lot of
go,
people
right?
do. So
Tigre's right here.
that's really the crux of the issue for many people,
I love
including
how
me,
it's
is they
like,
just don't have that
hey,
element.
I'm actually fighting them,
That's really
but
good.
You can take them.
And
You
you
know
like.
what we said.
So,
You know what we said.
Okay, I can respect that opinion. What
We
so
said we
so
probably shouldn't
Zombie,
go
when
to
you were playing
war
it was
for a
fun
while,
just seeing,
because we
you know,
defunded our military.
building up and
Yes.
seeing the various
But
industries
wait,
get
it's not
stronger.
war yet,
yeah, I mean,
right?
it was
It's
like
just
you
a
basically like
diplomatic
it's like
play,
building
so maybe
factories in
don't
Vic
just-
2, but like it's more advanced and it's basically the entire game. And I always like
But
building
here's
up
the
industry in
thing.
Vic 2,
If they
right?
give in, we
If they
won't
give
get
So
in,
in.
we're
I
not
actually
gonna
like
keep
that kind of
them.
gameplay, but it's just that it doesn't have much of a variety because you don't get
That's
to actually fight the wars, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
Basically that, like,
You get that, that's good, but that's it. That's all you've got.
But that's why I'm
It's
saying
not
like people.
enough.
What's the word?
That's what I'm saying. Like people who really like that and don't care much for war would probably like this game a lot.
They're a little bit worried.
It's just not really me that much.
What are you building up the
Yeah.
industry for, if not to build up to become a greater country and fight a war?
All of a sudden,
To be fair, there are avenues you can
They've got
actually
more
use your
support
economic
now.
power in Vic 3 that aren't necessarily tied to war.
Yeah, probably.
Although a lot of them are kind of bare bones right now. Like you can embargo people, you can like basically use your economy to
This is gonna hurt our
to
goals.
put pressure on other nations and stuff like that. I'm assuming it's gonna be an MP meta. It's gonna
Everything's
basically
be so
force
fine
other
if we
countries
go
into your
up here, we're
market
gonna keep-
and stuff like that. But
The Great
so there are
Hunger.
more stuff to do in terms of that. It's just like as I said with warfare,
There's
it's
a
just
famine.
you
Oh,
know
great, we have a famine.
Famine.
unfortunate.
Okay.
Why do we have a famine? Okay, grain's not that bad. Clothing's the big problem. Hard times. Why is it always Palestine?
These devs are so good at the game, they had a
Every time
famine
I've had
in
a famine
Egypt.
as Egypt. It always starts here.
One of the most fertile lands in the
Well, we
world,
will-
around the Nile.
I mean, it is in Palestine. Look, it says in Palestine. To be fair,
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, tell
So
you what,
not
though,
an
there is this
actual-
place near Palestine that they might be able to get some grain from, called the Nile.
yeah.
Chat thinks this would be. A
I think
great
it's like based on the standard of living, the event pop, I would assume. So
thinks
because
a
they have
lot
low
of
standard of living,
correct.
like only 8.3, they probably have a chance to get that event. I'm assuming, I'm just guessing.
Neopanjane wants me
So,
to change
those
to a
iron
multiplayer
mines are
tropical.
collapsing
Now, well, I don't
right
have the game
Yeah,
installed, and
because
well,
the
they're
stream is only
actually-
1 more hour.
They're,
But
they're still keeping
get-
some
Are they going to
up.
war?
The problem is
Wait,
because
what?
tools
They're going
Yeah,
because
are
they
still expensive.
they
Right.
did a
And it's
conquer
producing
state.
iron
Actually, did they
and
join
has
one or
something
did they? I
more.
think
They
they
joined
joined.
the
thank you,
vassalization
Neopanjane, for
diplomatic
$5.
play.
What
because we're
is
still trying to
happening?
build up our
So
tool
they joined a
industry to
diplomatic
make
play
it
on the side of
Right.
some country I can't.
But if you notice, our tool
Like some
industry
African
is
country.
incredibly
Wait, was it
And they
Tigray?
helped them.
Is this a based modern day reference to
Yeah,
Tigray
so
and their
iron
fight?
will
It was one of the Ethiopian countries. I don't know which one because they all had like weird names that I can't pronounce properly.
Yeah, they can.
They're basically intervening in a conflict.
In offenses against them, they can borrow our troops basically.
Unrecognizable
Have
names.
us there.
But what we ended
Or
up
we might
doing
defend.
So you can see they
is going
want.
to be
So Egypt wants to
Tigray.
vassalize
these two
Tigray,
countries here,
and
and
Tigray
we're
wants war
fighting there,
reparations.
and what?
Okay, yeah. So they're basically getting a puppet
Oh,
out of
they're
it.
not
That winning this
negotiating.
war.
Okay.
She was non-negotiating. Yeah.
Why are you a non-negotiating partner to this?
Although it is kind of annoying, you can't add war goals
Hold on,
after
my
war
obligation.
starts.
Uh-huh.
Like you could have maybe taken more land or get more puppets if they want a total victory at the cost of our nation
I don't know if I
intervening, but
actually care about this
it's
cluster.
not in the game yet, unfortunately. Not in the game yet.
I'm-
I mean, we'll do what we can, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I just would like them to consolidate a bit so we can take whoever's there and shepherd them into
Their
a fold.
stream audio is out of sync. I don't know if that's my fault.
Yeah, it's.
I might refresh again.
we
But
We do have to build a monument.
Always a monument. We beat
I
the
heard about
monument.
that rumble, and I've talked about it. About the achievements being
Let's see, taxes.
no requirements
still
with mods or
hovering at a high
Iron Man.
radicals
I know about
because
that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue to do that.
Also, that's another
Thank you.
guest that
That's,
DM'd me that
good.
he's interested in joining.
Thinking's
He's
alright.
A little bit of
someone's
money
played the
there.
league a lot and knows quite a bit
loan
about the game
interest rate would
too.
have been good
If you're interested in
because
getting
now
other
we've got
guests,
gold
it's up to you
reserves.
though. Up to you.
Who's that?
10% minting.
Well, if it's someone I don't know, I don't really
Yeah,
want to bring
it's-
someone I
it's,
don't know.
it's
I
fine.
don't think you
It's
know
fine.
him.
It's
It's
not
like one of the
gonna-
big three
interest
guys. You
rate's
probably
gonna
don't
do
know him.
anything
Like
for
three
us, but
guys.
Well, just say the name
a
then.
bit of more money from
He's called
minting.
Gracchus.
I don't know.
And
Okay.
the stock exchange tech is
Starting
spreading to our country.
Push. Yep. Oh, let's look at the monthly price report.
He's probably yelling
Yeah.
himself right now.
Iron
He's like,
is
why does
starting
somebody
to
Iron
say?
is starting to go up.
Fine,
That's
yeah,
good
yeah,
news.
Iron going
for
up.
I don't
pounds.
accept people who've played the disgusting evil
Now
league.
that journal entry
on this
did-
stream.
it indicates
Wrong.
that
I condemn
it was
them all.
Hunger in
You gotta kick me out.
no, it's
So-
in your
Related to this
nation.
disgusting-
The Great
There's two ways
Hunger?
to reduce the
Holy
Great
cow.
Hunger.
Yeah.
You either have to bring up the entire standard of living of your country
Yep.
by 3 points,
Yeah, that's a lot.
or you have to wait for the famine events to stop timing or stop happening.
Right,
And it's
right.
a,
Yeah,
it's
so
a
you have to
random
raise the
occurrence
standard of
that-
living
Yep.
by
that is
3
affected
points
by the fact
to
that we are using emergency.
get rid of it. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's,
since we're keeping emergency relief when that fires,
so that is what it is based on.
we have the
Uh,
ability
yeah,
to actually click the good outcome,
Most likely.
as opposed to the
Yeah.
would have been good if we helped them out.
Yeah.
Let's just refresh.
So they have a standard of living of struggle
Really,
which
what's
is
causing the famine?
below the minimum
Struggling.
expected of 6.4. So, I mean, we are going to be getting radicals
The
continuously.
most relatable
there
thing in
because
Vic
they're
3 is
below
when
the
you look at a pop
average.
and it says
And
struggling.
It has nothing, like,
Yeah,
while
I feel ya.
the pops are paying quite a bit, like
Yeah.
you can notice here.
I remember that being a meme
have
for a
action
while.
lock on.
I remember
Oh,
I just
that's
noticed
annoying.
that that's annoying to
Yeah.
me.
the
Let me go in and
3D
change
models.
that.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
Someone says the clouds really make things
Action
easier to
lock.
recognize at a glance.
So,
So
Where
everybody has their favorite tooltips. Mine's action.
They
are
just
those
changed
like
the UI.
dust clouds over the desert? Yeah,
Are dust clouds? Wait, on the map you mean? Wait, on the map you mean?
on the
There.
map.
While
Oh, I didn't
they're
see
paying
that.
high
I'm not in
for
the menu
tobacco,
right now, but-
clothing, wood, and
To the
cement,
right.
It
Yeah,
Over
you
the
can see
desert.
Here is 54%
To the east.
of them are subsistence. They're limiting.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty
So
cool,
we should
actually.
Probably
And
Is a
did
war
they
over?
win? Or was it a
Will
separate
soon
piece?
be.
Wait, did they win?
one of the parties has capitulated. Out.
Ah, I see.
Oh, they haven't won
So
yet.
are
So
we-
far.
And there's
yeah,
a
so-
peace deal on the table, is that right?
Yes, the peace deal is still. Hey, I want money and I was.
Yeah, I don't like-
and I want.
I don't know why
territory,
they
so
would
Right,
like, cause they
right,
they
no
keep
one's
trying to like
agreeing yet. Yeah.
limited pieces, but they
if,
don't need to when
uh,
they can just like full siege them down.
Just
If
win.
our side would drop
Yeah.
their demand, that
I mean, in this case, you literally could because they're so weak.
Yeah,
The
but you may
African
notice
countries. So
we're
it's
also
so
just slowly pushing.
Yeah.
We've got.
Whoa! Look at those animations.
now
What
we
the
got some
fuck?
hospitals.
which animations? Oh, I mean like the.
The war
So,
animations
we
on the
have
ground. They're firing like machine guns out of.
Oh,
yeah,
Huts.
it's-
that's, they had that in one of the dev diaries, and everyone complained about them
Yeah.
because they thought it was
It looks
fire-
ridiculous.
Because everyone wanted like small animated soldiers like in Hoi 4 on like the map, and for some reason they didn't do that. Even I think that would have been better. But
How are the landowners? That's going to give them.
I don't know
a
why
lot
they
of
have, like, these
political
weird
strength. Maybe
bunkers
we're
instead,
fine
though.
with that.
at least at this point in the game.
They already have 40%.
I'm actually not fine with that because they're our main impediment to getting rid of serfdom and
True.
slavery. So,
Dahomey then.
Dahomey? Let's go for Dahomey.
Alright.
Up.
Oh, it happened! It
Crash.
fucking
I was
happened!
thinking it was.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Power
What did
save
he do?
mode.
Aha!
See.
Wait, what did he do? Was it a crash?
How convenient to have a key for
Ooh.
that, right? on
How
the
how
keyboard.
convenient to have an
That-
FN
that's
key
a
for
crash, I
power
think
save
that-
mode
that's a
when
cra-
it's the
Wait.
F1 key to open the menu.
I
for
don't
a
think it was a.
specific
I think they
submenu.
might have had a hotkey or something. It might not
And
necessarily
let me
be a full
guess,
crash.
It's not coming
You
back.
push the power saver mode key instead of F1.
What is power saver mode?
I
Just
don't
like
know. You might have made it up.
Control room. Can you
Like
guys
a
help
crash
us out?
button.
There we
You
go.
press the
All
crash
Is he,
button.
is he playing on a laptop?
Yeah. We're
Thank you.
good to
Yeah,
go.
we're back.
Oh,
All
right, yeah, power saver would be on a laptop, yeah.
Yeah.
Power
Don't-
saver for
No more
laptops
function.
or if you live in Europe
I'd like my F2, F3 buttons to go to
on any
menus.
PC.
Yeah, well, why? Why did you have a keyboard that does stupid things? Let's see what I was thinking of doing. Arms industry.
What are they
we're
doing
gonna
now?
Just start tinkering with things.
Well, they're
We
downsizing
are
their,
still that. Glassworks.
military industry.
Lead, textile mills. We do not have dyes, but we need more textiles.
Could we import some? I mean,
Yeah, we could, but the thing is, at this point, I would rather just fund.
Someone
our
asked,
own
how is the game's economy
construction
and overall
industry
stability in the
and so on
1900s? We'll never know on
domestic
any of the
supplies.
Paradox
but I mean
streams.
in terms of
That's for sure.
lead, for example.
They haven't like
Alright, what do we
ever showed
what
off
do
the
we
late
have here?
game yet.
Have they ever made
Famine
it
in
past
Palestine is our
1850?
criticism of our economic policy.
Don't think they've ever showed
mercantilism.
gameplay past
Focus on
that.
export heavy
And
crops.
Yeah.
obviously in the
Typical
elite build,
misunderstanding of, mercantilism.
I mean, elite build's broken, but that's to
What
be
if for
expected
no
because it's elite
national
build,
economy?
and they didn't test the late game yet probably. But we don't have
your
any
own
like
good.
They're more
real
radical
official
now,
like
right?
gameplay
throw all
or
this protocol.
knowledge about much of it from what I
I've not
understand
seen
how
that
the
number drop.
how stable the late game
Yeah, in
is.
fact, I think I
it's,
saw people
hovering
questioning the
around
late
the
game and
million-
stuff,
yeah,
even in
million
normal
mark.
comments under their stream and stuff.
Yeah. It's
So it's a wider question.
Alright, so
one more
what-
party.
It's
out
because
of
they
the
always
war,
play from
just
1836,
exiting.
and
There's
I'm not
no
sure
war
if it's an
focus.
intentional choice or
Yeah.
not, or if they're just like
But
not
if
showing
you
because they're not
know,
done with it yet.
Yes.
or
It
whatever.
is the only start date, but they don't continue a campaign.
Got war
Yeah.
So just a question. So war will be strategic. You know, that's like the pillar of war.
Mhm.
We saw, you know, what should have been, you know, a massive war with the Ottomans. And there
Losing
didn't
money
appear to be
rapidly.
many strategic decisions taken apart from, you know, min-maxing the quality of troops that they could have gotten.
That's
Yeah.
actually
And
true.
that didn't,
I mean-
that didn't appear to take very long for this. With a
There is no
experienced player.
strategy involved.
Yeah, like the only
So-
strategic thing is like related to
The reason for this
non-combat,
is because
like
we
the
switched
economy
to,
and politics. Like you can't really
much
control anything
faster
combat-wise. So
construction.
just like defend or attack,
Yes.
and you
Now,
can do a
I
naval
could-
invasion too if you got
I could
you know, the navy
raise
for it.
taxes
But
Yeah.
on
If the
That's about
strategy
it.
is the overall plan and approach for a war, and yeah, there wasn't. Well, they just sort of defend every border, and then when you've defended enough, you attack, and it happens automatically. There's no strategy. There's no like, oh, we'll rush an army directly into Anatolia, gun for Constantinople or something. You don't have that choice. You just sort of move across the whole border all the time.
Middle and
yeah,
upper class.
because the
good.
fronts are very big, so unless you get a front split just at the right time, you can't really
Yeah.
decide where your
It's
troops
really
go,
the
which is
because
kind of bad.
we're
I think
hovering
you
so
can kind of do
low
strategic
on
things,
the,
like if you could, let's say you can do a naval invasion specific area to take those resources from them, right? Because we actually can do naval invasion specific states. So that's like the most control you're ever gonna get. Is a
Yeah,
naval invasion.
that's you could. But tactics aren't in a Paradox games anyway. Tactics are like, you know, things you do on the ground,
nice.
maneuvers.
Yeah.
I mean, defensive.
So you
individual
don't-
battles.
Yeah.
So it's not in the game anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
but strategy,
Yeah, there's no strategy.
combat strategy,
They
that's
offered
not
an
much of.
obligation, but
I would say
also,
like that. Like the most strategy
yeah,
you're gonna get
we
is you
don't
can do
have
naval
a good
invasions,
name
take
right
strategic
now. We
resource
don't
away
have the
from them,
ability to project
and you can also
force
choose the
anywhere.
production
Yeah,
methods
if
of
they
your troops to
were
fit the
adjacent
situation. If
to
you're like
us,
really
then I would
micro heavy,
definitely
I
be able
guess.
to use
But
that
that's
to
the
pull them
strategy
to
you're
our
gonna get
markets,
basically. That's the
but,
strategy.
not so useful.
Which I guess it's
Ooh,
is some,
look at
but it's
that.
definitely not as much
They're
as
finally stopped,
Alright.
me or
being
I guess
buggered.
anyone would have
We,
hoped for.
They still think
Mm,
we're
looking forward
Well,
to
someone is
it.
coming in with some arguments against
No,
what we're
that's
saying,
just
which is
because we're
fine. But
military.
I mean, again, I was talking earlier about the ignorance. He says that in Victory there's no cost to war at all.
I mean,
So I mean, that's
if you're
just
going to give
like
somebody
a
money and
wrong,
expect
I'm
friendship
afraid.
in
It's not
return,
true, yeah.
that's
It's
There
not a
is
true
cost to
statement.
war. It's just in Victory it's just higher, but there is cost to war in
We're
Victory.
taking their money, but
Like
we
it's
won't
just
be
because
their
they've
friends.
increased it
Yeah.
basically by the
Oh, the
mechanical.
truth.
You can lose like a
So-
million pops from a devastating war in Victory.
Oh yeah, it's expiring in a year.
Sounds like a future problem.
But yeah,
Your
it is
economy
true,
would be in
like-
ravages. You go bankrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
it sounds
destroys
like
half
maybe
your
we should
industry.
start paying our soldiers again, and
You absolutely can get hurt by
Giving
wars in
them
Vic 2. Of
Minor details.
You get a
flexible,
a big
like fix
rebellion.
the taxation policies.
course, in Vic 3 they've increased
Here we
that.
go.
It's just
Um,
they've increased the the I
these
guess
are
the
gonna be
damage you
expensive.
get from
Yeah,
the
but we
war,
need
or
them.
not the damage,
no,
but like
no,
the
it's
cost
going to be
of it.
expensive because the
Um,
industries haven't started.
But that doesn't mean it's
They
not
will
present in
catch
Vic
up.
2
yeah,
either.
yeah,
We
It's
will
just
also
not as much.
increase
I mean,
the industries in Lower Egypt.
yeah. I mean, we can at least some pops can make their money.
But your
back
comments
from
are welcome
our
anyway.
insane expenditure.
Yeah, I'd like to hear some
And
counter
who knows
arguments.
how
'Cause
much the
obviously, when you
Ottomans have
think about it
advanced
too,
in
but
5
you only
years.
talk about people who agree with you. It's easy to not understand like the
Oh,
actual
well,
arguments
all right,
against
that's a
what
lot
you're
of-
saying.
That's a lot of negatives.
I don't
Not
think
like
so.
our argument.
All right.
Eh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So look at the
Mm.
Ottomans.
They.
So you can see how many battalions they have at the
to
top
deal
there.
with.
So you always
Let's
know how
have a
much your
look.
enemy has.
Yeah, they just had the sick
And
Man of
maybe
Europe
it's
modifier.
not.
I
Oh, we can
didn't
bargain
catch
with
exactly what that did.
Good.
but
We,
they have
as
it.
you said, we don't have any.
Oh yeah, because I think they get it if they
Yeah.
don't
Maybe it
manage
is
to win
not
against Egypt, or if they
They're-
reach
they're
some
not
other
doing much trade.
factors, they get that.
Maybe it's not a.
Well, that could be. That's how it worked in the
guarantee
league. I
they are
think I
going
could be
to
wrong
start
though.
attacking us as soon as
But I vaguely remember
if we have,
like a timed event where I had to do something before it ran out, and you got that modifier. But
What are we doing now?
Ah,
I'm
prestige.
just starting to think about
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Vassalize
So I get another-
Rajas.
because there's two
they're gonna
things we can do. We can
vassalize.
go and
Are they
go,
gonna vassalize
"Hey,
Greece? That would
Ottomans."
be.
Yeah, knock down the door.
They're planning a
That
war.
doesn't really help us too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
That just makes them weaker.
Hopefully
and
it'll do
then
is we
these
actually get to see the
nations might
naval
go,
invasions
or we might
again.
go, hey, we
So
can
actually
fight
get to
the
see them.
Ottomans to a standstill.
Because we didn't get to see them that
Let's,
much, just
start
like one
consolidating
time.
power
Mhm.
and
But,
pull in a
yeah.
bunch of smaller nations.
Yeah.
Issue is we'd have Russia, France, and Great Britain we'd have to worry about, but they're all marked as being potentially neutral.
Although
Yes.
vassals are kind of,
We will have
at least in the
Tigray
league,
as
they
an
kind of
ally.
made because they can join
That is-
against
yeah,
you.
They
They
like
probably
us.
just annex them. They won't. They probably just annex them.
I don't know. It's a possibility. We could also
I want to
just
see if anyone will join against
we could
them.
just wait. We're doing technically okay.
What if the Ottomans join against them and have to
We
fight that
still
war
technically
again?
have a great
and they still don't
hunger
take
and
anything?
all of that.
A piece of piss.
Yeah, we're not doing so hot either.
Blow them out.
We got
Once
Tigray
again.
from the war. Goju
Oh.
actually
Nice.
did exactly what it said it was going to do.
Nice.
Which
So I don't know why. Like,
hey, I will give
I'm
you
not
this
sure why they're
territory.
actually
Yeah.
increasing relations with those
Which-
countries
Well,
because
as
they
a
could just
surprising.
As a,
like they're much weaker
what are
than
they to
them,
us?
so they could just
What are they
divide
to
and
us?
conquer
Yeah,
them,
Tigray.
kill them off.
They.
You're looking
Oh
at
yeah,
Gojan.
and I am looking at.
Um,
Well, I'm reading chat and looking at that.
Yeah.
Vassal.
They are our vassal. Nice.
They vassalized Tigray.
Cool.
That's good.
What did they mean
So
by
what
this?
what does that do for you?
Good question.
It's
Maybe they'll
basically
answer it now,
That's
though.
fine. That gives us someone we could start.
Just a puppet.
Could
That's
start
it.
feeding
Yeah.
them.
You can actually see another country's pop growth by
Turning them
looking
into
at them.
coins,
You couldn't
yeah.
do that
Yeah.
too. That's a lot of
Could
info.
fix our
but-
economic problems.
and
how do you
We
get
could,
that info?
Try not to have a revolution.
You can pretty
There's,
much see everything about
lot of
like
things
anyone
we
else's
could be
country
doing
and
right
state
now.
by just
What
clicking
should
on
we
it.
be doing?
Like it's
I
not
don't
much
know.
hidden from
Um,
anyone. Like,
We could ban slavery.
No, we can't. That will radicalize the landowners.
you can even see like the
Yeah,
production
but
methods of the
they're so
military units by
weak,
clicking on them
right?
too.
Oh
So
yes,
weak.
they're so
Yes,
so weak and
Yeah.
not a large
They-
part of our.
How are they more powerful? Haven't we industrialized?
We have not industrialized enough. They get 150% because of monarchy, hereditary serfdom, slavery, and
Right.
also other stuff. So what we could
Can we
do
abolish serfdom?
is we could.
Because that's like no good for anyone.
Serfdom currently doesn't have anybody wanting to touch that. We could switch around our government a bit. So the religious are no longer helpful. Let's pull in the rural folk.
Now
Okay.
we
See, the
can
times
do
get rid of
that. It
serfdom
hurt our
now.
legitimacy a little bit, and it created some more radicals.
Yeah, but
yeah.
this is going to be better in the long run.
It's gonna take forever to do.
They are
So
abolishing
we
serfdom.
are going to abolish serfdom. That is
Speed it
also
up,
going to piss
like,
off the
It is
landowners as
like
well.
England did. Have
It
a
is
Black
going to
Death
piss
coming.
off the landowners, but it's
I
going
mean,
to
they have
piss
the
off
Great
the
Hunger,
landowners
so-
less.
Yeah.
In
Yeah, stop
Palestine.
giving
If
welfare
likely
in
to
Palestine and see what
radicalize them,
happens.
Yeah.
If it
Yeah.
Serfdom will be gone in
by
no
this
time.
time, we can probably decrease some of their
Yeah.
current hatreds of us.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
think
They're
serfdom-
currently unhappy.
That's not too
I'm not
bad.
sure
That's
exactly how
not
serfdom
horrible,
works,
it's
but
because
I'm
a lot of
pretty
their
sure it's
interest group is
basically a
radical,
debuff to
probably
subsistence
because
farms.
Their interest group's not
I'm
getting paid.
pretty-
Paid people fine.
So many people that want to get money.
I'm a wonderful ex-manager.
But he can't get mill goods. Oh.
What we can do is
I mean, this
Budget's
stream has
looking
left me
alright.
wanting to play Tropical and not
construction's
Victoria
still
3.
high.
It's okay.
Um,
So, and that's
You know, we
honest.
don't have any.
To be honest, like Vic
capitalists
3 is
yet,
basically
do
like
we?
kind of like
Not many.
Tropico or whatever, but on
I'm
a much
debating how
larger
much we
scale,
actually
essentially.
expect the Ottomans to come back and bite us.
My
But
first
it's
stream.
like an ocean.
Yeah.
It's like an ocean that's an inch
Because
deep. It
I look at it
seems.
this way.
Yeah. My first stream
We're
of Vic 3
spending
on the day it comes out is going to feel like a fucking chore.
34,000
Yeah.
pounds.
I mean,
in-
I actually don't. I probably would
some
play it in single player a
imaginary
bit.
enemy.
Like, I actually don't
we don't
mind the
know might come
gameplay
up.
too much.
Yeah.
I just don't think
We
the
can
MP would
spend
be that
less.
interesting. There's no
For
war.
cannons, it's not a
just
giant
don't think-
difference.
Yeah.
Our,
I mean, it's 7,000.
Because like war in single player
No, I mean
in Vic
giant
2 is not
difference in
that right,
offensive
like
Oh,
that,
no,
not really
exactly.
that
but
good.
it's 7,000
After you've gotten
Yeah.
good at it, right?
Well, not
Like
dollars,
after.
pounds.
So you
Yeah,
could
we're
say,
still
well, it's not that
taking
much
the
of a loss,
penalty.
but in MP it's an absolute deal breaker for me at
changing
least.
our-
Until it's not.
the way we wage war. So we're gonna have to wait that penalty out. But
Yeah.
7,000 a week is not shabby.
No, not shabby. It also technically allows us to consider dropping taxes eventually.
But it
Someone
seems-
says, isn't a war a very small part of the Anno
Building-
games?
Well, I mean, we can't.
I don't know,
stop
but
building
probably.
at any point.
In those games, you're building
No,
a city
if
and
we-
you can actually see it being
You
built.
can't stop progress, Paul.
Here you
No,
build
no.
buildings and they just come up as like
We are
squares.
having input
and
shortages.
numbers.
That is also
That
A
is
spreadsheet.
so that is
essentially.
Yeah,
probably
I mean, to be fair, I guess that's what they're going for, like the
small
spreadsheet.
arms is the
Oh
main
boy, I can't wait to come home
Um,
from my job as an
General,
accountant to play
two farms,
Victoria
two
3.
streams,
I
hardwood.
mean, you joke like
I
that,
forgot
but
to switch
a
that
lot of
back.
people do
There's
that.
people like that. I
No,
don't have anything
We have,
against them.
we have multiple.
What's that spaceship MMO? That's a spreadsheet
Login.
sim.
It's like that
Dude,
German who
but
comes
I-
home from their
Offline?
work with the forklift to play
Yeah.
Forklift Simulator.
No, we're not going to be able to get enough.
Yeah, EVE Online, and they have the
But it's worth checking.
spreadsheet battles that's worth like
So
hundreds of thousands of real real
this
US dollars.
is going
It's
to
pretty crazy.
Okay.
actually cause us
Wow.
to lose a fair chunk of money
Yeah.
because lumber is also.
I mean, I
expensive.
honestly, like as I said, I don't mind the
Hardwood's gonna drop
economic gameplay. It's
because hardwood
it's just
is
what
going to
you
drop,
lose by having
farms
that with a
industries are going to
war.
become profitable, which means they're
Like
going
it
to
might
lose
seem dull,
money,
but at least
and
with the
so we
economy,
don't
you can like
always,
try different
look
strategies,
at
you know.
Yeah.
But
options and
When
wonder
people say
War-
that, I'm always like,
Yeah,
people,
balance
the
out. There is a
haters say,
dynamic
oh my
effect,
god, they're
yeah.
just war shells, they
Aesthetically,
just
we're
want
losing
war.
money in the
I like the Crusader Kings
No, I'm
series,
fine.
and I
Notice,
find
like,
the dynastic management and the characters fascinating and enjoyable.
Oh,
And the war just being a nice little thing to maybe do some conquering of land now and again. So,
I completely agree with that. It's actually a good point. The most interesting things in Crusader Kings is not the
Hardwood, iron.
it's got
tea is
very great
surprisingly cheap.
yeah,
Tea
it's
is
still,
fleshed out
Are
mechanics.
we?
yeah, it still
producing-
does have the war though,
Yeah,
which is,
yeah.
it's always there. And it's, actually the war in
Yeah,
CK2's got
yeah.
interesting systems, you can put different generals on the flanks. But it's not nothing breathtaking, it's just the normal Paradox warfare system. But
can
Victoria
export
3 is like the experiment.
Lots and lots of hardwood.
Undoubtedly
That
it
is
is.
seems-
very good.
And the French.
Without
So
without
basically,
trying
we're
to
just
sound,
gonna
you know,
farm the,
unnecessarily negative, it
British and
seems
French
like all
navies.
of the
Yeah, and use them to
all of the
hopefully-
recent games that they've
Yeah,
made
I
put in a
mean,
blender.
That could never.
And this is
come
the
back to
result.
bite us.
Perhaps.
I suppose so. They do have like a lot more characters,
completely our
like
friends,
CK
yeah.
3 2, while also having
And,
the
yeah.
spreadsheet of these
I mean,
Vic
let's
2 and
be
have the
honest,
buildings
they're just
from
gonna put their.
combined
they're
Vic
just
2
gonna
and
pit their
EU4.
navies
So I guess you
against
could
each
say
other.
so,
We're
but
gonna be fine.
that might be a bit of an
We're just gonna make
oversimplification
money.
of what
I think
Vic 3
it's definitely
Yes.
a generalization for
Exactly.
sure.
but,
So good stuff. So that deals with our hard.
Gandalf,
now
it's
the
funny to
benefit
say,
of that
Gandalf
is
says that CK2 War is actually fun
we
with
will
complexities
get,
of flanks and
our own
commandos.
pubs
Yeah, probably.
working in trade
However, what I've seen from
and making
CK2, and I
money.
haven't played it that much
Yes,
myself, so, you know,
Looks
but it just seems like the bigger stack always just wins in
He's
CK2.
right.
Really.
Making
For the
good
most
money.
part, yeah.
And
That's
No matter how
mostly
well
true.
you
Russia
micro a flank or a
owns
general or
trading
something, isn't it just always down to that?
Make a fair amount of trade with
that
Russia.
could be good.
no plus 5 generals. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
clearly isn't always the
Importing
case
a
in
lot of
Vic
wood
2.
from them, we'd receive
I think
benefit
one of the
from that.
measures for how good a war system is in the Paradox game is
Honestly,
to
I'd
what
love
extent
to export
can you
it.
have a smaller stack beat a bigger stack?
But not only.
And what ways can you
not
make that
only
happen?
Are
Look
Yeah,
at
That's
how
an
much
interesting
more
way to look at it.
trade revenue
Vic 2
we
has
get.
lots of ways.
exactly.
You
So
just gotta
we're
get that
collecting
artillery,
tariffs.
get
on-
artillery
Now,
tech.
the trade
EU4
reserves
has a
are
few
going
ways,
up
but
in
EU4 just seems
Yeah.
to come down to
So
bigger
that-
numbers and Doom stacks to me, which is why I don't like
and
the game that much.
hardwood we're collecting.
I think the
tariffs
numbers
on as
part
well.
is
doing decent.
mostly fine. I think there should be definitely be
Yep.
ways to improve and like
Very good.
make a
very
strong
good.
small
This-
army.
People in the chat who have played
Market
CK2
Oh my
more than I
gosh.
have are saying that it's possible, so I will believe them.
Because
Sure.
I'm an idiot.
Oh,
Good.
you
I like
built
that
a
game.
lot of stuff, and you didn't think
In
about
League
market
3, you could
access?
do that as
built a
well. You
bunch
saw
of
how
lumber
like
camps
Egypt
because I
beat
wanted to
GFO the Ottomans
bring
just
people
by
out
Ottomans
of
having like
We're
3
gonna
times
need
more troops.
something.
It's just
Stellaris can
in the
definitely
short term,
have that,
ports.
yes,
Yeah.
because you can build a
Ports
fucking amazing
can
high-tech fleet.
help a little bit.
yeah.
We could do some road
CK3,
maintenance
however,
there if we
says
had any
Tutters is
authority.
Yeah, 14
more big
gets
stack
more
wins
up.
than
Yeah,
CK2.
Gets us 5
You
infrastructure.
can,
Interestingly.
there's like knights and things though, which are like
I mean, we need. Okay,
you
we
know,
Yeah.
do two
one
levels.
bloke killing
We can do 2 levels.
500
levels
guys.
of port
That's
is fine. We are also becoming more of a trade power, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're
you
going to
can
need
you
ports
can
anyway.
win with smaller stacks as possible. And
Although I do
advantages
like
and
in
things like that.
CK3, I've played CK3 way more than CK2, so I know it
I'm
more.
gonna go
But in
back here and
CK3 you
do
can
the
build
thing
those
that I told myself.
standing
Yeah.
army
Mechanical
units, the
tools.
heavy
We need
infantry archers,
infrastructure.
Now
and
we
build
have an
them up.
authority deficit. Why
You
is
got
that?
that.
You can do that in
Good
CK2
question.
as well, Spud, with
Yeah.
Just
retinue.
believe Palestine,
Yeah.
no.
I bet it's actually
See, what are they doing? So they're trying to.
so. When the famine
Yeah, so
started,
like they're using the
we got
fucking
a modified event to
what
be
is
able
it,
to
like
do
the
rifle
authority?
smoothly for cheaper.
Oh, I see.
That
I want to say
time has
authority
come
mana,
back
but the
now.
authority
Now what
points
that
or
is
whatever to
we
increase
can
the
say our authority
stay out
doesn't
living. Yeah, trying to.
stay in deficit. We get an opposition interest group production.
It's not that big of a deal.
0.03 is
Oh,
not
and,
enough.
and
to
another
make
thing, they
anybody
didn't actually remove.
No.
You see, like
any
how
more
the
long
unhappy
as
than they already
the
are.
Ottomans still
As
have
long as it doesn't
claims
drop a lot
on the
more,
Palestine. They didn't actually
then
remove
we
those
should be
claims.
Good to go.
I don't know why they didn't do that. They could have.
The
added
guy
it.
on the
we
right
need
suggested
cheddar,
removing
more cheddar,
claims as a
cheddar.
war goal at some point, but the guy on the left rejected that idea.
Yeah.
All right, so.
I mean, he's the experienced player. I
GDP
guess maybe
is
he knows
looking
what he's doing.
better.
I don't know.
Good.
Yeah.
Seems like a.
I mean,
Goal would be to get into the top
Or
10.
East India
not
Company's number
exactly
2.
There, but you know,
we could beat the crap
GDP.
out of
That's
the Ottomans.
interesting.
yeah.
Could. What we can also do.
Oh yeah, right. This
It's almost harvesting season.
No,
help us. Why would we want to do that?
They didn't. I don't know. Like,
you guys are getting.
I think they
very
could switch
scared
to
over
harvesting
here.
tools now. They probably have
Yeah,
tools
well, by
actually,
that I
right?
That's
Harvesting season's here, boys.
Yeah,
They're scared of the
could have
Danes.
enough tools for that. I think
That makes
at this
sense.
point. No,
That makes sense. But yeah, we unlocked through.
And I feel like
tech
it would have
spread
been
the
more interesting if
intensive
they went for like a
farming
war
a
path
while ago.
Egypt and like
Yes.
took and
And
like
that
actually like
would
tried
be
to do
more
what the Ottomans tried
fertilizer,
IRL and like
which we
conquer
do not
Turkey.
have.
We do not. Can we import that?
We could.
They didn't do that. Go for that, unfortunately.
Fertilizer is cheap. I don't think that much. yeah.
No. I mean, okay. So right now, that prediction is going to be not good, right?
No.
Because
I
wonder how many
because we're not
formable
currently
tags
using
there's
any
gonna be.
fertilizer.
On
good
release.
Point. The prediction there is technically
I
lying. a
think
little
there's
bit.
like what is there in the league? There's like New Africa in the league actually. You know, like the
Which factory is that again?
like the
It's
HPM tag
chemical
or whatever.
industry, which is a
Yeah.
problem.
In
the US
because
South, you got
we
that,
might
and
not
then you
even
have-
that yet.
We
No.
don't have chemical industry.
So
You also have like used ones like
actually,
Arabia and
in
stuff.
the,
Can't remember exactly.
So,
latest
anyone,
branch,
give me an idea of what is
the
in the Paradox
You mean the one
stream
that's
chat
just
right
down?
now.
Yeah.
I think
The
they're on
one that
YouTube
will
and
destroy
Twitch
iron
at the same
in the
time,
game.
aren't they?
that one.
What are their chats saying? What are they
On
up to?
that
Because we
one,
didn't. We got a lot of idea of what they were
those,
saying on the last one, but I haven't heard much this
those
time.
livestock ranches
They're just
on,
telling them to build chemical
intensive,
plants. Apparently, it's telling them to build.
will produce a little bit
Uh-huh.
of fertilizer to get you up and
At least
going
on the
if you
Twitch
don't
one.
have the ability
But at
to
least on the
make
Twitch
chemical
one. At least on the
plants.
Twitch.
Good shortage of iron still. Oh, because
The thing they were trying
Twitch.
to import fertilizer.
YouTube
and
chat
they-
is disabled.
Yeah,
Turns
yeah,
out
yeah.
when
Maybe it's the
Uh,
sex
most of your
box.
iron comes from one part
Well, I
of
mean,
the
the thing is, the
world.
Twitch chat
Um,
is still on, so
Guess
Yeah.
we should diversify
is this
our
YouTube
iron
chat being shitty?
resources.
I don't know.
Twitch chat calling
Yeah,
them
so
blind.
what's happening here for the
We
the
have
chat, if
chemical
you haven't
plants
picked up
available.
on this,
They said.
They're telling them to build chemical
Is
plants
that-
to get
I'm just
fertilizer,
just
presumably.
blind.
they're right there.
get fertilizer.
Chemical plants look
Yeah,
like
there it is.
pot with a flower in it.
Because it doesn't look like a chemical.
That's
plant.
Yeah.
that's a. I think
That's
that's
right.
the is it the wrong icon? I think
Now,
that's the
but
wrong
what's
icon they're
going on
using,
in
'cause, like in the league, it's like
is,
an icon of
the
like a
market access is
like a
bad,
chemical
which
in
means
like a
that the
one of those
iron
like things you have on the
isn't
lab.
reaching the
I don't know what it's
market.
called in English, but
And also
it
other
makes a lot
things
more
from the
sense to
market
have that.
isn't
I think
reaching
they
Palestine.
used the wrong icon for
so
that thing.
That's makes both the iron mines less profitable, and it makes
Oh wait,
us
actually they might have
gain
they
access
might have
to
split up
less
the
iron.
factory. So that might just make
we can
sense.
Get,
Before it was
fertilizer. We're going to need
the same
sulfur and
factory, now
iron.
it's
Iron
split
is already a
on
bit
the
of a
same
problem we're
factory.
dealing with.
Yeah, but
Someone says Gandalf
is-
says we are getting
I mean,
sidetracked
we
with the
should be able
CK3
to
discussion.
Have
We have
just
to go
a
back
wee
to
bit of
Victoria 3.
sulfur
Well,
in Lower
Yeah,
Well,
we
what
can
is there
build
to
it
fucking
ourselves,
talk
but
about
we're
on this
also
fucking
very,
stream right now that we're
also
looking at?
implement
What? I mean, they're just building some buildings.
I'm intending that
Building shit.
God.
Yeah.
build
It's
it
just
ourselves because
fucking-
I want to keep as much money in our domestic economy.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if you
But,
so they've split the
in the
the
meantime,
chemical
when those
factory
industries
up.
start,
Before in the
we
league
build them
version,
to
the
already
explosive
trade
factory
to
and the
start
fertilizer
building
factory
new
was the same
Yeah.
factory.
How
But now
could
it seems like they've
would you
split them
improve
into two
access
different
to iron in
factories. They have
Palestine?
fertilizer
Right now,
factory
we're
and
already improving
explosive
access.
factory being
It's up to
separate.
100 by
That's
staffing
something I
up the
guess
ports,
want to
which
comment on
gives
that.
us
That's
10
something I noticed.
infrastructure. We could
Someone says it looks
also
like
do road
Factorio.
maintenance, or if we had trains.
I mean,
We
I've
could
played
do
Factory, so I don't know if
trains
I
for
would
infrastructure.
agree with that, but I guess you can
I want
kind of
trains, that
see
would
it.
be really good.
Trains is
Factorio is a
by
lot more micro
early mid game
compared to like
I
this a bit macro.
I find the
stuff.
Crusader Kings discussion interesting, and I kind of want to play that. All this stream is giving me is urges to play other games like Tropico, Crusader Kings.
Escapism.
Honestly, I do get a slight urge to fire up the league when I see this, but then I remember that you can't really fight wars with all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Zombie gets the urge to break the law.
You know why we have
Yeah,
When
I
he
do
sees
get
this.
I do get that urge sometimes. You know.
You guys remember the piracy
The
piracy ad from IT crowd?
No.
Wait, what?
No, just me. All right. Someone in chat,
Not even
join in
close.
with me.
Not
IT
even
crowd,
close.
piracy.
But I mean,
Getting there.
it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. We have 15 levels.
We do need a few more shipyards.
There we go.
I was looking at.
So, did
Thanks, Paul.
Alexandria start the game
Yes.
with a
Well,
port and a
getting that
shipyard in this?
infrastructure
game?
in those states is gonna be good
I
too.
don't know.
Oh,
Actually,
it's
I
the
don't-
theirs again.
I'm
Why?
not sure
they
that it does. It might, but
You
but
wouldn't
they might
start a
just do
war.
it. You wouldn't
A
start
small
war.
conspiracy event
Slave
in Aleppo.
revolts. See, this is the other downside too.
Well, it's a slave.
I refuse
that
to help the
vault thingy.
landowners.
Such ruthlessness would be better used at exercising your own
It might-
demons.
it might
That's
come back to
what I
bite
could
us, but
apply
I
to a
will
lot
stand
of
up
Discord
principle.
arguing people.
We're abolishing serfdom. We're at 20% success
Honestly, like-
chance. It's not very
Like the
high.
fucking
Notice we
event
also have the
options
intelligentsia are
in
getting powerful
Paradox
enough that they're starting to be
events
like,
have already been
"Hey,
funny.
what
Like
about
if you look at the Vic 2 ones
Yeah,
as well,
yeah.
a lot of them are very snarky. A lot of them are very
Let's
snarky.
see.
Looks like they've kept that tradition at least.
You can notice this has been fixed or is being fixed.
Look at that
in the
graph.
Build, but
Yes.
switching all the production.
Ooh, yeah.
Look
yeah.
at this graph!
Dude, in the
is there
league build,
unique
the graph is
secret
insane.
annexing the
Like,
Suez or Panama
It's not
Canal?
uncommon
There's
in the league build for the
not.
graph to like go
You
like from the
can,
top of the screen to the
seize
top,
them
like
just
go
with
outside the
a
box and
regular,
like all the way to the bottom of the
conquer
screen.
state.
It's the top.
But
Like some
there
insane,
are
like,
ways in other countries.
Looked like a
Has,
fucking
anyone-
earthquake
Has
graph.
anyone played
the
Off-World
Suez
Trading
can
Company?
basically perform
No.
those decisions,
Alright.
yellow
Nope.
surveys, so that
That's a
they,
great
which
economic
will lead them
simulator.
to get the option.
Oh, decisions.
to
That
actually
is
buy land.
that is flavour.
That
That's-
is
they can build
surveying
it.
the Suez. Oh.
But we
Other than
will
the
try to build
Suez,
it ourselves.
What?
I guess-
Those are not unique
It's a
to
suicidal
Egypt.
check.
I
What?
think I think it's just
No, we can.
whoever owns it
We
can
can
take
do
it
it,
to
because
the
oh my
Suez
God,
Canal.
It checks
Why?
how many we
I don't know.
produce.
I haven't done this
And
season
not
before, but I'm assuming that's
a
what
couple
it
of
is.
generations.
Is that
like
like
one too?
Supposedly the flavour.
Because we
Yeah.
changed it where we
I
want.
think it's like, you know, the
HPM
HPM Suez events where like you get like a sub event and then you get
Yeah.
like another event.
So
and
if
then
we
it gets,
press
slowly
this
gets
button
built.
now, which
I'm
we
pretty
can,
The
sure
expedition to
we
find
will
the source of
start
the Nile might
surveying
look like an
their
Egyptian
Suez
flavour
engine.
at first glance. However,
And what will happen
every country
is
could
that
probably do an
our
expedition to
tax
find the
waste
source of the Nile.
will
Yeah, I
go
mean they couldn't Vic 2 as
through
well.
the
So
roof.
I mean,
it's,
Egypt
It
can
is-
map the American Western
I would
frontier.
estimate it
For
to
fuck's
be
sake.
Yeah.
a 90%.
I mean they just need to own something
Yeah.
there, I guess.
So we
which
are
they don't,
not
but they
going
still
to
have
do that.
access to see it.
Dahomey
so-
again. Oh,
I'm s-
against France. This seems bad. Oh,
They're
France
worried.
is trying to subjugate them. They would be worried.
So they're trying to take the homie.
I don't
They're
think
trying to
an
take
obligation
Dahomey.
from
Is that the
Dahomey
country that there was
What's
this movie about
But
lately?
there's
Or is that somewhere else?
They're what?
there
I
are
have no idea.
They're
Dahomey.
buddies. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
but
they're
they're
actually, I'm trying to say,
I
they're trying to
know,
puppet
I
them.
know.
They're actually
I've
trying
been
to
trying not to
annex
make
them.
horrible
that
pun.
joke.
Yeah, I've been sitting on that pun where it's just kidding. I'm not. Yeah, help Dahomey out.
We're laughing at Help Dahomey
It's
out.
a sad day.
It's actually
for
amusing,
our
to
international
be honest.
license.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sure they can help
Good
the
day
homie
for
against the
mechanical
French
tools.
Empire. I'm sure they can.
Yes. Now, atmospheric engine.
Yeah.
There we go.
Are they-
Now we can.
Are they going for
Really starting
railroads? Because I don't think, do they need that tech for railroads?
Oh, it's
Not sure
because
they-
we're spending.
That's
The
we
real,
do need
well,
that
the
special
Laughing
thing.
Cavalier says the real
What's this?
Dahomey was the friends we
I was
made along the
wondering why
way.
we were losing
What
more
you
money
should have
than
said was
usual.
the real
Oh, yeah.
Victoria 3 was the
Because the
homies we
investment
made
pool
along the
started,
way.
to dry
There you
up,
go.
which is
Oh,
fine.
That's a
Well,
better
we
one
don't
for you.
have anything. We're actually running
Oh.
on whatever they're investing every week.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
spending it.
Oh, I also know it's because
I just
did
want
the
to like,
bureaucracy thing.
if they do one more dev stream, right? Which I don't know if they will, but
Yeah,
hopefully they do.
technically
If they
minus
do that,
100
I want to see them play
Well,
China.
I don't
because-
think, maybe the Paradox CEOs and Tencent really don't want them to do any because their
but
share price keeps
I wanna
fucking
be
plummeting every
smart.
time. But maybe.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a little.
we do it
It's
with
probably just
one of them.
Partial.
they're probably just afraid that it's like kind of embarrassing that like everything
Right.
broke
Help the homie
before,
out better be
but
cheap.
very-
That, you know, in the
But I want to see
future,
them play China because the China is like something like it has like insanely broken in the league. And I want to see if they've actually managed to balance it so it's not
Yeah.
insanely overpowered.
Very good.
The United Kingdom beat China
We
in a war this
are
campaign.
not. We
They
Take a
did.
we're
tricky
still
port
getting
and
all
open
our
their market,
taxation capacity. In
which
the
is accurate.
yeah,
It
we
is
should
accurate,
be
yeah.
fine with
Well, maybe
that.
not
me-
this early as
Problems here.
1837 or whenever it
Alright.
happened, but yeah.
Clippers.
I think it was a war. That was
How
an opium
do
one
we-
1840s,
we-
wasn't
We
there?
do have
I could
shipyards
be wrong.
queued up.
actually.
We have a lot of things
But
queued
I
up,
don't know. I
and
don't know my
want-
opium
I
lore
have big
right
plans
now.
for a lot of things. Problem is,
But if the AI
I
beat
don't
China,
have the
then it
construction
might not be
industry
completely
for that.
broken.
And
Yeah.
we are
At
kind of
least
pushing
because
the
the AI is
limit of our
basically
taxation
like
policies.
the wars is the same,
Yeah.
you know, with AI because you can't really control it that much.
We could
So
pay
again.
the military less.
Lizard wants to join the
You,
stream and he's in the waiting room,
really?
but I don't think I could possibly.
No,
I
I
don't
just-
think I could
I
do
love
that.
the fact
Uh,
that
That might be end up in a terms of service moment. and-
Sorry, Lizard, but
I have I'm an old proponent of consumption being the larger part of growth than
So what are
government
they-
expenditures.
Yeah.
Military.
Oh,
Call me a radical.
Oh, they're
fair,
still doing the
fair.
economy.
I do.
Yeah,
On a
that's
daily
fair.
basis.
I'm really disappointed that they're not trying to fight more wars.
Our
I know
standard
the
of
wars
living
may not
has
that
actually
super
increased a
great,
little
but
bit.
Yeah, despite our taxation problems,
you could at least try to
of,
blob a
like,
little bit,
we're
you know?
still keeping
Well-
high taxes. We are
Quite
maybe they should try
reducing
going
the
after the
cost
Arab
of
world and
goods
uniting
well
Arabia.
enough, and also
Do they even have a
keeping
decision to do
enough
that, you
out
think?
of subsistence farms.
I mean,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they
That's the main
do.
thing.
Like,
So
Was it in the
90%
league?
sure they
we were at
have.
about 50%.
I could check. I didn't check. I haven't played Egypt.
Check
before,
right
but I
now.
could check. I
Funny
could
enough,
check if it
hover
has.
Check
over
right
large
now.
galaxies and
I go in the
look
fucking
at
files
the
and check it if
greenhouse
it has.
gases.
Oh, in the files, that's even
Wow,
better.
look at
Because of
that.
the iron mine.
Well, I think you have to
They're
reach some
starting to-
prerequisite to
But
actually
if you
unlock
wanted
the
to look
decisions
at
about
this
it. So I don't think it will
map,
actually
you
show
can
up
see
until
then
then.
where are the big problems, and we've got some problems.
One
over
thing
here in
Ones.
True,
is that it doesn't,
which is what
you
we're
know,
trying to do with
there
some
was like
shipyard
a lot of comments saying,
just
oh, you know, it's dumbed down, it's dumbed down.
Right.
And of,
right.
you know,
They're not
absolutely the
doing
war
it.
mechanics
So
are,
we're
but in
just
terms
building,
of
so thus they're struggling.
how accessible the game is to like just pick up and go, I don't know.
So
How did you
someone-
find that, Zombie?
Makes sense.
Wait,
Right.
I just want to comment on that.
You
So
showed the
someone
world
who
map
knows
with
the
that
game,
filter. Yes,
he just DM'd me and said that you can form Arabia after you form
well, we
research
were looking
nationalism.
at
That
Can
does
or
sound correct.
can't?
Yeah.
Can?
So you can form Arabia. You can form it after you research nationalism.
Alright,
So
cool.
point out that any of the places that
And
are
that
so
sounds about
great
right, because I think it's the same with
Oh.
other formables like NGF. I believe.
What's this, the map
Not
mode?
No,
wrong.
this-
This is the standard of living map
Northern
mode.
Cape, which
There you go.
despite having very
Yeah.
crap access to the British
And
market,
Africa is not looking good. Does
Yeah,
that make
that
sense?
will
And
be-
Africa's
yeah.
not.
California's
Florida's not
got,
looking good.
some gold probably coming up.
California is looking good.
But those gold fields are going to be drying out eventually.
As for
which
accessibility,
is gonna leave
pick up
a
and play
lot
Pie
of
Chucker. I've heard a lot of praise for the
laborers
tutorial of
until
Victoria
we
3, so they've got
potentially
that.
build some gold mines. But
And if the
California
tutorial,
is
if the
so great
tutorial
right
is
now
as
because they're
amazing
not in
as
the
that,
industry.
it doesn't really matter how
They're
complex the
immensely
game
there
is.
to suck
If the
up all the
tutorial
water
works, you can make
and
the game
burn the forest down.
like as deep as you want. If you teach people how to play it properly.
is there gold in
So, yeah, it's a good
Western
point.
Africa
I
there
got
as
put
well?
off when I was speaking there because
Oh,
it
those
just
are
felt like the
colonies.
devs were laughing at what I was saying
Colonies,
because they were laughing at the same
I'm so
time.
used to
It was weird.
the change would still
So
show the state,
supposedly
that
you
I can
also
stay
need to form
completely
Arabia.
here.
You also need Iraq either conquered or in a customs union. So he actually could have
One
liberated
very
Iraq and put it in a
well-paid
customs
soldier.
union, but he didn't
I
do
see.
that because he has a war goal.
Yeah,
1,000
liberate them and
very
spear them.
well-paid soldiers.
It does.
Yeah, I don't know why. I
it
actually don't know
does
why he
look
didn't
at averages.
like
Mm.
enforce that war goal because he'd
so
almost
decent
forced
amount
season
of
down. He could have easily
subsistence
enforced that
farms.
war.
Yeah.
1,000 well.
I don't know why he did as limit piece,
conscripts
but
were
Yeah.
just
Oh,
sitting
well,
there
yeah,
going like,
limit piece.
yeah, this isn't making
1,000 dudes
Yep.
and their their dependence. Yeah.
Now looking at
This,
the colonies.
Oh, it's also this here. Got.
Let's see.
Why are they looking at all
They're
this
being
stuff?
subsidized heavily.
Is their
Yeah,
own
that's why.
country not interesting enough anymore?
They're looking at is it a Danish colony? Or
I
a British
think what they're
colony?
looking at is they're looking at places with high standards of living and trying to figure out why they have high standards of
Yeah.
living. Actually,
I mean, there might be.
Great Britain.
Honestly, like the thing is, like standard of living, from what I understand, is basically you just want to make sure the wages are high, and to do that you need to.
Not some
That's actually
full, right?
from what people explain to me, it's actually.
Wait! Italy formed. Italy formed.
Oh, they did, yeah. That's not more common.
When will they notice? Is the Twitch chat talking about Italy having
Do we wanna
formed?
put some regulations
Yeah.
on
They did
that,
form.
or have they
You can see the top.
I've got a keen eye for
Sure.
maps being formed myself, you know.
Yeah, you did, right?
Yeah.
But these devs don't.
And it made the petit bourgeoisie.
Yeah, have they not noticed it yet? Or because
No?
I don't have
100%
one that
true.
high, so I can't
I
do
am
exactly
nothing
what they're
if not
saying.
predictable with that.
They haven't noticed.
It's not like in Vic 2 where if some map forms, like the fucking
So-
screen goes like weird. In MP
Italy
at
is
least,
already
like
There's-
the
yeah,
chat that can
yeah,
do
it's
something like
already
A click
like
sign, there you go.
Early in
They
this
noticed.
one,
Yeah,
yeah.
is,
Oh, they noticed. Yeah. They noticed.
This is an early build, or
I was going to ask you, Zombie,
a
in
build
terms of
where this happens. too early.
migration, does it work? How does it work in terms of Victoria 2? Because obviously, you know, you can only
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a,
it's still.
well, the version
when
I
I
was
say
playing
it
was a
happens
community
too early,
patch,
I
so it
mean
had like
the
custom changes
dynamics
to the
of the game are
migration.
set
So it
up
might not
such
be exactly
that,
like this,
it
in, like
tends to
what they're
happen
playing right now.
too
But basically,
early.
migration was
There's no,
very fast.
you know,
You can get a lot of
set period
migration or
happens
lose a lot of
like that. It
migrants
just
based on
happens
your
to
standard of
happen a
living.
little too often, just like.
Like from what I
Ottoman
understand.
Empire attacks us a little bit early.
Yep.
But like,
and
Right.
I
and
didn't
they can
decide
migrate
really.
anywhere.
That still need to be done.
Yes.
what? Sorry.
And can they migrate anywhere, or is it, you know, like, because obviously with
Um,
Victoria 2, it's exclusively the New World. And
No, they can migrate anywhere. There's no like, from what I understand, there's no hard.
Yeah,
There might be a few
yeah.
soft buffs to the New World,
But I
but like
mean, there's
mostly
not much
people
we
can
do
immigrate
right,
anywhere.
but let it
It's
take-
just that the New
what's,
World, like the US, tends to have
what's our
high,
legitimacy, actually?
higher
How
standard of living
quickly do we
and
go
stuff
through
like that.
these?
So they attract.
that seems
more
like
we're
I
at
like
about
that as a change where you can go
55%.
anywhere. That's cool.
Problem
Yeah.
here is
I like
that
it,
landowners have to
um,
stay in.
if they can make it
Yeah.
work, it's good.
Yeah,
Better than the
because
hardcoded one. Like if they can make it.
if we
I
kick
just
them,
noticed
it
something,
works,
which is,
yeah,
I
but
don't
if we
think I've
kick
ever
them
seen anyone
out,
comment on this,
wow,
but it's
okay, we
obvious
build
that
fast, right?
every
That
country
works,
is
but
pretty
if we
much the
kick
same
them out-
colour on the map as it is in
I-
Vic 2,
legitimacy, yes, but they wouldn't be in
they've kept
government
that,
to
all of
argue
them.
against
Yeah.
the law.
mostly.
I think isn't Portugal different? It's like blue.
Perhaps.
Am
It's
I
blue
wrong?
in some
It
mods.
does, but that's
Actually.
just a
Yeah,
little
it's true, I
tiny
guess it's true.
split, right?
But no,
Whereas
I mean,
40%
the
of
devs barely
power-
ever mention
yeah,
Victoria
kick
2.
him out.
They really rarely
I
ever
was
mention
wrong.
it. They barely acknowledge it.
No, but
And they've
if you
changed
go
the game
into,
beyond all
yeah,
recognition from
click
it.
on
Yet they've kept all the colours. So
there's
they've
no chance
nodded
of it stalling.
some continuity,
There is now no chance of it stalling.
but
Okay, no. So
really
you
barely
are
any.
right.
Yeah.
Almost
but
nothing else at all.
Mm,
It's the same.
and also, yeah, they haven't really mentioned much. But also with quick with migration as well is they also migrate if they get discriminated.
being in
So like, as you know, that's discrimination system in the law. It's just like
Yeah, that's
you
right.
can discriminate based on race or culture,
Right?
and so that's like a heritage system and all kinds of stuff like that. Basically determines if they get discriminated or not. And if they are discriminated, they
So
get
what's the worst that can
they
happen?
have high chance to immigrate, and they also get turmoil,
We have to
which
fight
one
a
is
war
basically like the
against
militancy
them,
equivalent.
as lower.
From what I understand, playing the league is basically militancy.
Apparently, the Portuguese don't like being green. They want to be blue.
That's Intermarket.
If Joseph is to be believed in my chat.
Isn't blue for the monarchy and green for the republic?
Could
Maybe
be.
the other way around.
The blue flag
Yeah, we also
is the
refused
monarchy
to help them
flag.
with
The flag
slums.
now
Yeah,
has green on it.
I have no regrets.
Should be slightly greenish blue.
Well, let's take that risk. Yeah. What's a little civil war in the grand scheme?
That's right. That's right.
And that's
I
from
mean,
a guy with a political
if
compass
we
as
win,
a profile
we could
picture, so
make
you know.
some,
You know he's
pretty
right.
rapid,
Yeah, you know he's right.
They've
pretty rapid
almost.
political
Oh, they still
progress.
haven't enacted serfdom. Yeah, that's definitely
yeah,
taking a while.
let's try to not have a revolution right now.
To do.
What do we? Oh, what?
Oh, it's another Turkish war. Let's go.
But we said
Turkey
that
did
wasn't
another
gonna
diplomatic
happen.
play.
Yeah, you know
Well,
what?
looks
So
like
the
this
same
guy's
last
skill
time.
issue of not getting rid of the claims.
Yeah. Okay. Now they need to like take all that stuff. Like they have to like not just skill issue the peace deal this time. Hopefully they actually take like
And I
Okay.
just
All right.
all the stuff they need to form
As you may
Arabia and
notice.
more.
Yeah.
Probably from, like
There's
Turkey
no
itself.
one there
They
to
just add
sway.
like states on them.
No one will help them.
that's why.
So what are they
Yeah.
asking?
What are they asking?
Same thing. They are same thing they always want.
Trying to take over the world? Right.
I refuse.
Well,
Adana and Aleppo.
all right. We are.
That was a pretty good reference from them, though, just there.
gonna make them pay for it.
Yeah, we should. I mean, at
No,
at
come
minimum,
on,
we should
for
do
fuck's sake.
infantry.
Yeah, at minimum,
Add,
that's
add
right.
real
But-
war goals.
but-
Come on.
but-
The guy on the right is
Is it true
implying and
that
suggesting
we are
to do better.
only matched with them.
He said
Like,
diplomatic reps at a minimum.
I believe
Yeah.
it's
Add
slightly
Iraq and
misleading
add Turkish
because
states
that's
because like no
looking
one else can join, right? So like they basically got a
Turkish
free
states are
war
why.
essentially. If they can
They're
win
not
this war, they got a
guarantees.
free war.
They have 138
Just take whatever they want.
regular.
But
their,
they can
max
raise
maneuver
another
count.
113
conscripts.
conscripts.
There's plenty they can
But
win
they
again
can't
though.
pay for
Maybe the Turks have modernized since then.
Neither
But
can
maybe
we.
it's
But
not.
we, I mean, we have a professional army.
But they also have a professional.
But we only gave them cannons, didn't we?
They have modernized, it seems. Yeah, they got better.
Good. It's time to support Turkey
Oh, no.
again.
Yeah, Turkey
Let's
might
see.
actually. Maybe the Turks will win because they have better.
Let's see if they come back and win in round 2.
Cannons, right?
Because what have the devs done to improve their army in
really
these
afraid to
intervening
check,
years?
I'll
They've
be
done fuck all.
honest.
Not,
Okay,
I, mean,
let's be
I think
honest.
they reached just like 2 mil techs, but it wasn't anything that would significantly improve it because they did not unlock anything new in terms of
we could
production methods.
upgrade to
Oh,
skirmish.
Actually, they do have
We
skirmish
would
infantry.
also
Okay,
still
okay.
have the same adjustment
That's gonna be
of-
really expensive
We
though.
would, but we are
It's
early.
a
in the
Mechanized
diplomatic
infantry is in
play.
the game.
Oh,
So
are we
yeah.
early
we
enough
won't
to
Mechanized
be
infantry
in
is
That's
the
actually
game.
they've actually added
I
that.
mean,
That
it
wasn't in the
depends on
league,
how
by the
much happens
way.
during this
Oh.
They've
play.
actually added something
There
new.
is nobody who's
Because
coming.
the-
They
in the league,
added
they-
something new
Yeah.
to war
How long does it take?
Yep.
after the leak.
About 3 months or so.
Interesting.
Well,
I mean,
think your
that's
3
good
months
at
is
least.
accurate.
Because like the newest thing you had was squad infantry, as far as I
About
know.
100
I might,
days.
maybe I'm remembering
That would
wrong,
get us
but I'm
up
pretty
there
sure the
way
newest
there.
thing you
We
get
could
in the
take
league was
the
squad
land.
infantry.
Inside
It is,
job.
Thank you, Fialak, for the $2. I appreciate it.
Going to have to
But if we
press
do
and change.
that, hear me out.
I'm listening. I'm just
If we move to skirmish infantry,
Mhm.
yes, we're gonna take some penalties up front when the war starts, but we're gonna be more advanced by the time the war ends, and we're gonna want to move up to our cannons anyway. So we're gonna take the
But-
penalty regardless. I think we do this.
Problem is they're gonna have to
we
import
make some
ammunition
ridiculous
because they can't
claims.
produce that themselves. I think.
win.
Can't
I
produce
don't think we're going to be able to.
That's gonna be an
to
issue for them.
afford
That's gonna be-
going for skirmish. We don't have enough of an officer class.
Coming back to
We
the 2
don't-
pillars from that dev diary
Okay,
being
all right. We don't.
We don't have a
war
large
being a
enough
continuation of
execution base to
diplomacy
be
and
able to
war
cover
being
that.
strategic.
That being said, you are still right.
Having
I say
seen
we
the
go to
diplomacy
war
that they've
to
done, I mean, can we
Yeah.
say that war is a continuation of diplomacy?
What's
Because
our
it seems
gain?
like they've
What's
done
our
some
gain then?
improved relations.
Cannon is 10. It's only
Have we seen
5.
anything else?
No, it's only
Mm.
five.
What's the diplomacy? The
Good.
Ottomans has claims on their land and they're attacking to try and take it.
Yeah,
the
like
conscripts in.
like the whole thing about like
Yeah.
you being able to do the same thing with diplomacy
There's
as you
37
can in war is not
battalions
entirely
of
true because like
Yeah.
some things you're just never gonna
But
get
also
for, like
remember,
without
we are
war.
gonna
Like
be fighting
you're not
a
gonna-
war.
Thanks again, Neo Panjing, for the $2. Just get that in there now.
almost
while our
impossible to
budget
get
does
to ever agree to that.
rough, it
Yep.
is
Even if
mostly
you, I don't even know
based
if that's a
on
diplomatic option
construction.
for
Yeah,
that.
go over
That
here.
wasn't in the league as far as I know.
Impulse
Let's
construction.
Well, I
go
could
to
pause
So,
construction.
Like
put
sure,
the
they can do
generators
some
on.
things like you can get someone into a customs unit, you can get them as a,
That's
maybe as a
30,000.
protectorate,
There
but
we go. There we go.
you're not gonna be
We're-
able to get
we're-
someone with like
yeah.
core land,
I-
core territory
I
without
think we should
without a
just make
fight.
some ridiculous
That's for sure.
claims.
You're not gonna be able to get.
All we're
Which makes-
asking is
define
give war
ridiculous
a
claims.
chance.
I mean, just take their states. Just I don't know how much. How much?
I mean, I'm gonna give it a chance on release, but like looking at it, it doesn't seem like it's changed significantly from it.
That's the song that came out in the Victoria 3 universe, the timeline. Someone wrote that song instead.
Just for that.
Yeah. Oh,
Give war a chance.
are they finally gonna add state war
Well,
goals?
it's the
my
Ottoman
God.
Empire. They're a little poor. So the thing is it's doing it by gradients and
Yeah.
Great
Are
Britain's
they
kinda
looking at like the
throwing that
best
off.
states to take for like the
But
meta?
if we're looking
Oh,
here at
they're gonna
just the
take, like,
vagueness, our
Yeah.
richness is over here.
Like,
Yeah.
like
Oh, they
Ankara?
still spell
The easier
Kiev
states
in
for
that
us to
way.
take would be
Ooh.
the ones that are neighboring.
I mean that is what makes
Hold
sense. Like it's
that.
not, you know,
None of
it's
these
not
look
Ukrainian
Yeah, but
controlled yet. It's
Are,
Russian
do they
controlled.
have?
I suppose
anything
that's maybe
useful
why.
in them, is my
No.
question.
Yeah,
But
What
if
about
we-
Ankara?
that's probably going to be a large decision for when Ukraine owns it,
Can
change the
you
name
guys adjust
as
the
it should, but
ultimate?
if
What?
it shouldn't be called
Oh,
it
you
if
want a
Russia
treaty
owns it,
port?
it shouldn't be
I
called.
don't want just any treaty port.
Oh, but
They're taking a tree port from the Ottomans who border them?
Let's see if we put
Doesn't make much sense, like because like the Ottomans still going to be enemies with them. They're probably just going to try attack again later
It
on.
makes sense if they can take Constantinople as a
the
treaty port.
yeah.
Can they?
Can't
How could they possibly
Well,
go
Well,
there?
it's- Oh, did they?
and
Why are they not
also,
adding like real shit, like actual states?
Serbia-
Why are they
I
adding
call
like a
it
bunch of
Liberate
weird
Serbia.
Tunis,
no one cares.
No.
Like they had the chance to maybe win this war and like completely kill
Let's
them if
just,
they win.
Go
And
back
then-
and try and liberate
They're
Like,
Iraq.
adding
take
that
the-
again? Are they even
Let's
going to
do it.
fucking
Let's
do
do
it this time?
Alright.
Oh my, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do we go
I mean,
on,
the thing is, like,
full
I
offensive now?
understood why they
So
wouldn't want to
I
add
go
so many
over
war
here
goals if
and
other people could
recall
join,
my
but nobody else
outpost.
can join from looking at the Diplo
See this
screen,
easily.
play screen. So I don't know, it doesn't seem like they have a ton of stuff to
I'm a little
lose and just
afraid
adding
going
as much
full
as they
offensive.
can. In terms of state war goal.
Honestly,
Maybe they're like afraid of showing too much blobbing.
They're
Because,
going
like,
on the offensive from the start.
Yeah.
but
just put
That's the
bomb
amazing
in the wall.
strategic
Board
decisions in
kinda
this
end.
game.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they probably figured that they kicked their ass last time, so they can just kick their
Let's,
ass this
I
time.
wonder.
Well, I hope this
Let's push it
backfires
for a
on
minute
them.
and see how it goes.
That would be fun,
Yeah,
but
can
let's see how it's gonna
we
go.
do that?
That'll be fun.
That's the wrong.
Can
Are they gonna naval invade?
another front?
Oh, no.
They're gonna naval encircle them, boys. They're gonna land in a.
Well,
behind
we
the
could
troops
always
thing on
raid. The problem is they're not going to need much of a supply network other than for Cyprus.
Hey, Zombie, is the plus 22,000
Um,
pounds,
military
is that a daily tick or a monthly tick?
I believe that's a weekly tick.
Why?
Weekly
Actually.
tick, okay.
Yeah, I could be wrong because I didn't check exactly.
Notice here,
But I'm
how
pretty
it
sure like
no
all
longer
that stuff is like
says
weekly,
combat
like the
effect-
budget
That's
stuff.
That's true.
Mm.
It does
you nerf my combat effectiveness by military wages.
Like it's
I
not like
never pay my
monthly or
troops.
daily
No,
as there is in Vic 2, it's weekly. But it's not monthly.
Probably should put a bit of a combat effectiveness by the IG
Well,
happiness.
Yeah.
Maybe the IG happiness and not.
It seems like
I
a lot
mean,
of stuff
to
is
be
being
fair, it
processed
used
in
to
the
be
week now
horribly
compared
broken.
to
Yeah.
the
but-
League 2.
Well, we
Patriotic
could
fervor.
push our patriotic fervor and try
yes.
that.
But that would require a shift in approval of 13,
But
which is a lot.
there's a shift in approval of 10.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, alright, get on with the war.
And
They're trying to make the
they're also gonna
military
become
interest group
loyalists at
happy so they
that
get better, I guess.
Something serfdom, something
military
better
stats. That's some micro right there, min-max.
Let's see. I think this
point. Oh no, we can't abandon serfdom now.
Look, I want to help out the serfs, but I also
War
want
is
to be
designed to have less
You can't have it
micromanagement
both ways.
so that they
Alright.
can focus on
So,
other
what I'm
aspects
thinking
of the
is we
game
go
while war's
find a law
happening.
and see what
So
they
here the
want, but we
developers
also
are
want to
pausing the
like-
game before the
like,
war
look,
starts to
rules
manage
free.
stuff.
I don't
Yeah,
They really
like
don't
it.
need to pause, to be honest.
They're
Like,
like
they already have
militarized,
They
but
like
like the military
dedicated-
set up with
dedicated
like the
to
production
sports,
method,
but
I
wait,
think,
don't-
right?
they
So
like
they don't really need to
colonies.
pause to do all this. I think they don't really.
Yeah.
They're just
and
doing it because
censorship.
I don't
maybe
know
they're
if
afraid the war will start without them knowing, like all of a sudden.
Is that
Like,
a political
it's still gonna take a while until the war
Um,
begins. So I think they got
But
plenty of
what's our
time.
police force?
They just
right
made a
now?
political
Our police
statement.
force should be
Oh.
local. Last time I checked. No, we don't.
No.
have
What do they say? I
That's
missed
right.
it.
So we
I
could go
missed
for
it.
dedicated police again.
Oh well.
It will endorse. They'll
They're gonna go
endorse
for the
this plus 10.
Police
So, yeah, we're gonna
force.
have a
They're just trying to
beautiful-
like
Beautiful.
make the
I think
military interest group happy. That's all they're doing. I'm pretty
talk
sure.
about the Geneva Convention. I might get in trouble.
Actually, no,
Look at how.
I don't think they. No, they
Yeah.
made them. No, they
Nice.
didn't.
And
make
they're
them
gonna
very
gain
happy,
more
loyal.
from all the loyalists they will gain.
They're
from
so
the
loyal.
standard of
They're
living
willing to take a pay
increases.
cut.
You are so stingy.
You look. To know money good, you
Yeah.
must not waste.
See, they're gonna
allowance.
beat CFO Turks this time.
Right.
But
The
also
audio
that means we can lower
of this stream
taxes
keeps
if
going
that
out of sync.
means our standard of living will probably.
I said in the
Bunch of
Paradox
shit.
chat, when does the stream end? Because I was wondering.
Uh,
And I got
Increase a
the
little bit.
reply never, I hope.
So it's.
So
So-
we've made some
Hmm.
progress.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm assuming it
basically
might be
will-
after. It's like,
will either time
isn't
out
it like
or-
12
Yeah.
minutes, right, or something?
I believe it is actually probably just after this war, I
So,
suppose.
Yeah.
but yeah, I do
Let's
feel
see,
bad
how
about
this
the
war's
lack
gonna
of,
go.
Of not abolishing serfdom.
I'm hoping they like do like a naval invasion to
You know,
showcase
Oh,
that.
God,
But, like,
they
actually
won't.
live
They-
in the
they
most
won't.
utopian
Don't even-
society
Probably
if it
not,
wasn't
but
for
it would
the
be great
Ottoman
to see
Empire.
how it's actually used like
In
a
this
real
very
war, not just like
specific
a
scenario.
this
landing
I
in
just
a
want a
specific
classic
secret
scenario.
colony.
Yeah.
whatever
Just like
thing,
say
but,
that,
no.
just go.
Yeah.
I said that. Tool arms
Yeah.
industry.
Well, they haven't upgraded the
use
PMs yet. Never mind. Okay,
Lower
they still have
Egypt, hardwood and
the
iron.
non-skirmish
Wow,
infantry
that
one.
is so
yeah.
They just
expensive.
paused the
It
game.
always is.
Oh, it's because we're exporting so much
They
hardware.
gotta
Someone
do that
asked,
Atari
you
like
saying
that,
you
though.
staying for the
We're making
Hoi 4
money on
DLC
it, too.
release
So I'm
stream?
not saying- and
Yeah,
Ours is
yeah,
clearly
obviously.
making money right now.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that it's
Hoi
It's an
4
interesting thing.
DLC.
It is not making
Matisse, I
much
get
money
you're
as it
trying to
used
say
be.
Zeds for
Yeah.
sleeping,
So
right? Yeah.
We can
Okay.
cancel one.
It
I
can't
get
be
that.
both.
Yeah, clearly for
At
sleeping.
this point,
Right.
our military is a little bit more important.
You know, so that's why they won't put Russia on the vote
Should start seeing
being
that go
played.
down.
That's
I
why
mean,
they won't
what
put
what
Russia.
is actually happening now? Tooltip the weekly balance. What is
They
happening
removed
now is
Russia
that-
from FIFA. It'd be a hard case if they just it was just
so much more money.
uncolonized terrain.
That's
It's just
owns
Russia's
building.
gone.
It's shopkeepers at this point, right? Yeah, it's your favorite. It's a petit bourgeoisie.
This sound, you're not going to be able to hear it, but open my stream and you'll hear this is the Victoria 3 official sleeping sound.
Yeah, no, we need to get up to rifles in order to get that were
Honestly, if
rather
I was them, they should
advertised,
switch to Gaming Inventory and start importing
actually
ammunition
get-
like right now, because
actually get capitalists zoning.
I'm
that
pretty sure the Ottomans
so
will have
that
more units, but an
we get
equal
some
check
dividends.
round.
Thought I'd see the
from
day.
that.
I'm happy
Guess we'll
to
see.
see.
I mean, they don't. They
Um,
how about equal actually? Yeah,
It's going to shift power balance
That's
to
worth it.
industrialists too, which is
Oh.
going to help us liberalizing. So.
Oh, the
There it
war
is.
started. I'm out of my slumber.
Oh my God, Tigray is
They
on
got
their
an
side,
ally!
isn't it?
They're not
Maybe.
going
Got-
to.
No,
that's
that's
a
a puppet.
puppet.
No.
That's
Not
the
going
puppet,
to
yeah.
do well. They're
Yeah.
here.
They'll send
Okay.
20
They brought 20.
brigades up
Good
to help.
stuff. They're
Good
going
stuff.
to.
Albania,
Overall,
Lower
overall
Egypt
help.
front. What did they mean by that?
Yeah.
Albania?
And we are
Wait, what?
advancing, right?
Wait, which
yeah,
front?
we're,
Already
we're
going
playing
at
I
it.
see that.
risky.
Which one?
You
So
were
Egypt
kind of
is
right in
attacking.
your evaluation. The
Are they losing?
is not up
No.
to
Ooh, doesn't
There's-
look good for them.
there's no
honestly.
battle yet.
in its regular battalion.
No, there is a battle, but they get
Okay.
outnumbered.
That's
Look,
not yet
4v8.
Yep.
Yeah.
It can do that at any time. Oh no!
They get
and
destroyed
look
from
at
what it
their
looks like.
offense and
Yes.
defense
Yes,
Yes,
now.
fuck them up,
They
Turkey.
are
Fuck them up,
impossible to
Ottomans.
us.
Let's do it.
So
I told you they were.
yeah. We don't have we don't.
And they're
have a
still
big,
paused though.
advantage
But they're
anymore.
probably just panicking
Not
because they'll
only that, but
guess
even
losing the war.
with
Or losing the battle,
support
not the
by
war,
the armed
but-
forces, they are still.
Wait.
It's gonna be a rough-
Yes!
rough time.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Interesting.
We are
Why
the
not?
champions.
And this is.
That's why they
They
should-
just lost a battle.
to finish it,
Yeah.
So this will be a nice
Yeah,
end.
they should have probably
See,
upgraded.
no,
Actually, I don't know if they
you
upgraded. They
need
probably get a
a
big
nice
penalty
start
for a
for
while.
whoever
So
has
maybe
to
they should
Yeah,
upgrade
yeah,
their military then.
That's what
But
I mean. So let's
Yeah,
just
you should.
make sure to give them an interesting start.
I mean, we can. This is probably
Turkey.
actually equal
most
though.
likely. We don't have a large advantage.
So
Yeah, but
oh,
it's
now they're
still
beating them.
kinda-
Okay, now they're
It's
destroying them
working
again.
a little bit
Yeah,
in our
Early
favors.
game,
Oh.
right? Like
Now they won
there
a
is
battle.
gonna be
Yeah.
some.
Oh, they just
A
took
little
like
bit, but
so much territory. That's
Only 160 people died in that battle. Isn't
Wow.
it like their whole armies clashing?
The whole is being carpet
it's
bombed.
like-
Did you just see that?
it's weird
They're
because like
controlled
not
by
the entire army clashed. It's like only part of the army
Oh.
that clashed with
Fucking
another
sex
part.
bot in my chat.
not
Tutters, are
normal.
you still
Right.
here? Come on.
France is not
Please.
It's weird.
Come on,
Mod
Tutters.
me spud and
Nice.
I'll get rid of
Back
it.
France is
Sure, you
much
can.
nicer
Just get
than
rid of that
Greece.
damn sex bot.
I don't want to conscript pops.
Because the
I
combat
Tutters
is
got
kind
it.
of odd.
I think
Because
we
it
need
looks
to
like there can only be one battle
Yeah,
per
let's
front,
go to
and
the
that battle doesn't
let's
include
see.
all the
Let
units
us
from like
see
the
what we
battle,
can
or
do
from the
on
front.
our
It's only like a
Neo Panjane, again, thank you.
part of it.
Thank you for the $2, mate.
Not sure how like that's gonna work in the final version. Like if it's gonna be locked at one battle
Yeah,
per front forever or whatever.
Hi,
But I'm not
Austria.
sure. So that seems a bit weird. You have like a large front. It would be one battle of like
the big
8,000.
deal
at a
now
time.
too is that sure, maybe we'll stall, right? Maybe we won't be making a lot of gains, and maybe they won't either.
Oh,
But
what are they doing?
As long as we can hold out longer than them, right?
And also because I refuse to not build.
I don't think they just
Legend
destroyed like
Live
half their
Turkey.
construction
So I just
capacity.
Keep them going in the background.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a
there
good
you go.
idea because they downsized all their construction stuff, but they downsized.
They're good. They're good. Institutions. Code up home affairs. Not really worthwhile.
Oh, how much do our institutions cost, by the way?
Quite a bit.
It's 81 per. So once we do pass this police law, we're gonna be overshooting
Capacity.
in bureaucracy. So
but
we need
we have
to.
an easy. No, we don't because we don't have.
Why do you see the
wars.
cities
because we
though?
can
I
just,
can't see like.
retool our,
We have
uh,
plenty.
Then why do
of
you see that?
What do you mean?
ability to retool it.
Because you said that was like you could only see one city, right?
Let us go
I meant
see
like in terms of the
anything
interaction, you can only see Cairo,
out
the capital,
of-
as a city.
Oh,
There's other
Mecca,
cities.
yeah.
There's other cities on the map there. I don't know if I
Right.
don't know if you can interact
Well,
with them,
yes and
Maybe.
I mean, you
no.
can because it's
Let me
own
get out the trade
state-based. I
map
was
out.
curious. You can't-
but they might be the
We
state's main city.
Advancing to the
Yeah.
east
yeah,
and retreating.
most
to the
likely. I
north.
mean,
yeah.
I'm not even sure about that. It's
Yeah.
just like
We're doing that
or
kind
just
of wonderful,
pre-coded GFX. I wouldn't be surprised if that was
wonderful
the case,
trade.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
Because everything
Looks
is
like it
state-based.
only shows
That being
the
said,
capital.
The front split, boys. Oh, the front split.
technically bleeding them harder
Oh.
than us, but our own radicalization is going to be causing problems.
Oh, wow. We've gained another 600,000 radicals.
That being said, we did just get Fieldworks, which
Nice.
would be very useful.
Nice, very good.
31 months is pushing it. Rifling is kind of right there. Trying to think of what gets us the biggest bang for our buck for the time.
Rifling, right?
Yeah, you're probably right with that.
Rifling.
This being said, as we're starting to divulge, oh, we cracked the front here.
Nice.
Could consider pulling up the conscripts.
The flowchart tech system seems looks like Total War Shogun 2. You had civil flowchart and then military flowchart.
By splitting this, if I recall correctly, the Ottomans have to now supply their military through the bus report, and that's probably going to cause them some problems, don't they? Frontline.
Oh,
So it seems like they're still beating them pretty
So they're
hard,
probably gonna
even
be
with
able to take advantage of that
the
as we
front
see
splits and all.
Yeah.
we're
They're
pushing
destroying
quite well.
them.
Yeah, any
Hopefully they
generals,
actually enforce all the war
assigned
goals
to
this
that
time when they're
front right
winning
now
so
are
much.
going
Hopefully
to
not.
be, well, it depends on where their troops come
So
from. If
let's
they're
say,
local troops,
there's some
then they're
problems
fine.
here.
They're,
If you wanted to fight this war, let's say you're Egypt in this war,
Yeah,
right?
so that's
And you want to
even
advance and beat
They're
Turkey
trying to
without
do
moving
that.
into
So they're
desert,
not
just
gonna
moving into
come
Anatolia,
from
you
there.
cannot do
They
that,
have no
really.
supplies, basically.
Can't
No,
really do that
basically,
now. I mean, you could say that's theoretically two fronts. Actually, maybe that's because the front might not split, right?
I mean,
Depends.
when the front happens to
That is
split, which you have no
actually
control over for Iraq, you
yeah,
can tell
like
it
when
to
the front
halt.
happens to split,
Yep.
you can like
This
move it.
front,
But if it doesn't
push this
split,
up.
But from the start, you've got no choice to pierce
We're
directly
still
into
losing
Anatolia,
war exhaustion
which isn't even a
faster.
complicated strat. It's
Enemy
basic.
controls 100. Oh,
yeah.
because we added the war goals. Because it's no longer just a
Skill
purely
issue?
defensive.
Skill issue.
Because they have Thrace. But once we take Iraq, that should actually help us.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see.
What happens to those
But
units,
there's
Zombie?
still,
Once
this battalion in reserve is
that
actually
front
a
is closed, do
battalion
they
that
just
would normally
all
be
captured,
here.
or
Yeah.
They just don't count.
What, sorry?
because it's occupied.
you see how
Yeah.
there's 47 brigades for the Ottomans in southern Iraq?
Push.
Yeah.
In
So,
Kuwait,
as-
sorry. That was
As
such
far
a
as I
simple
know,
thing.
That's them
in
gone.
the, I'm pretty sure
just
that
start
the
moving
units
up
don't get
here.
destroyed. I think they just get teleported to another front. Like I could be wrong, but I think
Do
that's
they
how
move
it
there
works. I don't
automatically?
think you can
Let's
like
listen. They're talking
Front
about it.
marches.
Okay.
Yeah, Dylan's played a lot
Also,
of
I
the
can
game. He
tell
says
up
units
here
just
to
go
the
back
corner of
home.
my eye
Right.
that none
Yep.
of the generals have
That's
gone to,
pathetic.
stationary.
Yep.
Give us
I crashed
prisoners
the
at
world
least.
economy. That would take
yeah,
a lot.
you
more
can't
time.
wipe units.
They
They
have a
confirm that,
bunch
yeah, you
more
can't.
battalions there now.
Yeah, because their troops that were trying to
Yeah.
get around here have.
They redirected, yeah. Oh, finally, dialectics.
Woohoo! Yay! Not the time for it. We're not dead. We're just dying. Actually, the Ottomans are willing to be like.
Yeah, they will white peace now, yeah?
Yeah, but at this point,
In before they accept white peace.
I mean, how far away are we from Constantinople at this point?
Yeah, they better not when they're beating them.
how far
somewhere
away are
in
we?
the-
Well,
Hope he's
Constantinople's right around there.
Bad.
Yeah.
No.
It's quite a
So it's it's a few months away at least,
bit.
right?
No, because we're back down to a balance of we're no longer
Yeah.
having the general
Right.
advantage.
So,
Yeah.
when Britain fights Russia and Britain fights a gigantic
So
Siberian
we are-
front all the
we're
way to
holding.
Vladivostok, the Russian
Money-wise,
troops in
we're doing okay.
Vladivostok will
Money-wise, we're
teleport
doing fine,
We've
but
lost
I've-
to their
300,000 radicals.
Kazakhstan
Is there
front
any way
immediately.
that we can get
Well,
back
it does take
to,
time for units to
a
move when you
situation
reassign
where
a front.
they drop war
But apparently, if they
support
get
faster than
quote
the
unquote
others?
encircled, as in like the front
unlikely.
closes, they just teleport. At least from what they said, like, and they just.
We're at minus 58 already. No, this
But normally
that's
they
not gonna
does take time
happen.
to
No, no.
move them. It's not like they all. teleport.
Redditors will defend that.
No,
I think it's
unlikely we're
pretty
gonna
dumb
get
person.
out.
At the very least,
We're
shouldn't
gonna need to
teleport. Like, you should.
piece out of this. There's
You
no
know,
way
should
we
they get
can
wiped, or
anything
it's just
from it, right?
slowly.
I mean,
you know,
all
make
that we're
its way
doing
there.
now is just kind of.
But yeah,
Putting
it's
the
not.
herd on.
Yeah,
I'm definitely not a fan. The worth of that and
we could.
that at all. But I'm definitely not a fan of that at all.
No, the Thrace treaty point was too much. They're not going to go for anything.
No.
So at least seems like it's
No, we may as well piece
the
out
front
at
is
this point.
stabilized now. There's not much is happening. You do have
I mean, okay,
Oh.
that
Beating
actually...
it to a standstill twice is still pretty good.
Wait, what? Did they just peace
this
out?
is-
Did they just
it's
peace
white
out for
piece.
white
but
piece
you
again?
didn't
No.
Fuck
check,
this.
No.
if we could trade anything.
Wait,
right?
did
I'm
they?
not
Because
trading
no,
it.
because he added
The goal
liberate Iraq,
is
right? But
we
Iraq didn't
cannot
get
give
liberated,
one
so
piece
surely he didn't
territory.
enforce
Alright,
all the
okay.
war
It
goals.
just looked like
When
all the
Afghanistan
war
and
goals.
But that would have been
Went
an
away.
option otherwise,
Yes.
is you would have been able to go, okay, fine, you can have
Huh.
this bit, but I'm going to take it.
'Cause
from
I
the
don't
war
believe
for
that they
one
didn't
step
get
better,
force
yeah.
pieced out because the
And
war
I
score
learned
was at
nothing from
minus
our
100
previous wars, and
when
I
I saw, so
immediately
it's not like
downgrade the
force
barracks.
pieced.
Yeah, good for
Oh
you.
no!
Losing power rank.
Losing
Because we
power
would have
rank.
less prestige.
Huh?
I
What?
le-
I'm not sure what happened
because you
there.
don't-
Like,
Yeah,
did they
because we're
willingly
not
peace out?
predicting as
I was
much power.
looking at the
see.
chat
We
at the
can't do
time.
that.
I missed it.
Yeah, they did,
like
really.
being a reasonable-
I didn't see
I
it
like
because I
being
was.
a reasonable sized power.
So maybe they did, but if they
alright,
did, that's
let's,
kind of dumb.
uh,
Like, I don't know
thank
why
you
they
for
do
your
that.
service.
They could at least have taken Iraq, because
Gosh.
Iraq is actually sieged down.
Yeah.
They could have probably taken that at least.
Look at
But,
this,
wow.
we're doing good on budget.
They white
man.
pieced. Chat is saying it. They
Yeah,
white
but
pieced.
Also
in
because
fairness, we have downside.
They willingly
I
white
downsized
pieced.
quite a bit of
lot.
our construction
Yeah.
industry.
I mean, to be fair, that's not even the game's fault. That's just
Excuse
them
me?
playing weird.
Oh,
Not
okay.
like,
Yeah.
Insurrection.
Wrong insurrection. I
Yeah.
was like, I didn't see any revolutionary timer. I saw insurrection and went, well,
no, that's
Yeah.
a slave revolt.
Uh,
Oh, it's just one of these-
Where would Egypt's slaves come
can we
from
not
in this time
negotiate
period?
with insurrectionists?
I mean,
Would
wouldn't
they
it
be
just be
from
like?
down there?
Oh, it's
Wouldn't it either be just African or just be like other
yeah.
Probably.
people who've been sold? Like I'm not. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know exactly what the history
Yes.
behind it is,
Let's
but
see,
Sudan,
Can we?
yeah.
Can we?
it's
is
a
there
lot of
any way we
nations
can
that had
get
slaves
this
that wasn't
all
like
passed?
outsiders. It's like just like kind of a
I
serf
mean,
type.
At this
slave.
point, maybe we don't.
It's not
even
like
need
because,
to
not
pass
because
that.
they're like a
I mean,
different
we could still
culture or
dedicate
whatever.
Police force isn't
Just like
bad.
just
Yeah.
normal Egyptians just being
for
slaves. You
radicals
know.
and that, and it's
But
better
yeah,
than local.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're not
No,
gonna
that's
I'm not
that's
sure
true.
which
This
what
is-
exactly.
Sudan was
what
controlled by
country it
Egypt
was.
and had slavery until
I'd like to
General
say we've been
Gordon
relatively
stopped it. Oh, is that the
successful
evil British coming in
despite,
again? I'm sorry, I'm not saying
the
anymore.
bugs.
I'm not saying
We've
anymore.
survived,
I'm
yeah.
not saying
lost
any
any piece of
more.
territory.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Our economy is better than we started,
Yes.
and
So yeah, guys, Victoria 3.
our economy is better than we
Victoria
started.
3, how bad are that?
Yes.
And we are still
Well,
sending it out for the Suez
I
Canal.
think it would just
or
been-
next person might be able to.
I don't know why
start
they white pieced that.
colonizing,
It's just
Yeah.
et cetera, et
So-
cetera.
I've just
And we
been
have
I've just been leaning further and further back into my chair as the hours go by.
Yes.
I
2
just-
Wait,
a.m.
weren't you on the edge of your
I've got
seat for
myself
that
a blanket
war?
now.
Values.
tyrannical.
Yeah.
4 o'clock in the
Someone
morning.
else did.
Weren't you full of energy when that amazing, thrilling
Right.
plot twist of a white piece came
Yeah.
through?
Can't insult.
I was-
I'm
oh,
just
yeah.
looking for the old insult button.
I set up.
I mean, I was sure they were gonna like not
No,
white
I'm
piece because I
gonna
thought, well, they
chalk
probably
that
realized what
to,
they did before was a dumb mistake. They're not gonna
marginal
do it again,
success,
but I was wrong.
right?
I was
We
wrong.
didn't die.
We did not die. Yeah. And we're. I
So,
mean,
yeah, I guess they
we
just
have a
didn't
bit of an industrial
Realize
base.
that.
So-
We
Wrapping
have
it up, I think.
More. I mean, most of our industry.
I think they're wrapping
based
it up.
around The arms.
Oh yeah,
We
probably.
need to,
Yeah.
We
Like,
need to
the-
modernize.
Zangmer
our
with
industry.
how much is Swedish kroner?
Well,
50 Swedish
what I was
kroner.
hoping to
Zombie
have
in
done if we
pounds.
had
What is it?
time was to
I think it's
throw a
like
bunch
5, 4
into
pounds.
pools.
We'll say
Something
about
like
a
that.
fiver.
Start
Yeah.
shifting
Thank you.
crops around so
Skill
we
issue
can have
Devsy says thank you.
and A lot of our plantations.
I don't know
would be a lot
Danish. I
more
don't know
effective with
Swedish,
rail
but they're probably about the
infrastructure.
same.
Speaking of that, rifle
Don't
use
you
now.
hop over the border to Sweden all the time to
Yeah.
get stuff?
I'll buy it.
Mhm.
Not really. I
Alright.
mean, you could
So
you could
it's-
do it if you
they're-
live at the border, but I don't
they're
actually live at the
Russian
border,
port
so it's at least
compared
like
Yeah.
a few hours drive.
Nice.
The Russians got a treaty port.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
The British were not paying.
But Cohen flew to
let's
Stockholm
take a look
for
at the world.
ParadoxCon from Denmark.
I mean, that's probably a pretty
Reasonable,
short trip.
reasonable.
So yeah, that's definitely possible.
Good for the
Disgusting.
environment, flying from Denmark
Honestly,
to
you
Sweden.
could,
The
you could
rest
probably
of
just
the
drive
Massive,
over there,
massive,
you know?
massive
They
distance.
colonized a lot of.
You could probably just drive. I don't know where he lives in Denmark. Maybe he
yeah.
lives in Jylland, but if
Texas
if
no
you're in like
longer
Zealand
exists.
or Zealand
Texas
or
no
whatever, it's
longer
pretty
exists.
short. Comparatively, I mean, you know, like
I don't
it's
know.
pretty long by Danish standards,
Yeah.
I guess, but comparatively, it's pretty small. Let's see.
Yep.
Show New Zealand.
And,
Oh,
Sea
so
Company
close.
still holding strong.
Come on,
Down a
get
bit.
down a bit.
Alright.
I've never.
Oh.
Hey, there we go.
That's an
That's interesting. Looks like they
unrecognized
have
land.
tribes.
Reasonably.
Looks like they have tribes down
No,
there.
wait, so
That's interesting.
those
And-
uncolored in
yeah, I
states,
think
like they're
that's it for-
Twat
yeah,
and
that's for today
Agadir and
then.
Air, for
And,
example, in Africa.
Then is the idea that
What are they
we're
called?
continuing the
That's
same as we
decentralized. decentralized.
Decentralized. You can't play as them.
Assuming
Yeah.
You can't play it. It's
They will be in
basically just-
DLC.
Yeah,
The
it's basically-
DLC
That's it
centralized.
for us and
Oh,
for
that's a good
And
one.
it's a-
DLC
it's just a
centralized
fancier
states.
word for
We'll see you
Liz,
again.
like,
2
don't
weeks.
think too much into it. It's just a fancier word
Bye-bye.
for uncolonized territory.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, bye
Basically,
Paradox devs.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they were.
Thank God it's over.
Aces defense.
No, like, credit to those devs. They did a good stream and they played their game.
Yeah. My only criticism is that they kind of fucked up the peace deal twice, but that's.
Well, I mean, they might have played it badly, but that's not really any deep criticism towards them.
Yeah,
as people.
it's not. It's just funny.
But the guy on the left, though, you could say he is actually a good Victoria 3 player. Well,
yeah.
Obviously, someone in the chat did point out they had internal problems that they wanted to get out of that war ASAP. So that's the other side of the story.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
But
so.
since the stream was the entire campaign was about to end anyway, who cares? Just go for the war. Go for the max peace.
Might as well.
All right, now we need another 4 hours of breaking down what we saw.
Let's break it down.
Let's break it down.
By second.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I got out a lot more points during the stream this time than I did last time, rather than just waiting at the end.
Yeah.
But
I think we did a good job. I think you know, we chatted and stuff. We didn't, you know, I think we got most of it.
Yeah.
We didn't talk over them too much. It was good that you showed up, Zombie. Cheers for showing up.
We did talk over them non-stop, but that's fine.
Yeah,
that's why we're doing this.
Not like I'm saying the first half. You know, the first half where I think we got a lot of it.
Yeah. Like,
we
you
got
know,
the new stuff.
You watch the Spud Gun stream to hear us talk over it. If you don't want us talking over it, you can watch their stream. That's the way it is.
That's a good point.
But nobody's complained about that, so that's fine.
That is the point of a discussion stream, obviously.
Yeah, a coverage stream.
So yeah, Vic 3.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I think a lot of people will like it. I just think this part of the community, and like partially including me, because I like some part of it, I hate others, so like mixed on it.
Yeah,
but
I do understand. It seems like a lot of people will like it. That's true. It might, but at the same time, will they really? Because with the lack of war and the lack of oh wait, is this 25 minutes for the Hoi 4 DLC? Yes.
I do think there are some design decisions that I think are unacceptable, like regardless if you like the game or not. Like I think one of the things that are really like, I think the one thing that everyone can agree is bad is the fact that you can't add war goals mid-war and you can't join wars mid-war. Like those two things are just like, no matter what they're trying to do, it's just a bad design, you know. That's like one of like some things that's really bad, and you know, like no matter if you like it or not, and that's the type of thing that I'm just like, I kind of roll my eyes a bit when I hear about that, and I think like, why would you not allow people to, you know, like join wars mid-war and stuff? And obviously, there's like some more subjective stuff like the war system. I think a lot of people don't like the war system. Some people do. I definitely don't like it, and I'm assuming people here don't like it either. In the Spud Gun server, like we don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm just trying to. I don't think my opinions have changed at all from watching that stream, other than my opinions might have changed about more general stuff, like the game potentially being fucking broken on release, because that stream indicates it.
They had some technical problems.
It doesn't mean necessarily that the game will be on stream. That stream just lowers my confidence that the game will be fixed on release, but significantly.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it will. The problems on the stream will definitely be fixed by the time the game comes out, but I just have less confidence in them after that.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a million.
If I had any, I guess by default you assume a game will come out fixed, although Paradox has a bad track record on it. But that stream, like I said, just is a bad indicator.
Yeah, I definitely don't expect it to come out working. I mean, it is Paradox we're talking about. They have a really poor track record of releasing. I mean, even in the old days where, you know, like the glory days, they still have very subpar releases, and then they fix them later, right? And it seems like they haven't really changed that much. Like the only thing that really changed is just they just made it so that the DLCs aren't completely necessary, which they used to be, but they're still kind of necessary to get the full experience anyway. So
I tell you what, though, that stream was the first time I've really seen an actual proper Vic 3 war happen. I haven't played the leak, and I barely have watched any gameplay of the leak. And we saw the Borneo war last time. That's it. So that's the biggest and main war I've seen, and it was just terrible, to be honest with you. It's everything you expected, obviously.
Yeah.
But
it is exactly what I expected as well. Because, I mean, I've played it, so I obviously know what to expect. But, like, there's just not much to it, right? It is just what you see, you know? Like, the war system, it's not really meant to be interacted with, it seems. Which is unfortunate.
DLC-centralized nations.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know. I feel like they probably will make a DLC for decentralization, but I don't think they need to because like it is basically victory on colonized territory, right? It's meant to be colonized. So like, why make a DLC about it? Like, you might as well just focus on more important shit like fixing war and make it that not bad. Make it not.
How many different runs did you do when you were playing the League Zombie? Because obviously you would have played a couple of different nations.
I played Russia, Egypt, USA, Japan, and a little bit of France and UK.
And in terms of playing those, different countries, how did you feel in terms of the variety? Like, playing Russia, versus playing a different country.
I would say most of the variety is actually in the politics. So like the politics and technology is the biggest variety point because like not all nations can build the same stuff day one, right? Because they don't have the tech for it, and not all nations can do everything day one because they don't have the laws for it. So like the biggest variety is just trying to, if you play like a shithole nation like Russia, for instance, you need to like fix your laws. You need to fix a lot more stuff than you do if you play US. If you play US, you just have to micro like industry and try to like get all your states developed and get a good economy. But Russia, you have to do that, but you also need to fix your politics first, basically. So there is some variety, but it's kind of like in Vic 2 as well. In Vic 2, you have the same kind of thing where, like, obviously not as complex because that's war and stuff, but like economically speaking, you have the same kind of thing. Like, if you start Russia in Vic 2, you have to focus on like culture tech, right? You have to get intellectuals, which is, that's basically the same as building universities here and trying to develop, which don't need to do as much for other countries. And an interesting thing is the guys that I talked with about Vic 3, they actually said that USA is one of the harder nations to play, which is pretty interesting because in Vic 2 was like easy mode. But apparently USA is pretty hard because you have to manually micro all 50 states, which is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so we've got someone in the chat, we've got a Victoria 3 supporter in the chat. Average Victoria 3 supporter just says, no units, no micro, gotta cope. That's about the level of argument I ever get about it,
Don't engage with it, it's clearly...
That's it. No, it's... I'm only engaging with it because that's the best they've got,
I mean, but in terms of the warfare system, I haven't really... Like, the best arguments I've heard in terms of the warfare system is just that you don't have to do anything with it. So, like, obviously not as generalized as what he's saying, or, like, as dumb as he's saying, but, like, with warfare specifically...
Well, no, Spud, so that guy said it was satire, but you can't tell, because that is actually the level of argument you've got.
Like,
so, good one, actually. Does it work? But anyway, sorry, Zombie, continue.
Yeah, the only arguments I've heard in favor of the warfare system is that you don't have to really deal with it, which to me tells me that it's kind of a boring thing. Like, if you're arguing in favor of a system because the system doesn't have anything, like you don't have anything to do in the system, that sends some red flags to me, because it says, well, you want the system, but you want it because you don't want to deal with anything. You don't want to deal with it. Does that make sense? It's a bit
as for expanding your country, a number of states, having to manage new states is going to put you off expanding because you don't want to bother managing 50 states, like you just mentioned with America.
That is a good point.
And the thing is, there actually is 50 states. You know how in Vic 2, let's say, like in New England, and it's like merged between like 3 states? Yeah. There actually are 50 states in the league. Like 50 states.
Rhode Island a state?
Every single state is a state, in the game.
That's crazy. If Rhode Island's a state, that's mad.
They might, combine that in the actual final version. That's possible. But at least in the league version, every state is a state, and that's a lot of micro to do. You don't have capitalists to rely on. You only have the auto expand button. That's it. But even then, you have to build up your industries first before you can even do that, and that's a lot of work, especially with the migration.
All right. There's someone else in the chat here, Butter, who is, after me calling out someone having no level of argument, they come in with just a worse level of argument. So he's got a good point, really, Butter. I was wrong about that level of argument previously being the best they've got. He came out with something worse. So that's it. Anyone got actual good arguments for the war system?
Dylan, who was in the chat.
No, I believe he said he hated their war system too, but he defends the other aspects, which is interesting.
He made some interesting points.
I mean, I would quote unquote defend some part of it as well. Like I said, like the economy is fine. It's just the war is just a deal breaker, really, for me. And also the diplo system is also kind of meh. So yeah, I can understand why he would say, "Oh, the war system is bad," but like the economy is fine, the politics is good, and all that stuff.
A lot of the things people say about the war system are just saying how Victoria 2's one is bad, but that doesn't make your one good.
Yeah, like I've heard that as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's fair to criticize Vic 2's war system because it has a lot of problems.
Yes.
But like, to really continue that discussion, you have to like propose something that's better than that, and you can't. I think, like, it's basically like you're saying, well, Victoria's war system is shit, right? You think it's shit, but Vic 3 system is nothing. So I would rather have nothing than shit. Does that make sense? And I think we have to go past that and say, well, we don't want Vic 2 system because that's shit or whatever. We don't want nothing because that also sucks. So we want something third that's actually good. I think that's why we should.
And I want to make a whole video on that point because I have loads of ideas and things to say that I can't really sum up right now. Fialak says he can argue in favour of the war system with a $2 super chat. Well, go ahead, and nothing's stopping you.
Yeah, it's like, I would be interesting to hear some points.
Yeah, I want to do a whole video on that, but very basically, all the critiques of the Vic 2 war system, many of them valid. I would suggest loads of quality of life improvements, templates, bits of automation. All of that could go a long way to make the Vic 2 war system much better without getting rid of war, which they haven't gone for here.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you don't even need to keep like, you could design a completely new system that would also be good, that also allows you to actually do maneuvers, right? Like, you don't need to take the Vic 2 war system and then apply some stuff to it. You could make a new system that allows you to control stuff and it's good, right? And that's what a lot of people, I think, miss. They always think that, like, some people think that, well, because you're arguing against the Vic 3 system, that means that you must want the Vic 2 system exactly as it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? Which is not necessarily the case. You might just want a third system that allows you to both control military and also works pretty well, and doesn't have all the issues that Vic 2 has.
So Filiak said, where is it? He said that by and large armies are not very good. Well, Fialak, you promised you would argue in favour of Vic 3's war system, and you started it with a disclaimer that by and large it's not good.
Well, that's what I mean. I think that's why a lot of people think that Vic 3 system might be better than Vic 2's because you don't have much to like be annoyed about, right? But we have to, like, to really get something good. Maybe they'll like doing a DLC later. We have to think, like, what would a actual good warfare system be? Like, an actual system. I don't think the current system would be that good. Like, sure, some people might say they prefer to Vic 2 system, but does that mean it's good? Like, do they really think that it's because it's good or it's because it's less bad than Vic 2?
I've had ideas for this as well. Again, I'll put it in a video if I can put together a video. But Fialak also just basically said that the Navy system is better, which is true. Objectively.
I would say that's
It doesn't mean
true.
it's great, but it's objectively better than the land war.
The Navy system is interesting in Vic 3. I haven't used it that much. I can't comment on it, but it does seem like it allows for a lot more strategy than the land war system does. You can actually choose where to, like, do the blockade running, and even all that stuff. Which you can't do.
It's almost a dangerous amount of micro. Actually, they should be wary that it doesn't get too much.
I think in terms of, like, Victoria 2, when I first started playing Victoria 2, it was single player, and probably my least favorite part of single player was reorganizing my stacks after every combat, because you are playing on 5-speed, whereas that's not really a big deal in multiplayer because you're playing on 1, 2, 3 speed, and so you don't have a lot to do all the time, and so it's like chill to just reorganize your army. So I think in terms of single player 5-speed, just 5-speed the whole game.
Yeah,
it works better for map painting, I guess. Less micro. But in terms of multiplayer, completely removes the tactical and strategic aspect, like the pillar of the war being, war will be strategic. I didn't see any strategy. I mean, you could say that they min-max modifiers on the army, but in terms of actual strategic decision-making, not to upgrade their army or not to downgrade their army, not to do conscripts, but in terms of the actual war, there was no strategic decision-making.
Correct. Gaboing made an interesting point, which is that the system could have, I guess he means to have a way of making the current system better would to have more planning of wars before the war, which I guess might improve the system to have a detailed plan before the war about where your army will go. But the problem is, when the war starts, your plan will just go tits up and everything will change. And then what do? Can you plan again?
I mean, that is what it's supposed to happen, right? No plan survives contact with the enemy, or whatever that guy said, right?
I just missed a load of comments because I was scrolled up waiting at Gaboing's one, so I'm back down at current ones. People have said Hoi 4's system, and that's again another point I would make in a war video, which is that the compromise system of Hearts of Iron 4, of having battle plans to automate an army movement, as well as being able to micro the units individually, is actually good, and it worked.
Yeah.
And that's why Hoi 4 is rather successful in casual gameplay, as well as sweaty tryhard gameplay like the likes of Tommy K tournaments.
Yeah,
You have
I would be inclined to agree. Like that's actually what, before the war system was announced, that's what I thought they were gonna do. I was steadfast they were gonna do.
Yeah.
You know, an optional army automation. I really didn't think they would do the crackpot whatever thing they went for now.
And even saying that would get me a lot of hate from lots of the Vic 2 people, wouldn't it? You know that, Zombie. Suggesting battle plans even. Well, I guess before Victoria 3 was announced, people suggesting even having some automation would get hate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it
so
would.
That's why. That is why it's actually a good compromise, because even some Victoria 2 tryhards would hate it, which means that they are compromising to implement it, I guess.
Yeah, I think battle plans would be a really good compromise. Like the main thing that I would say is like a lot of the stuff you do in Vic 2, like occupations, like guarding the coast, like all that, like even cycling to some extent could be automated, and like then you can just only focus on the actual maneuvering of your military, right, and all that stuff. Like you can focus on the good shit and not have to deal with the annoying stuff. So
Theo made a point. Oh, he just retracted it. But before it was, he said we wanted chess and they gave us Risk. Risk is way more micro-intensive than Vic 3. I think that's why he deleted the comment, because he realised that, to be honest.
I mean, I guess Risk is a decent comparison, because Risk you also have, I guess you would call strategic areas, strategic zones, the Vic 3 equivalent, right? But the difference is in those you can actually decide where the army goes. You can't really do that in Vic 3, unless the front is split, happens to split at a certain...
and it's not very nuanced either on a state level, you know? Like, we saw that in the Egypt Ottomans war. Like, when they're taking territory, they're just taking massive swaths of a country in, like, no time at all.
I
think that's probably because the early... So I think... I'm not entirely sure, but from what I understand, like, each unit has different, like, province capture rate. So, like, the skirmish infantry, like, the one before skirmish infantry has, like, a really high capture rate, so they get a lot of territory. While the late game units have better stats, but they're slower taking territory. So I think that's how they're gonna, like, balance the trench warfare part. They're just gonna reduce the amount of shite get. But I'm not sure, because I haven't really played the late game in the league or anything. But from looking at the stats, that's the idea that I got from, like, how they're gonna try to represent it. Is like reduce the province capture rate to, I guess, represent the fact that it wasn't like super quick maneuver warfare anymore at that point. But I don't think it's as good as like Vic 2. For its problems, Vic 2 does a pretty decent job at representing the move from like big stacks, pitched battles to front lines, and I do think there's a bit of a downgrade on that specific respect, even if Vic 2 has a lot of other problems.
Someone asked that the system needs to come up with an answer to underdogs winning. Well, Vic 3 doesn't have it, unless it's about your managing of your army's modifiers, tech, and everything before the war is about it. There's no way that you can outplay an enemy through micro.
You can't. So, I mean, you can't outplay them with like micro skill at all, because there is none. Like the only way you can outplay them is like, you know, the economy meta, and you know like how to like min-max your military industry, and like get the highest production methods. Go for the that's like all the stuff you would do to min-max would be like basically before war preparation. Like you wouldn't be able to do much once the war started if you're prepared for it.
Yeah, right? Zombie, can you even build defenses and forts in the game?
No, you cannot. Well, I mean, you sort of can. So there's this thing called railway guns, right? So railway guns is basically like a fort. It works like a fort. It's like a defensive modifier to the state. But there's no like actual fort building, which is a bit weird. So there's no fort building, but there is a, you know, railway gun, which is basically what
right, so, that's shite. Some Hoi 4 made Paradox tons of money instead of emulating it. Yeah, it's actually mind-boggling that even from Paradox's perspective, Hoi 4 being that successful, surely you'd want to emulate it. I mean, isn't it a no fucking brainer? Isn't it obvious? Hoi 4 even made them money while having a compromised system.
They're trying to experiment a lot, and they, like, you remember when they said that they originally worked on the Victoria 2.5 in one of the dev tweets? I think what
Yeah.
they probably did is they tried to design a system that was like Vic 2 system but better, or Hoi 4 system but better, whatever.
Well,
and they just kind of gave up on it. And
if they
just said,
tried
okay,
and couldn't do it, they haven't said a word about it. I would be curious to know, and then maybe my view on it might change. But from where I stand now, it's obvious that they should have gone for it.
Yeah, I think I would agree. Like, they probably would need to up the province, like reduce the province count so there isn't like an insane amount of provinces. But if they make like the provinces big 2-size provinces, or like a bit smaller than that, perhaps, that could work really well with such a system. I think you could even have Hoi 4-size provinces too, if you really want it, because I mean that game works with that amount. I mean that. So
it would be really weird in the early game though, with that many provinces.
It would be, yeah, that's the thing.
But much better in the late game. So it's. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
Yeah, but I agree. I think
the fact is they currently added a huge amount of provinces. It's like well, even in that stream you can't actually see any province borders or anything. So it's hard to even tell that they added many. There's actually no provinces. You barely see them.
Like, the provinces are basically completely detached from gameplay in every meaningful sense, because you can't see the provinces. You can't interact with the provinces.
You can't even see them.
Like, the only thing that really matters for is treaty ports, which you just automatically get. You don't decide like exactly which provinces. I think it's predetermined, or the game decides for you.
It's not even like in Hoi 4 in terms of the UI. When you click on a province in Hoi 4, it highlights the province and the state, I believe, if my weird vague memory serves me right. So you highlight the province and the state, but in Vic 3 you just highlight the state when you click on a state. No provinces. Right. Naval invasions are the micro. Yeah, but that's not enough.
Pretty much.
What if you want to be a land country? What if you want to fucking play Prussia, which is the most militarized country in that fucking time period almost?
Just get good military. Get good military.
Legendary Serbia video. That you did.
There you go.
Because I think that's also one of your most popular videos, because that story is just wicked, where it's a Serbia with great micro just putting up a hell of a fight and being such a bastard.
Yeah.
And I just don't think you could create that situation in Victoria 3 as it stands.
Neopangean makes a point, which is with a super chat of $10. Thank you so much again. All your generosity throughout the stream. Having fronts doesn't make sense early game. It's basically what he said, and that is true. So there could be other forms of automation there.
Yeah, I always thought that was weird. The fact that they have fronts from the day one, even though it's kind of, I mean, it's like an abstracted concept of a front. It's not like a World War I front.
No. He means that in our idea of having some automation of front lines, it doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah.
In the early game, when you have, say, a Hoi 4 front line, but in the early game. But I mean, maybe you can draw a front line, but your stacks just aren't numerous enough to fill all of it.
Yeah.
Or you just doom stack. Doom stacking isn't that difficult. A Redditor can manage it. I mean, they do it in every other Paradox game that they love, so surely they can do it in Vic 3.
Yeah. If we're talking about hypotheticals, I think if they
assuming we didn't go through all this where they got gaslighted to suddenly hate all Paradoxes. Paradox are playing a dangerous game here. They're making Redditors hate all of the other titles that have these fucking armies.
It's every other game, really.
Every other Paradox. CK, EU4. They're like, oh yeah, Vic 3 is so much better. Why do they have these shitty armies? I hate this.
Yeah. I feel like if they just made a system that had this sort of army automation thing, while also having a gradual change, right? A gradual change like in Vic 2, but with a much improved like military system that doesn't have all the issues Vic 2 has. And it wouldn't be like Vic 2 but better, because it would be different, like a different system, but with the same sort of overall goal, but with more automation and stuff. Like, it could have been a really interesting game of like juggling your economy and stuff. And I think like a lot of people also argue that like the reason why military is so abstracted and stuff and you can't do anything is because you're supposed to do the economy micro, because like there is a lot of economy micro, right? It's like there is a reasonable worry that if you actually made a good military system here that would require you to actually do stuff, you may not be able to actually micro your economy because it's just a lot to do. That's like one of the main
so
issues.
Depressing, isn't it? I want a good economy micro, sure, but I don't want it to be the only thing I fucking do.
Because they have the auto expand button, but that's not really enough on itself. You have to do like a lot of stuff usually, like if you want to like get the best results. the economy.
I kind of like managing factories in Vic 2, but I looked at the gameplay today of them managing factories, and it just didn't look anywhere near as good. Even the economy stuff, just I don't know. I didn't like it.
A lot of the
Looks like a
stuff
lot of-
that's actually like kind of decent is behind the scenes. You don't see it, like the wage system, like the trade system, like all like that's all good, right? It's decent to good, but you don't see any of it as like usually as a player. And if you're a Vic 2 player, you definitely wouldn't see any of it because you're focused on like how you gotta win wars, which is none of basically in like actual interactability. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Hi, Chucker. You were going to say
But
something?
look, yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I agree with you, Spud. It looked like a lot of busy work. You know, like there is interesting things there, but it looked like a tremendous amount of busy work all the time. And I also had to say I got to nip off now because I've got to get up in a few hours. Go to
All
the
right.
mechanic,
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
fix my car. Do you mind if I do a little plug?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, no worries.
Watch his streams.
Yeah, come watch my streams, guys, and posted the link there. And Spud's streaming on YouTube now, so you can give me your Twitch primes.
I don't know if the
Okay.
chat allowed you a link to go through or something. I don't know if
That's
chats
fine.
allow links.
People can copy and paste. All right,
Um,
cheers, boys. Enjoyed that. Enjoyed the banter. Good.
I enjoyed it. See you. Great to have you again, Pie
See you,
Chucker.
man.
See you later.
Cheers,
Have a good one.
I was going to say, one last point basically before we head off as well. I was going to say, Zombie, carry the stream while I think of what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say this. They just played a country that only had basically one effective state, right?
Yeah, but
They had
It
nothing.
was-
There was
it's Cairo, right? Or whatever.
just
it was.
Cairo,
Yeah.
Middle Egypt. No,
Well,
there
the
were
one
a
with
few
Cairo,
states,
the one with Cairo in it was like the biggest state by far. I think, in
yes,
terms of
which is
pops.
realistic, but they are
Yeah.
essentially only managing one state there in that whole playthrough.
Mostly.
And a
yeah.
real country, a proper, I don't mean a real country, I mean just a big country, like a European country or any country with many states that are already developed by the start of the game. Please don't take that
Yeah.
as to mean that other countries aren't real countries. But just a developed large country with industry in multiple provinces, UK, France, Russia, China.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, China.
China, oh boy.
Japan.
That's
I
all
guess
those
we didn't
nations.
watch the Japan stream, but it looked like a lot of busy work, and they were only managing one state. And imagine managing loads of states. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like the bonus you get from micro your economy like to a T is quite big. You can really optimize a lot of stuff, but optimizing that gets harder and harder as your nation is bigger and bigger, right? Like you have one state you can like optimize that really well, but you have like a lot of states. You're always running at like 4 speed or whatever. It's going to be hard to catch all of it.
I mean, I haven't played the game yet, right? But I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to the dread and the chore of managing more factories and shit when I either expand my country or see my country to the late game. Doesn't sound like something to look forward to.
Like that's the thing. Like, the question is just like, I think a good way to like figure out if you would like the game, right? Is just ask, do you like would you play a game that was the Vic 2 factory screen, but it was like 90% of the game, right? Because that's basically what it is. Like,
No.
it's a Vic 2 factory screen, but like a bit more more complicated, right? More advanced.
The Vic
like,
2 factory, the factory screen, the Vic 2 factory screen, and the industry stuff in Vic 3 isn't necessarily bad. Not saying that, but it's not enough, and it's
Yeah,
also perhaps tedious.
And that's why I think it like the Victoria 3 has gotten so much drama from Vic 2 like players, because like you come from Vic 2 where you do all these things, right? And you don't want to like just micro industry perhaps if you're playing Vic 2, and then you go to Vic 3 and that's basically like 90% of what you do, and it's obvious a lot of people are not going to like that, right? That's going to be drama about.
Victoria 2 has such a good balance, I just think, to playing campaigns like as Russia, for example. You don't need an industry until later in the game as Russia, but if you want to start building the framework for an industry, if you have a lot of money, you can lay down the factories even if they don't have workers in them. Never mind that could be considered factory maxing rule breaking nowadays, but just if you wanted to lay down the framework,
Right.
you could have empty factories, then you can do that during a time of peace, which there will be, because even if you have a massive war lasting 10 years, there will be a 5-year truce after it to build your fucking factories.
Yep.
So there's time. There's different times. You set up your factories during the peacetime, and then in war you leave them to do their thing.
Yeah, pretty
It's
much.
a balance. There's different phases. There's different phases to look forward to. Victoria 3 is the same from start to finish. You're only
it's the same
managing the
thing.
factories.
Yeah, like you manage the factories, and then you manage your politics a little bit, and then when that's war, well, you still end up managing your factories because that's what determines your success, right? Your tech level, your supply, and all that. So
Yeah.
that is kind of what I got as well from playing it. Is like the buildings are like at the center of everything. Like even if you're fighting a war, you're still going to be looking at the building screen because you're going to make sure they get supply, you make sure you're making money, you want to make sure your economy is not going to stand because of the war, etc., etc. And that's basically like the focus of everything in the game. And I'm sure some people are going to like that because it is very like much like a city builder, but on a country level. And I know a lot of people who do like it because I've spoken to a lot of people who do like Victoria 3. But a lot of people, you know, who play Vic 2 are not going to like it because it's not what they're used to, and they don't want to have the same type of gameplay. They want, you know, variety. They want to be at war.
The only variety that I can potentially think of in Victoria 3, i.e. something to look forward to, something that changes later in the game, something that provides a different thing to do at a certain point, different time period, would be colonization, which we haven't seen from any of the Paradox streams yet because they just play for the first 10 years and then quit.
We do have a good idea of how it works though from Elite. It's basically
that's the only potential interesting mechanic that you unlock later to look forward to.
Yeah, it actually works eerily similar to Vic 2 in a way, except you don't get colonial power. You have like your colonial affairs institution or whatever. It's like a thing you upgrade, right? And then you click on a province or a state in this case. You click colonize, and then based on like some modifiers, you slowly gain a province at a time in that. So it's basically a slower version of the Vic 2 system. In terms of like you click a button, and you fund your colonial affairs institution, and you get like one province at a time slowly until you get the entire colony. So,
what about conflicting with rival colonizers? Anything interesting there?
Basically, this might just be the leak, but basically right now, if you have two people colonizing the same stuff, they just get a province each until the entire province is colonized, and then it ends. And
it's almost as if Paradox should play on these streams they're doing.
Although
one of the great powers in Europe and play out an entire campaign from start to finish.
There is one thing that is like when you colonize, you can get a diplomatic play against you by the natives. So like the decentralized nation will launch a diplomatic play against you.
There you go.
And other great powers can join that. By the way, they can join in to cock you out of a colony and stuff. So they can do that.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So how long did it take the devs to develop the game to this state? Well, until they tell us, we'll have to assume 12 years, right?
It is a long time.
It's not 12 years, but they haven't really said how long they've been developing it, have they?
I would assume they've at least been developing it since 2015.
We know from an offhand Twitter comment by Johan once that they were originally developing a sequel to Victoria 2 soon after it, a project that got abandoned. So they started this one sometime later. We have to probably 2017, 18, 19, 18, you know.
Anyway, I would assume so. At least even earlier will probably be the case. But yeah, most likely might be around there. Whether like they remade it.
That's stuff that, you know, in all these streams that developers are doing and all these Q&As. How come we still don't know this? Is people not asking these questions, or are they just not telling us?
Are you asking about what, sorry, exactly?
It's interesting that we just don't know this about how long they've been developing the game, even though we've had loads of interaction with the devs. Someone should ask it, basically.
There might be, because I believe they did say that they start development on the Vic 2 like game in like 2014 sometime.
Yeah, but just one last thing before we go, related to this. Chat, the Paradox, the devs for Vic 3 are doing a Q&A session, I believe, in their Discord on the 29th of September. So if any of you, I'm not going to bother, I'm even banned from the Discord anyway, I don't know. So if you're not banned from the Discord and you want to take part, if any of you want to get answers and relay them to me, answers that are relevant to what we're talking about, anything, as long as you're nice and you follow all their rules, I'm interested. And I hope that some of you might go on there and ask them some questions. Give them our perspective. Get some good questions out there to the devs, you know. We have to interact with them. There's no point complaining about it without telling them to their actual faces what we think in the most nice and civil ways possible. Just get the word out there of what we think to them. So ask them questions. That's all I'm saying. And that's about it for the stream. We're done. It's been a long one.
it sure has. Was it 4 hour stream or something?
Well, it's not a long one. It's basically exactly the same length as a Vic 2 session. Not long.
I guess so. Yeah.
And they actually rolled to 1849 or something. So that's a really good session. But that's them in single player. And the ticks are different, but that's them in single player on 4 speed for most of it.
Yeah. I would assume an MP you'd run at 4 speed too, because I mean there's no war micro. You don't have to go 1 speed.
Depending on connection, fuck all's happening, might as well put it on 4 speed.
Yeah. I assume that's gonna be I don't know for sure, but I assume it's gonna be
what's gonna be the point of multiplayer? I'm not seeing
it.
Be
like economic warfare, to be honest, or like you try to like undermine other nations like indirectly. I'm sure that's gonna be wars. Like the war's not gonna be fun, but like that's definitely gonna be wars because taking territory is very strong in Vic 3.
What's going to be the motivation to even boot up the game and hop in a multiplayer lobby? Other than for me on the first day to show everyone and have fun. Just actually playing it for leisure later, what's the point?
I would just assume it's about the like trade and economy. Like basically like Vic 2, but no war and a lot of economy. I think that's just great. Like from having played it, that's the idea that I get. You just have you try to like outcompete other players on the economy level.
Why not just
probably be a war once?
Why not just try and make money in real life? Why not just close Victoria 3 and just try and building a factory in real life? Make money IRL.
But then you don't see the fancy numbers go up as fast.
You can see your own bank account numbers go up and your own stock market investments go up.
If I did that, the numbers probably just go down instead.
Well, yeah, that's actually the case for most people and myself. So
yeah. You can see the numbers
for the stock market anyway.
Yeah, honestly, like when I play the
game, especially since
like,
I have a share in Paradox.
Oh yeah, do you have?
I bought one. Yeah, sure.
Oh damn!
I know I mentioned it earlier, but yeah.
They should listen to you now. You're technically a stockholder.
I'm a fucking shareholder in this game. Listen to me. Implement a proper war system, or I'll buy more. I'm threatening to buy more if you don't.
Oh. Yeah. But honestly, like. Just one last comment quickly before I go, I guess, is that thing about line go up, right? It's like a line go up instant thing. When I played the League, right, that was like the main thing that kept me going. It's like the dopamine you get from seeing like your peak go up or like your standard living go up. That was like the main draw for me, at least. Was seeing that, it's like, oh my god, like people are getting, more, I guess, goods, so they're getting richer and whatnot. And I know that's like kind of most people are not gonna care about that. But I think the people who really care about it probably has the same like draw. They're like they really want to see the line go up and their economy increase. Whereas in Vic 2 you do that as well, but you don't have any concrete numbers on the UI.
What you just described there, you've had like 4 or 5 big playthroughs of the League. That's about it. It's not going to keep you going that much, is it? You're not going to want to play it.
How it usually is, like I play it for a while, and then after a few hours I get really kind of tired of it, and then I quit for like a while. So it's definitely not something that could keep me occupied for that long. But it was fun. It's fun to play once in a while. Like once in a while you boot up the League and you try out like new country.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. In single player at least, it probably wouldn't keep me occupied for that long. I know multiplayer. I mean, that's gonna require a lot of change to make that good, I think. But that's gonna require much.
They're gonna try and bring you back by releasing DLC, which means more money. I just hate it. I hate it. Paradox, why?
It. And that's what I said like about the provinces. Seems like kind of like DLC bait at this stage because they're clearly going to use it for.
The provinces are there. Later. You just can't see them or do anything with them yet.
Yeah.
Not until
they probably will have a DLC. For that.
Which if you buy the Grand Edition, you're getting the first one for free. Don't buy the Grand Edition.
Don't even remind me. That reminds me so much of like the season passes of like Call of Duty, and I hate that. Like when they pre-order like the DLCs, they don't even know what they do. It's like, bro.
I guess we're going off on a tangent. I remember I played Call of Duty back in the day, and like in Call of Duty 4, for example, they released 3 map packs throughout the course of it after the game came out, and we bought them all. And then in the future games, they started releasing a season pass, which is you get all of those for a price that would be cheaper than buying them individually, and that made sense. But then it just gets out of hand after that, and they start complicating it and adding different stuff.
Season pass makes sense if you already know what you're getting. But I was referring to the season pass where the DLC wasn't even out yet.
Yeah,
like you basically pre-ordered the DLC.
You don't know what it's going to be. If it was a Call of Duty one, you knew it would be maps, and if it was a Treyarch one, you knew you'd get a zombie map, which is yes, please, But anyway, let's end it here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Zombie.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you
time
too.
and coming back to do this one again.
Yeah, no problem. It was a good talk. I think
Yeah,
got
if
some
they do
good-
another one, I'm going to do it again because I want the follow up from that.
Yeah, hopefully they actually continue the saves. Although that might be difficult because they can't show off the new builds if they do that. So who knows? Yeah,
That's not too big a problem. At least the build they're using works if they go with one.
yeah. I hope they do follow ups because I want to see them play in a later game, just like 1836 every time.
And a lot of people are asking. A lot of people, even among the Reddit and the Paradox comments, are asking for that too. So it might happen because they actually listen to some. They listen to the voices of people who already support them. They don't listen to scrutiny from us.
Yeah, I just hope they do that. Like, it would be interesting to see them have like a 4-part stream where they get to the late game. I think that'd be pretty cool.
It would.
And like up to the game release. I think you should do that.
It would be
I don't know
interesting as far as Victory can be interesting, which isn't that far. But
you actually get to see the late game then, which I don't think we've seen any of it so far, aside from the league build.
I think it's going to be a lot like the early game. I think it's going to be quite similar.
Kind of my hypothesis is it will be like the early game, except the province take rate will be slower. That's my hypothesis in like the final game.
Yeah, it'll be slower. It'll be more numbers.
Yeah, slower, more numbers in the warfare at least.
All right. Anyway, thank you so much. See you next time. See you on Friday for CWE Zombie.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. See you. Have a
Bye.
good one, man. Bye.
Okay, chat. Now it's just me and you. I appreciate every single one of you, and I appreciate all the comments and the fun, enjoyable chat that I had. Because while in one of my monitors I had Victoria 3, I at least had my chat in the other monitor to have something interesting to look at, you know. So thanks everyone so much, and I especially appreciate all the great support and super chats that we had. It was a lot of fun, a lot of banter, and I suppose I should thank Paradox, I suppose, for having a stream that we could comment and make our good content out of and commentate. I mean, I kind of have to if they're the ones who did the entire reason that we're having our fun here, I guess. I've got to thank Paradox for what they did 12 years ago, which was make Victoria 2. But after that, yeah. Anyway, I'm joking though. So, thank you all so much, and look forward to more content like this, and maybe a video edited out of this stream at some point. Which, even though you watch the stream, you might want to watch the video as well to see how I edited it and all the illustrations I put in and whatnot. And to relive the funny moments as well. So, thank you everyone. Bye.